A quick announcement supplement. Just had a comment and it's quite valid, so I thought I'd pass it on. If you're sitting in the shade, often it's appreciated if you take your large floppy hat off so that the people behind you can see. Obviously, if you're in the sun, you need a hat. You don't want to get burnt. And do remember, one thing I remembered yesterday, which I haven't been passing on for everybody, remember to hydrate. It's most important to keep your water levels up, especially as today is going to be quite a hot one. Once again, enjoy and be nice.
Welcome everybody. My name's Ariel Bogle. I'm an investigations reporter with The Guardian and also been a technology reporter at the ABC for many years. So I'd just like to start by also acknowledging that we are meeting today on the traditional country of the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains and pay respect to elders past and present. And I am so pleased to be in conversation today with award-winning short story writer Ted Chiang, who is coming up to us from Duwamish country in Washington state. Appropriately for a panel largely about science fiction, Ted is being beamed in. To give you a brief précis of Ted's work, his fiction has won 4 Hugo, 4 Nebula and 4 Locus Awards and has been featured in the Best American Short Stories. His debut collection, Stories of Your Life and Others, has been translated into 21 languages, and with Exhalation Stories, he has become one of the world's foremost storytellers. Story of Your Life, one of the anchor stories of his first collection, was adapted into Academy Award-nominated film Arrival. He is also a leading voice on artificial intelligence with incisive essays in The New Yorker examining ChatGPT and how science fiction relates to our current moment. And it really is not an overstatement to say that I find his work to be transcendent and truly clarifying and makes me think more deeply about science, about how we live, about possible futures. So welcome, Ted.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. I wish I could be there in person.
Yes, unfortunately, Ted can't see you, so we're going to have to bring the NG regardless. So I wanted to start, I think, with a discussion of your fiction and then turn to some of your more recent non-fiction. And we'll also chat for about 40 minutes and then take audience questions, just so you know what's coming up. So I wanted to look first at one of your early stories, Tower of Babylon. In this story, humans are building, quite literally, a tower to the heavens to knock on the door, essentially, to break through. And one quote that stands out to me from that story is, "They gave thanks that they were permitted to see so much and begged forgiveness for their desire to see more." And I really think that sums up our relationship with technology in many ways. What's your interest in these impulses for us to see more, push things to their limits?
So, that's an interesting line that you quoted, because I had not thought of it in the context of sort of a general approach to technology. But, upon thinking about it, it does seem relevant in a sort of interesting way, because the original Tower of Babel story in Genesis was a story about hubris, about people who I guess had too much pride, too much ambition, and in a sense, that is. I guess that is a relevant, sort of parable today. Probably forever. Just the idea of hubris, of relentless ambition, and while I don't want to say that all ambition is bad, I don't think anyone would go that far. I think it is reasonable to think that there is such a thing as maybe too much ambition, too much pride, having there is such a thing as overreaching. You can value ambition and still think that there can be such a thing as too much of it, and so. I guess that is, I think, that has probably been generally true throughout history, but nowadays, it is. I guess it's in the domain of technology that we see it, because, right now we live in a technologically saturated era, and so that is where that is where ambition goes, and so that is where we're going to see sort of an excess of ambition.
Absolutely, and I want to come back to that in a few minutes' time to look more deeply at those impulses. But I wanted to look at Tower of Babylon in another setting, and that's the fact that some of these stories that you've put in your collections are set in antiquity, and I'm curious about that setting as a place where you can explore those ideas. And what is the appeal of those environments to you, looking at how ideas might have played out in the past rather than lasers in space, essentially?
So one of the I guess very important kind of stories that science fiction tells is sometimes described by the phrase a conceptual breakthrough. And so the conceptual breakthrough is when your character's understanding of their place in the universe changes dramatically. And so this is one of the core stories of science fiction, and science fiction set in the future is often about moments where characters gain a new understanding of their place in the universe, and these are sort of echoes of previous moments in history when we gained a new understanding of our place in the universe. When we realized that, say, the Earth went around the sun instead of the sun going around the Earth, or when we realized that we were descended from animals, all of these, forced us to sort of reconsider where we stood in the universe, and so there will presumably be similar events like that in the future, and that is. So that's something that science fiction has always been interested in. But of course, those events, they're certainly not limited to the future. And I guess the idea that if you understand the universe a certain way, and then something happens, and you understand your place in the universe differently, that is something that you can set in the past. That is a story that you could tell in the past as well. And with the various ways that we understood our position in the universe in the past, I think there are opportunities to tell that kind of story about a conceptual breakthrough. You're not limited solely to, say, trying to retell the story of Darwin or retell the story of Copernicus. You can tell that story about a conceptual breakthrough in the past just as well as you can tell it in the future.
I wonder how that ties into a line that you told the New Yorker once in an interview, that you were curious about what you might call discredited worldviews. Can we talk through some examples in your stories of where you've explored discredited worldviews and how that plays out for your characters?
Well, so to use the examples that we just mentioned of, like, say, Darwin or Copernicus, when you at one point, people thought the sun moved around the Earth, and so that is obviously a discredited worldview. And but I guess more broadly speaking, any sort of conceptual breakthrough, any time that your understanding of the universe changes, your previous understanding, you could say, well, has been discredited, and I guess I am sometimes interested in trying to figure out like if they had been right, what would the universe look like? Because in general, like the people of the past, they were incorrect, but they were not dummies. They had a set of observations, and they had a theory which explained those set of observations. And then we eventually got more observations, and then we had to adjust the theory. And that's how our understanding of the universe improves. But if you think about like what was the set of observations they had that caused them to have this previous theory of how the universe worked, and what if subsequent observations had continued to support that interpretation? I think that is, I guess, I find that an interesting thing to think about. Um, and what does it imply about the universe if it had, if they had been correct? I think a lot of times those are there are a lot of sort of interesting implications that you can tease out.
Yeah, absolutely. And that puts me in mind of one of your stories, Division by Zero, where a mathematician finds a proof that undermines the foundations of mathematics. So for me, that kind of teased out what would happen if we found our understanding of things upended today. These ideas that we sort of build life on, build our technology on. What if they were undermined? Is that how you think about it too? Like how our current sort of scientific truths, if they were shaken, how that might upend our ways of thinking.
So again, I think this is something that science fiction, kind of specializes in the same way that science itself as an enterprise is often about questioning your assumptions and trying to figure out what is the case, and without if you don't if you free yourself from preconceptions. And this idea of questioning assumptions, if the things that we take for granted as true, what if they weren't true? I guess that as a general approach, I think is worth thinking about in almost every context. And that particular story, Division by Zero, that is an exploration of it in the context of mathematics, which is a fairly sort of extreme setting for that, because mathematics is probably the most rigorous system that we have. But yeah, the sort of as an example of a broader approach of what would it mean if these things that we take for granted were not true? That broader approach, like I said, I think it is worth thinking about almost all the time in a lot of different contexts.
Well, this is kind of one of these basic questions that science fiction writers must get asked all the time, but I am curious about what you think of the label of science fiction. I mean, does it push these works into an unnecessary corner, or do you embrace that label?
I guess I would say I embrace the label of, I've always identified myself as a science fiction writer, and I always will. And I guess, one way to say it is that, I think, every genre is a conversation. It's an ongoing conversation that's been going on for decades between writers through their work. And I'd say that any given work, any given writer could be classified as being part of a genre to the extent that they are sort of participating in that ongoing conversation. And I guess the reason I want to be called a science fiction writer is because, I grew up reading science fiction, and that is the conversation that I want to be part of. The ongoing dialogue that science fiction writers have been having for, that's a conversation that I want to be a part of. And so that's why I want to be called a science fiction writer. That's why I call myself a science fiction writer.
Reading back over the reviews of your Exhalation collection that came out a few years ago, I was struck that a lot of the reviews noted what they felt was a thread of optimism, and this is one of the other sort of questions that comes through in science fiction? Is the writer a techno-optimist? Are they in the dystopian tradition? I mean, that's a sort of a concept with a long history, but where do you see your work along in that history of science fiction that keeps sort of oscillating between these two extremes?
Well, so it's I guess optimism and pessimism, in a lot of ways, they are relative terms, and I think science fiction as a whole was probably pretty optimistic in like the post-World War II era because a lot of the world was very optimistic in that era. Then I think maybe in the 70s and 80s, science fiction is regarded as having become more critical, more pessimistic, and I think that reflects the fact that the general mood of society also became sort of more pessimistic in that time, and so there are always these sort of battling impulses. People have been there have been some people who've been super optimistic about technology, since like the late 90s, and and their optimism has not abated. But also, there are other people who, I guess have been becoming more critical of technology of the last 20 years. And I guess I personally don't think of myself as either an optimist or a pessimist. I guess what I'm mostly interested in is thinking about the various trade-offs, because I think most technologies, there are legitimately good arguments to be made and legitimate arguments against them, and I think it's important that we be aware of both of them, and it's never a case of like that we're ever going to sort of completely back off from any given technology, but I think the more cognizant we are of the trade-offs, the better off we'll be. And so in that context, I guess I'm more I wouldn't identify as so much an optimist or a pessimist. The only thing that I would say is that for me personally, in terms of my own experience writing, because it takes me such a long time to write a story, and I spend so much time thinking about it. I personally don't want to write a really depressing story, because I don't want to spend that much time thinking about how horrible things can get. That would just be, I think, too hard for me emotionally. So there's probably some just from I guess a psychological self-care kind of standpoint, in which I guess I'm looking for something, a positive, some positivity in the stories that I tell, just for my own, well-being.
Self-preservation, yeah. I understand. When I think back to when I first started reporting on technology around 2015, 2016, and a lot of the founders in Silicon Valley would talk actually quite a bit at that time about science fiction they were inspired by. I mean, the one that came up a lot was Ender's Game, which is about a sort of immersive video game environment, and there were others. I wonder if you think about your work in that context, do you hope it has an influence on shaping attitudes and the design of technology, or do you not think about the audience when you write?
Well, I wouldn't say that I'm. Uh, I don't really think that much about the audience when I'm writing, and uh, I certainly don't imagine that anyone's going to try and model any actual technology on the things I write about. Um, but I guess my stories do reflect my values, I think, and uh, there are things that I'm trying to communicate, um, and uh, there are things that I want readers to take away from my work. Um, I'm not thinking that any of my readers are going to be titans of industry. Um, uh, I'm just, you know, uh, I guess I just have certain ideas that I'm trying to get across, and uh, I'm hoping that some of the people who read my work will will get what I'm trying to convey, um, and that is sort of, I guess, irrespective of who they are in terms of, like, are they shaping, are they movers or shakers in the industry? Yeah, that's not something I'm thinking about. I'm just uh, hoping to communicate to a reader something that is on my mind.
I wonder about the where you find the concepts for these stories, because one thing I love about the work is how explanatory it feels in some ways. I come out feeling smarter, I suppose. If I think about, say, the short story Story of Your Life, in this story, a linguist assists the US military with first contact with a new alien species in terms of trying to figure out ways to communicate with this new life form. And this story really explores a concept called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, where language structure, it's an idea where we consider if language structure might inform our cognition. And I'd never heard of that before, but I came out of the story feeling like I understood the hypothesis, which was remarkable to me. So I suppose my question is, how do you find the idea that informs the story, and do you think of your work as sort of helping explain these really sort of mind-bending concepts?
Well, okay, so I guess maybe there are two questions, like how do I find these ideas, and
Yeah.
then what do I think about the role of science fiction in terms of explaining these concepts. Um, and so, uh, so for the first part, I guess that it really depends on the individual story, and um, uh, and so I can give an explanation for that particular story, for Story of Your Life. So in that story, the original impetus for writing that story was to tell a story about a character who knew the future, was unable to change the future, and what effect would that have on her? And so I had to figure out, okay, how does my character gain this knowledge of the future? Um, and I don't think, like, there's any real way to gain knowledge of the future. But in terms of like, what do I think would be, like, what would I be interested in writing about? And I considered, like, okay, does my character gain knowledge of the future through meditation? That didn't seem so interesting to me. Does my character gain knowledge of the future by taking mind-altering drugs? Like, I don't think I can write about that. But then I thought, okay, what if my character gains knowledge of the future by learning a different language, and that that seemed like, ooh, that's an interesting idea, because the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, it's a favorite in science fiction, because the idea that language shapes your perception of reality, is just something really fun to think about, and so even though there's some interesting examples of that in terms of real world languages, but of course uh, I don't I certainly don't believe that learning a language could possibly let you know the future. But again, it's just like that seemed like something, an interesting thing, way to talk about this. Like it seemed like there's that's something that I wanted to write about, and so I went with that. Um, so okay, so then to the second question about explaining ideas in my fiction. Um, so in some ways, I guess um, uh, I think that there is something there. I've said in the past that I think a really good explanation is not just useful; it can be beautiful, because a really good explanation, when you understand something that you didn't understand before, I think there is a kind of pleasure in that, um, in understanding something, and a good explanation, a clear explanation that can induce that experience in you. I think that can be a wonderful thing. That uh, and that is, I think that is one of the pleasures offered by really good nonfiction writing, of various sorts, but certainly really good science writing, I think, provides that pleasure, and uh, and I think science fiction, similarly, can provide some of that. Um, Sometimes it might explain an actual scientific idea. Sometimes it might explain something more speculative, but um, I think it can offer that uh, that pleasure uh, of realization of something sort of coalescing in your mind. It's like, ooh, I get it now. Um, so that is something that that's something that I enjoy as a reader, and 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 that is something I get, inducing that experience in readers is something that I aspire to as a writer.
I imagine to find these ideas, you must read a lot yourself. So thinking like I'm curious how you came across, say, the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis itself, or you came across the idea of sort of undermining mathematical proofs, or these ideas. Is this through your own reading? How are you coming across these ideas that sort of stay in the back of your mind and then might form later the foundation of your short stories?
I guess these things um, do come out of my own reading. Uh, well, because so the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, I'm pretty sure I did not learn about that in any class. That was just something I encountered in my own reading, and also likewise in terms of, say, the consistency of mathematics. That's also something I'm pretty sure I did not learn in any classroom. It was just reading on my own about um, like the work of the mathematician Kurt Gödel. So I guess these are things that that I just come across, and I suppose again, like I was saying, that's one of the pleasures of reading science writing. That you get you encounter these new ideas, and um, and there's a pleasure in understanding them, and so that is something I seek out when reading nonfiction, and so I guess that provides a basis when ideas for fiction come to me. It's usually grounded in the nonfiction that I have read and found interesting.
Well, I want to turn to your own nonfiction, actually. So I was actually reading back in 2017, even you wrote for BuzzFeed that the idea of superintelligence is such a poorly defined notion that one could envision it take almost any form with equal justification. A benevolent genie that solves all the world's problems, or a mathematician that spends all its time proving theorems so abstract that humans can't even understand them. But when Silicon Valley tries to imagine superintelligence, what it comes up with is no-hold-barred capitalism. So I was curious, this was back in 2017, before this recent boom of generative AI, ChatGPT, these tools that can generate images, build off the work of thousands, millions of images from artists they didn't ask permission for. So I'm curious, even back then you were thinking about the form that these tools were going to take. You've been such a critic, I suppose, of generative AI in its current iteration. I wonder how you started thinking about that even back then, and what were the signs you were seeing back in 2017 even?
So that piece back in 2017, that was not about generative AI at all, because as you note, generative AI was not on anyone's radar back then. So what I was mostly responding to in that essay was the idea, which there was an idea which was already fairly popular then, that that if we create a super smart AI, it would want to take over the world, or it might take over the world, might destroy us, even without intending to. It would just go about, trying to achieve its goals, and as a side effect, it might destroy all humanity. And that seemed, like of all the possibilities that this super intelligent AI could take, of all the possible forms, why that one? Why was that one so? Why did that one have so much currency in Silicon Valley? And it seemed to me that, well, that's because that's what Silicon Valley people would do. That's how they see the world. That unlimited growth. They have this mindset that the natural thing is to double every year, and until you've got it all, until you have completely taken over 100% of whatever. And so that mindset, we definitely still see it now, and it is now generative AI is sort of the latest manifestation of that. But I think the same, the underlying logic is this idea which kind of underlies, I guess, Silicon Valley capitalism, or maybe late stage capitalism, of that growth is the only good, that it is there's nothing besides growth, and yeah, that premise has, I think has been part of Silicon Valley thinking for a while, and that premise, informs how people thought about AI back in, back in 2017, and how they continue to think about AI now.
I wondered if you think of yourself as part of that industry or on the edge, because of course you studied computer science yourself and have worked as a technical writer, software writer. So I'm curious how that might influence your work, and where you think, if you think of yourself as sort of straddling two worlds, the world of writing and the world of technology itself.
Well, I suppose part of my interest in AI as a technology stems from the fact that as a kid I was a science fiction reader, and what artificial intelligence meant back then, when I was a science fiction reader, was something entirely different. But the idea of thinking machines, that is something that seemed really cool to me. And so when I wound up studying computer science in college, I think it was pretty natural that I have some interest in artificial intelligence. But then I found out that actually what artificial intelligence really is nothing remotely like what science fiction had envisioned. It is something so much more mundane, and sort of not as philosophically interesting, not as inspiring. It is in some ways technically still like interesting, as a from a programming perspective, it is still interesting, but that's a world away from what I had originally been interested in. And so yeah, I guess I'm constantly struck by the fact that because we've wound up using the same phrase, artificial intelligence, to describe these hypothetical thinking machines, and to describe really the most mundane, boring kind of technology. Because when people say like, oh well, yes, we this video is sharper now because of AI. It's like, yeah, was that what we were thinking of back then? That vast computing power, huge amounts of processing going to make videos sharper. It's like that's not what that was not what people meant by AI back in the day. And yeah, basically, most of what people are talking about now, is this kind of machine learning, which is basically applied statistics, and it just sounds it sounds cooler when you call it AI, because you can say like, okay, we've got AI working to make healthcare better. It's like, yeah, we're using applied statistics to make healthcare better. That's basically what they're saying, but it doesn't sound as cool when you say we're using applied statistics to make healthcare better. But of course, it works to people's advantage if you are selling a product. If you're selling applied statistics, it works to your advantage to say like, well, we've got AI because it's all those associations of thinking machines, of giant brains, they make it sound much cooler. But yeah, I guess I am always acutely aware of just the vast gulf between what we used to mean by AI and certainly what we meant, in science fiction. there was a time when, even the real, even computer programmers, when they talked about AI, they were talking about something that was, I don't know, a little closer to what it meant in science fiction. But now I think, yeah, they're talking about something totally different.
I'm going to ask one more question, but I think we'll turn to the audience in just a moment. So if you want to think about what you'd like to ask Ted, and I believe there will be some mics brought out into this alley here. So speaking of the language around AI, you wrote an essay for The New Yorker back early last year. You said we needed to be careful about the metaphors we use for AI. And you said perhaps for things like ChatGPT, the better metaphor would be something like McKinsey, the huge global consultancy firm, rather than as a therapist, a thinking brain, all the other language that people used. I wonder what you think of that now, a year on. Are we still using, arguably dangerous language to talk about these tools? Are you still concerned about the language, the metaphors we're using?
Yeah, I think all those concerns are still, pretty much, they still apply. So, more recently, I guess I've gotten into the habit of describing AI as a knife sharpener for the blade of capitalism, because I think that is what we're seeing. It is a way to, mostly it's, people are looking for ways to sort of increase shareholder value, and that almost always comes at the expense of labor, at the expense of customers, customer experience. It is a way to sort of extract as much value as possible from everything, and so when people say that AI is a way to make people's lives better, like, I think that the way AI is currently being applied, that will only be true if your definition of making people's lives better is increased shareholder profit. If you think that there's any gap between increased shareholder profit and human flourishing, then you have to, I think, acknowledge that AI is all about the shareholder profit. It is not about increasing human flourishing, the way that it is currently applied. We don't currently have a good conception of how it will, how it might improve human flourishing if human flourishing is not identical to increased shareholder profit.
Thanks. Well, I think we'll go to our first question. And just a reminder, questions, I'm told to remind you that questions need to be questions, and please keep them respectful. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you, and lovely to hear what you've said so far, Ted. I wanted to get a little bit more at the process of writing for you. And Ariel touched on this with what's the genesis for the ideas that we see. And you've mentioned that they take a while to form up and come to fruition so that we as readers can view those. You said it takes actually quite a long time. What I wanted to get at is the bits in between. Do you have false starts where you worked for some time because you thought it was a good idea, but it turns out that it was a bit of a dud in your view, and it ain't going to make it through to being a completed work? In other words, are you in a sea of ideas bubbling along, and you try them, and we only see, as readers, the ones that made it all the way to the end because you could see a way through?
Thank you.
So I guess I wouldn't say that. I don't think I go very far in in the wrong direction for a lot of different ideas. For me to even think about an idea as a possibility for a story, I think a lot of sort of subconscious winnowing has already taken place. By the time I start thinking about it as a story, yeah, I guess I I've probably already disregarded or discarded many uh, potential ideas. And then, when I start thinking about it as a story, I do, sort of turn an idea over in my head a lot, and I envision, like, okay, what 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 do I find interesting about this idea? What are possible scenarios that would help me explore what I find interesting about this idea? Um, what what are possible endings for these story scenarios? So I spend a lot of time thinking about those questions, but I'm not writing those down. Not in terms of like drafts of stories or outlines of potential stories. I am I'm thinking about those, but so by the time it comes to like say actually writing words that will appear in a story, um, so usually the first words that I write that appear in a story, it's the first paragraph I write is usually a paragraph near the end of the story. It might not actually be the literal last paragraph of the story, but it's a paragraph from near the end, which to me represents sort of the conclusion or the destination. And once I have that down, then I can start working on the rest of the story. So yeah, so in terms of like false starts or dead ends, a lot of that happened earlier. It did not happen in the course of like writing drafts, because by the time I start writing a draft of a story, I need the ending in mind.
Next question, please.
Thank you. I'm not sure myself how much the training of AI is affected by the algorithms we hear about that maximize sensationalism and polarity and dreadful things. But what I would love to know is what was and what would your vision be of that better AI, if there is such a thing, that we could have had or may have if we can visualize it? Thanks.
So, okay, so I think what you're talking about is things like social media algorithms, which currently maximize engagement, which is, I guess, sort of related to AI. It's I guess it's kind of an adjacent issue, because I think though the algorithms that that social networks use are not currently reliant on sort of machine learning, but well, okay, we don't have to get into the weeds on that. So there are a lot of there's a lot of debate about what sort of algorithms would make social media more more productive and less toxic, and I guess one of the I guess so there are a couple thoughts I have. One is that a lot of the issues that we have right now are side effects of the fact that we have sort of this ad-driven economy that because in an ad-driven economy, more clicks means more money, and if we had sort of adopted a subscription-based model, a subscription-based revenue model for social networks, then there would not be the same incentives to sort of maximize ad revenue by maximizing clicks. So if we could if we can sort of move away from this ad-based model, that would, I think, be one thing that would help. There are other things that so the the government of Taiwan has used digital platforms to get public opinion on a lot of issues, and they've worked hard on trying to design a platform which actually gets at what people want and does so in a productive manner. But again, so what that has in common with what I said before is that that is not it's not an ad-based model. It's something run by the government, and it requires a lot of basically human moderation. There's a lot of human effort in managing that. But human moderation, that is expensive. It's not something that social media companies want to invest in because they're trying to cut costs. So they want some kind of automated moderation, which is inevitably much worse. So it basically has to do with incentive structures. What is your ultimate goal? And the ultimate goal of current social media companies is basically to increase ad revenue, or to to appease shareholders by sort of getting better ad revenue metrics. And you need a fundamental restructuring of their incentives to do something. Almost any other incentive would involve changing the algorithms and what they promote, and so that, I guess that's
It's a complex question on the go.
Quick.
Next question, please. Oh, one moment.
Hi there. I had another question about process and the length of time you spend on a work. I was wondering when you knew a story was finished and when you know that you've spent enough time explaining the world and showing the world. Basically, when you know to put a story down and send it out there. Thanks.
So there's a saying, I can't remember who first originated it. There's a saying that no novel is ever finished, it's only abandoned. And I feel like that is a pretty apt description of my relationship to my stories. It is not so much that I feel like, oh, well, this is perfect, or this is. It's more like I'm so sick of it by now that like I've got to stop working on this. I've got in some ways it's a I feel like I've hit a point of diminishing returns. Because I guess like when I feel like I'm productively working on a story, it's like there are problems with the story, but I think I can make it better. And then at a certain point, I feel like I'm just so tired of the story. I don't think I can make it better. I think I've done all I could, and anything more I do will just, will not make it better. Might make it worse, but it will not make it better. And so then it's like, okay, I just got to stop now. Um, and so that to me is that's when it's time to wrap it up and send it out, because it's like, yeah, uh, I cannot look at this anymore.
I'm going to give my. I think we're done. All right. And thanks so much, Ted, for your time today and excellent answers. And thanks to you, the audience, as well, for such great questions. Ted's books are available for sale over in the bookstore. Unfortunately, no signings today, but hopefully one day we can host you in Australia as well. Thank you so much.
I look forward to it.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of housekeeping as usual. As I discussed this morning, the ongoing struggle between the chair movers and the decision not to move chairs. We would ask that you don't move the chairs from where they've been placed. There are plenty of seats available in the shade off to the eastern side of the stage, as well as scattered around. The area in front of the 150 seats that are in front of the mixing desk are all assisted hearing seats. They are all within a hearing aid loop. So if you need that, come and sit in front of the desk. Someone has lost a mobile phone. If anyone can find or see a mobile phone lying on the ground somewhere, could you please hand it in to the information desk, or failing that, give it to one of the volunteers who will hand it in. Thank you, enjoy the day, and be very nice to each other. brief test on mic. Yep, cool. Check, check. This is the next one. Check, check.
We're
watered.
toileted. Okay.
Yep. like farm animals, basically.
Thank you. Hello, Adelaide. What a beautiful thing you are. Good morning. How are we? I'm really thrilled to see you all, and it's a lovely, cool day under the shade cloths and the trees. Welcome to Mental Health Matters at Adelaide Writers' Week. This is such a wonderful festival. Thank you to Louise and the entire team for putting it on. It really has been a staggering event this year. An event here on the country of the Kaurna people. Over 60,000 years of conversations and knowledge sharing, long before any of us imagined writers' festivals into being. Always was, always will be Kaurna land. Hey, my name is Natasha Mitchell. I'm from ABC's Big Ideas program. Who listens? Oh, thank you. Excellent. Big Ideas goes out Thursdays to Sundays on ABC Radio, Sundays to Thursdays on ABC Radio National, and of course on the ABC Listen app. And we are recording today, just so that you know. Look, Jonathan Rosen's new memoir, The Best Minds. Look, it is the most profound, the most moving, the most extraordinary read, and please take the opportunity to grab a copy at the bookshop if you get the chance, and there'll be a signing afterwards. It will make you gasp, it will make you cry, it will make you laugh. It really is a profound book. And it's the story of Jonathan's childhood best friend, Michael Lauder. Yeah. And it's a tender and it's a harrowing story about what happened next as they got to know each other throughout their lives. And it's about love, and it's about genius, and it's about eccentricity and friendship. And it's about the tragedy of good intentions. It's a story of how the way we view and understand and misunderstand mental illness has changed over time. It's the story of the important civil rights and intellectual and literary movements that rose up to challenge medical power and medical abuse and psychiatric paternalism and the stigmatisation of people who had been declared mad. But it's also the story about the devastation that followed and has followed and continues to follow deinstitutionalisation, so the closure of psychiatric hospitals and asylums of old. What came next? Well, that's a challenge, and many of you might be experiencing that challenge yourself or in your families. How do you get the care that you need? How do you get the care that your loved ones need? So I want to acknowledge that today is going to cover some very challenging terrain, but there are threads of hope throughout as well. And it is about the difficulty that loved ones face in supporting their loved ones to get care, but also people getting the care that they feel that they need when they most need it. This is an eternal challenge. It's an American story, but it's very much an Australian story. And it's my great honour to introduce Jonathan Rosen. Best Minds, A Story of Friendships, Madness and the Tragedy of Good Intentions is but one of his number of books. Jonathan's essays and articles have appeared in the New York Times, the New Yorker, the Atlantic, the Wall Street Journal, numerous anthologies. He lives with his family in New York City, and it is our delight to have you in Australia. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Professor Patrick McGorry, no stranger to many of you, former Australian of the Year no less, Executive Director of Origin, Professor of Youth Mental Health at the University of Melbourne, founding director of the whole movement of centres called Headspace, the Youth Mental Health Service here in Australia, an international leader in early detection and prevention of psychosis, something that we'll talk about today. And welcome, Pat. Lovely to have you here. Thanks for being in Adelaide.
Thank you.
There's a lot to this story, and the full telling of it will be in the book, obviously, but we'll see what themes we can connect with today. And so, Jonathan, take us back to 1973, and you're 10, and you moved to New Rochelle, just outside of New York, and a kid introduces himself to you. He lives across the road, and every kid's unique. But Michael was an especially exceptional individual, wasn't he?
He was. I met him right away. We lived on a very short street. It was one little block. There were about 7 houses. I was at the top of the hill. He was at the bottom, just enough hill to ride a skateboard into a parked car. But Michael was enormously precocious, and he read at lightning speed. I was a very slow reader and a troubled reader. He had a photographic memory. He would always engage while I was waiting for him to finish so we could go play basketball with my parents, who we immediately called by their first names, the details of the Watergate scandal. He knew all the ins and outs. And
As a kid?
as I'm talking about as a 10-year-old. I knew who Nixon was, and I knew he was a crook. That was the limits of my knowledge. He knew every member of the cabinet and what they had done. There was just an immediate connection between us, different as we were. His house was completely different from my house, although his father was a college professor and my father was a college professor.
And you were both bookish?
We were both bookish.
Big time?
Big time. He read them all, sometimes at the same time. In class, he had stacks, and he would just randomly read from them during class. He had permission to read during class because he'd zipped through these required readings called SRAs. And I did not do that. But we were both bookish in that we both wanted to be writers. And so we had that in common. He was constantly introducing me to writers, to books, to words, ideas. And at the same time, he needed someone who listened to him. We shared a sense of humor. And that was how our friendship began. What I was going to say is his father taught economics. His father wore a leather bomber jacket and had this very aggressive way of meeting the world.
And his name was Chuck.
And his name was Chuck, yes.
As you might imagine.
Even his name was a verb, as I like to say. My father was a refugee from Vienna. Used to walk backwards across the street when Chuck was coming towards him, even though they agreed about a lot of things politically. My father was a very soft-spoken person. He taught German literature. And so although they were bookish homes, they were very different. Michael had 2 brothers. He was the youngest of 2 large older brothers. And there was a kind of wonderful, violent energy in the house.
Yeah.
I had a sister. We would always defer to each other. And so it was wonderful to go over there for a little while just to absorb that
And get
energy.
the hell out of there at the
And he
end.
loved to come over and sit in our garden and talk to my mom when she was gardening, or my sister when she was doing her homework.
But you get this sense that Michael was very much slumming it in childhood. He'd grown up way before childhood began.
Yeah, he reminded me of Merlin in the Once and Future King. He had lived backwards, and he was just at the very end, but he'd already had a whole adulthood. He had tinted aviator glasses. Kids did not wear tinted glasses. But at the same time, there was an enormously forward-leaning quality to him, even the way he walked. His nickname was Toes. He bounced forward. He was very tall. I was only slightly taller, but no one necessarily would have thought of me as tall.
Yeah.
But he was always sort of rising up to meet his future.
That's such an interesting way of putting it. He had multiple nicknames. I think another one was Professor. How did that relationship shape you into your teens and then, I guess, into university?
We were very competitive, despite our great differences. And when we had to dress up as an historical figure in 5th grade, he was FDR, and I had to push him around in the wheeled chair of the swivel chair of the teacher. I was Hawthorne, which my mother, who's a writer, had suggested. I wasn't even sure who I was, and nobody guessed who I was, and I had pretty much dressed like my mother. I was wearing her velvet vest and a ruffly shirt that I thought was writerly. But we were associated with each other. We saw each other almost every day. But then we became competitive in a different way as we got older. When we began high school, we were attacked by a gang of kids the first week of high school. I was very badly beaten. There were like 7 kids. Michael got away. He ran away, but then he turned and watched. I was envious of him for as he said, shaking loose because he had street smarts, and he used to play basketball elbows out, whereas I was full of shame that I had not even really quite noticed. There were all these kids around me until one of them put his arm around me and began to punch me in the face. But we both felt bad about the outcome and never talked about what happened again. We both wanted to be the editor-in-chief of the high school paper. I wound up being the editor, but Michael's quit because he didn't want to work for me, whereas I would not have quit had it been him. He had a colossal ego that I think shaded gradually into a kind of grandiosity, but I was so shy that I saw it as a part of almost an admirable quality, because his ability to project himself into the world and to take up space without apologizing for it, let's say. Whereas in my family, I'm named for a murdered grandfather. My sister's named for a murdered grandmother, both killed in the Holocaust. Just to be alive was already, you might think it was just an affirmation of survival, but it was also almost a guilt-inducing problem, because that you should be there at all. And so we just had very different approaches to the world. That I certainly wasn't aware of any of these things. You just accept people and yourself as you are, I think. But we both got into Yale, and
Our paths started to diverge then, really, didn't
our
they?
paths started to diverge. And Michael said to me the summer before we went that he didn't think he'd see much of me. And I said, why? And he said, well, you're too slow. And I was always in my mind the tortoise to his hare.
Yeah.
And so on the one hand, it was very, very hurtful. On the other hand, it made a kind of grim, painful sense. But it was also just a spur to my desire to not be
So
a tortoise.
a defining friendship, those friendships that we form in our first 20 years and that sustain us through those formative years are so vital. And so definitional for the rest of our lives, really, aren't they? And so he then, strangely enough, goes to a management consulting firm. It's the 80s, 80s by then, isn't it? Yeah. So you know, the rise of management consulting firms, and he's bright, so he's swept up into that world. He wants to be rich. That doesn't make him happy, and he ends up quitting. But when did things start to unravel, or when were there signs? What were the earliest signs that he was struggling?
Well, his plan was he graduated college in 3 years with highest honors, and went to work for a management consulting firm, which was a newish thing. And as he himself said, it's because he could talk about anything with total conviction. And he really could. So why not monetize it? And he was going to work for 10 years, make a ton of money, and be a writer. I was going to take my tortoise path to victory. I wasn't sure how that was going to work, but I had gone to grad school. But already in his first year, he had begun hallucinating. I did not know that. And I'm not sure the people around him knew it, but he felt they were out to get him. I met someone, or knew someone who I went to school with, who said that he was always convinced that the higher-ups were sort of after him, but would also never let him leave because he was too valuable. And so he left after a year, moved into the attic of a grand house owned by psychiatrists who played a large role eventually in his care, and wrote stories. So I might have known that something was wrong, but when you grow up assuming he's the hare, you just think he's taking a nap and you better keep running. Doesn't occur to you. And it didn't occur to me because he was doing anyway what I most wanted to do, which was live in an attic room with a view of the Long Island Sound and write stories all night, even though he was isolated in his own head and convinced that there were Nazis in the streets of New Rochelle trying to run him over.
Yeah. And so this household, we'll talk about that because it was part of a whole movement of social psychiatrists who really saw the institution of psychiatry as a devastating cause of mental illness or contributor to mental illness. And so they were trying to provide a different type of model. A response to an insane society was how insanity manifested. Pat, let me bring you in here because you're very involved and have spearheaded a movement to support young people in the early stages of psychosis. Tell us about what we understand about the risk profile of early psychosis and early psychotic symptoms. I mean, certainly some are drug-induced, but it's a much more complex story there, and we're still piecing it together, and we may never do so.
Well, it doesn't discriminate against anyone. Anyone can become psychotic. So that's the first thing. It is more. There is more risk in disadvantaged and marginalised sort of communities, and for example, in immigrants, there are higher rates there because of there's two theories there, but the main thing is that it does come on in exactly this age group, teenagers and young adults, as Jonathan described, and what we've tried to do is detect it early, because if you don't pick it up early, the outcomes are worse, like they are with any potentially serious or persistent illness. You've got to get it right at the beginning to have the best chances of getting better, and there's really great data on that now, that you, not completely, but you largely miss the boat in achieving recovery if you don't actually pick it up in the early weeks and the months of the illness.
And what are we talking about in those early weeks and months and days?
Well, some people think that that the brain is sort of I don't know, less responsive to the treatment if it's delayed, but you don't even have to invoke that, and that's not proven. You just think about what's happening to someone's life if they're untreated, for weeks or months at that stage of life when you're supposed to be, like Michael actually managed to get through to graduation before it struck him, but more commonly it happens to people before they've established themselves, academically or career-wise, or with relationships and networks. It's just an exquisitely sensitive period of life to develop any kind of mental health problem, and most mental health problems, conversely, happen in this transitional phase. So that's why
going on.
Yeah. So this is why we focus so much on detecting it early and making sure there's a comprehensive, holistic response to recovery and an optimistic approach. Because when I started psychiatry, I've told you this, Natasha, before, but the pessimism, the kind of iatrogenic pessimism that was transmitted to people with schizophrenia in particular, that there's no hope of recovery. That was such a toxic thing that psychiatrists used to say to people. And
more than what they said. I mean, it manifested as a reality because of the intense stigma around psychosis.
Yeah, and the neglect of the care, which is, as you say, the institutionalised movement was what everyone wanted to see happen at that time, because it appeared that was a 19th century model that had no hope of recovery. You just warehoused people and wrote them off, out of sight, out of mind. So there had to be something better in the 20th century, 21st century for the people. But the tragedy is that they just dismantled that system and didn't build the new one.
It's complicated though, and there has been robust debate about how early do you intervene? With a kid like Michael, who was an eccentric genius from the moment he, walked into the world, arrived from his mother's womb into the world. There's a risk of pathologising children, isn't there? And that is happening. I think we can absolutely say that is happening.
Yeah, there's a risk of over-treatment and there's a risk of under-treatment, but by far the most common experience is under-treatment. But you're seeing with ADHD and ASD now the risks of over-treatment or over-diagnosing. But with psychosis, I mean, it's like with any other area of healthcare. There's a risk-benefit ratio. So what's the risk of diagnosing too early? We see that with breast cancer and prostate cancer as well. You can go too early and expose people to risks that are not justified, or you can be too late and the person doesn't recover. So finding that sweet spot is what we've been working on in our research.
So Jonathan Rosen, this was an interesting time when Michael started to experience these symptoms, I guess we could call them, with the benefit of hindsight. You write so beautifully about the whole context within which you were growing up in and the challenge to medical models of mental illness. You had the psychiatrist Thomas Satz. I think I did the last interview he ever did, actually, just before he died in his 90s. Extraordinary hour to spend with him. who wrote The Myth of Mental Illness. You had the psychiatrist, Scottish psychiatrist R.D. Laing, who declared insanity as a response to an insane world. So there was this, and then there was you were doing literature at university. There was the whole literary movement that I think you describe it as mental illness was kind of a literary elixir almost. That's not quite how you said it, but just give us the context that you explore in this book, this sort of political, social, cultural, philosophical, literary soup.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I can say what eventually happened or if you want to eventually say that, but I would only say now then something dreadful winds up happening. And I knew what happened. What happened is that after being celebrated for heroically going to Yale Law School despite his schizophrenia and being is going to be the subject of a movie for which he was paid an enormous amount of money, and Brad Pitt was going to play him.
We'll come to that.
Okay.
But you can see where this story's going. It's phenomenal.
But he went off his medication and he killed someone he loved very much. But what I wanted to say was that in encountering the story, I didn't think of it as a story, even though it has an arc. It was that something dreadful had happened to my friend, to whom I was so deeply connected in all sorts of unexpected ways. And what it started to feel like was almost like a murder mystery in which everyone was a potential suspect. Why was it that when he was ill, there was no care? Why was it that we grew up in a world where losing your mind was a form of mind expansion? And how did all of these things happen? Why was it that in my literature classes you read Foucault's Madness and Civilization and learned that it was only a social construct and that there was no such thing as mental illness? It was just a form of othering people who were different. And of course, there's always abuse. But the idea that it was merely a semantic affliction and could therefore be cured rhetorically is itself a kind of madness. And I was inside of all of these things. And I would add to that my family, and I think Michael's too, were both steeped in psychoanalysis. And that was the dominant mode of psychiatry that these anti-psychiatrists you mentioned rebelled against. The chairman of every psychiatry department at every medical school was a psychoanalyst. And in psychoanalysis does not accept the medical model of illness. It believes that you are made ill. Everyone is made ill for the same reason, that there's a repressed emotion or conflict in childhood. And if it affects you a tremendous amount, perhaps you'll become psychotic. And if it doesn't, maybe you'll just be neurotic. And that in the same way that it's like applied mythology. Oedipus, a Greek myth, makes you sick, and telling your story makes you well. It was a fantasy for literary people. My parents, who were both very literary, assumed it made perfect sense. Telling your story would heal you. And the problem is that Freud borrowed from people who were severely ill, but he didn't treat them. And there was a time when psychiatrists were called alienists, and they all functioned inside of psychiatric hospitals. But if you could be a psychoanalyst, then you could just have an office like a dentist and have normal hours and treat people formerly considered well, and then go home at the end of the day. And so first of all, they deinstitutionalized themselves, but also the psychiatry against which anti-psychiatry was rebelling was in many ways already a departure from a medical biological world. And in the aftermath of the Second World War and the Holocaust, where genetics was applied erroneously to demonize people, everyone wanted to get as far away.
Yeah, which you can understand.
Hitler's doctor called Nazism applied biology. And so the idea of biology itself, it was falsely applied, but even if it had been accurately applied, our morality doesn't come from biology. And so all of these complexities suddenly became things I needed to think about instead of just, wow, wouldn't it have been great to have been a teenager in the 60s
Yeah,
when
which
everybody was so free.
But you articulate your teenage life in the 60s in such a beautiful, evocative way in this book. It's extraordinary. Pat McGorry, your career came of age as a psychiatrist, as a doctor, and then a psychiatrist through this time, didn't you? So were you responsive to that as someone who's a progressive thinker and, has wide interests and passions? Did you walk into psychiatry going, this is the model that I'm going to follow, thank you very much?
Well, I thought the way Jonathan has covered this in the book is just incredible. Just the best piece of writing about this I've ever seen.
I agree.
Actually, and the dilemmas that it sort of raises. But yeah, I was a medical student in the 70s when anti-psychiatry was at its peak. I was very taken with it because of the human rights aspect of it. That the people were so badly treated by society, othered, I think you used that word, and their care was just, on a different level, to any other part of healthcare, and it was still in these 19th century asylums or in those systems of care which were split off.
So why'd you go into psychiatry?
Well, I put it off for a while, but then I realised that, I did realise that it was real, that this idea that mental illness was a myth or a social structure was nonsense, actually. It was a real thing, it was a real illness, especially those more severe forms, which I was very interested in, schizophrenia and psychosis. And thought I had to get immersed in it. The only way to do that was to sort of to start training in psychiatry. And it was really, it was an inhumane sort of system as well, because of the institutionalisation sort of effect. And there's still an element of that, obviously, today, which people in the audience probably have experienced. But I think psychoanalysis was one form of reductionism, seeing everything in a psychological frame. And then you had this reaction to it, which was biological reductionism, which was a return to that sort of very brain disease type thinking. And both of them are inadequate. This is what attracted me to psychiatry, because you're able to think about the brain, you're able to think about the psychology of the mind.
And the life trajectory and the impact of trauma.
Exactly. And also, I work with refugees a lot too, so I saw that. But also the social context. And, thinking of refugees, the environment that we have here in Australia that's made their mental ill health so much worse by the social and political environment around them. You see that too. So psychiatry offers you a chance to learn about all of those causes and influences on mental health. And, but the system doesn't allow you to really practice in that way to sort of deliver the care, holistic care. So that's what I've tried to do, build holistic systems of care that don't throw any babies out of the bath, And that's a hard thing to do because, the funding and the philosophy, you have these ideological fights still these days in mental health.
The quick fix. Let's come back to Michael Lauder's story, Jonathan, your childhood friend. And so Michael quits the management consultancy job and he is spiralling into psychosis. He then spends 8 months inside a psychiatric hospital and emerges from that experience, and you visit him inside the hospital, but he emerged from that experience very much changed, didn't he? In some sense, you get this sense that and this is a common experience for friends who I know who have experienced psychosis, you profoundly grieve who you were and you profoundly grieve what you've lost. And so despite the fact that there's hopeful pathways for you, you still know that you've lost something very profound and you've seen something very dark. So why did he end up at Yale Law School? And why was that possible? Because, in fact, he was very unwell while he was doing that degree. But people rallied for him, didn't they? Such was his charisma.
Yes, he had applied to law school before his full psychotic break. What I described was prodromal, I guess is the word you'd use. These were gradually escalating episodes. But then he had one very intense break where he was convinced his parents were Nazi replicas of his actual parents who had been killed and whose dead bodies were in the attic. And so he armed himself with a kitchen knife, and eventually his mother called the police, and he wound up in the hospital. But and then he spent his long spell in the hospital, where yes, he was grieving, but he was also chastened in many ways, full of self-recrimination. It was a very different person I'd ever encountered before, and he was also medicated. And the medication itself had an effect, a powerful effect on him. It was very imprecise. He always described himself as a broken television set, and he said, the doctors just whack me on the side or move the antennas around.
Yeah.
But even with those crude instruments, they were able to sort of restore him sufficiently so that he could then gradually begin a path back, and he went to a halfway house. But it was while he was in the hospital, he learned he'd gotten into every law school. He rejected them all, as he put it, except for Yale, which he deferred, or had his brother defer. And then he was in a halfway house. And although he did grieve for that lost sense of promise, the paradox, I think, for him of being medicated was that, in a way, he did not entirely see himself as ill. So even in the halfway house, and this has a cultural element as well, he always described himself as the McMurphy character. McMurphy is the hero of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, especially the movie, which is what we knew, although he read the book too, of course. The movie's quite different, but the point is the same. And the point is that McMurphy isn't mentally ill. He's almost like a Kafka character. He's a victim of mysterious circumstances. Somehow he's just there. And so if you see yourself as the McMurphy character, one might have said, does that mean he doesn't in fact see himself as ill? And the answer was partly yes. And so every effort to accommodate his illness or set him on a slow path of recovery seemed almost like an insult to him. And his father, when his father heard that one of the doctors suggested maybe he could work at Macy's, drove him to Macy's department store, which literally says the biggest department store in the world on the side in Manhattan. And there, all the people at the returns counter were swamped by angry customers. And partly the sense was, this is a very stressful thing to do. Partly it was his father saying, why should my son do this when he can go to Yale Law School?
Yeah.
And Michael used to say, why would I bag groceries, as he put it, or work at a checkout counter when I could go to Yale Law School?
Yeah. The reality was, though, that he experienced all the things that people do experience because there's a lack of support. He experienced poverty for the first time in his life. He was from a privileged household, but he was complicated to deal with for his family, wasn't he? So he did experience some of those challenges of living in a halfway house. And trying to make a go of it. But he did land in Yale Law School, and people really rallied for him, didn't they? And he started to find, at some point, he finds the voice of advocacy, doesn't he?
He does, but I think what I was astonished to discover when I was researching the book was that his professors both recognized him as brilliant and also as someone who could not do the work. And one of his professors said to me, a wonderful man, said, I didn't think he would be a Yale lawyer. I thought he would be someone who had been to Yale Law School, who could be an advocate for people with schizophrenia. The problem with that is that Michael was the one who used to say, and he said it a lot to me, why would I work at Macy's when I can be a Yale lawyer?
Yeah.
And nobody told him. In their mind, their accommodation would somehow, the intention of it would become reality. And it didn't occur to them that they were equipping him, they were allowing him to believe that he was doing something that in fact was not entirely what he was able to do. And still, his fellow students, who were enormously and instinctively helpful to him without knowing, he told his professors right away. This one professor said to me he was almost profligate with the way he shared the information, but only very gradually. He told a tiny handful of people. They all assumed he was a genius because he carried himself like one, and he still had a remarkable mind. It's just that he couldn't sustain the thought or do the work.
And in some sense, you described that genius became a mask for what his needs really were, which was more medical support. And he writes an opinion piece or a story in the New York Times, and really everything changes after that. It's such a powerful story, this story of reclamation and, you know, from Bedlam to Yale Law School, and it really captures the hearts and minds of a community of people who are living with mental illness who desperately need role models, positive role models like Michael. There's a profound need for these stories to connect with people, to destigmatise the experience of psychosis. And Ron Howard gets in touch, Hollywood director, and they buy the option to his story. They option the rights for however you say that. They want to turn his story into a Hollywood blockbuster, and so that starts to happen.
Yes. The only thing I'd say is that the profile in the Times was written by a reporter, a very well-meaning reporter.
It wasn't Michael.
Everyone remembers it as a piece he wrote.
Yes, I do
because
too. Isn't
he
that funny?
is the governing intelligence in it. And his formulations are all the ones that were quoted. And then, but it ends with a quote from the dean of Yale Law School saying he's conquered his illness, as if it were a mountain you climbed, which was a misrepresentation of his illness, because he was still hallucinating. But it also contained these. I felt rotten reading it, because I was impressed, happy for him, but deeply disquieted because he was asked if he ever became violent, as he reported, as a way of saying that the people interviewing him for a job as a professor of law somehow held what he called a hateful stereotype, which is a hateful stereotype, but I knew he'd patrolled his house with a kitchen knife because he was defending himself against his Nazi replica parents. And so nobody inquired into the nature of that. The story itself was built around him. The headline said, "A Voyage from Bedlam and Halfway Back." It's an echo of the title of a collection of poems by Anne Sexton, who is Sylvia Plath's friend, a wonderful poet who committed suicide, who suffered from bipolar disorder, who often didn't take medication. But it was more about the echo of literature, as if he had been gathered into the arms of poetry, and that was somehow bestowing on him a promise of recovery through art, through literature. The actual headline, that was the headline, and the deck said, like a brilliant student encumbered by an invisible wheelchair. And that's because the dean spoke about building ramps for him, but it said he was encumbered by the wheelchair, not encumbered by his illness. And Michael had a way of always describing what burdened him as the medication, never as the illness. And having watched the difference between him in his unmedicated state and what a transformation it was for him to receive medication, again, those little elisions of reality or truthfulness, obviously done as a way of sparing him what people feared might be stigmatizing, were in fact the kind of subtle falsification that already made his story almost the Hollywood version of itself. So when Ron Howard read it and read, here's a brilliant young man who, with the help of his heroic father, who was going to be a hero in the story, and these amazing professors graduated from Yale Law School, the arc of the story had already been written, and it had partly been written by Michael, who loved heroic stories.
And Leonardo DiCaprio was going to play him, and then I think it was Brad Pitt.
And then it was Brad Pitt.
Yeah. And Danny DeVito as his father, was it?
Well, no, but Michael loved to say to all the Yale professors, who do you think should play you? How about Danny DeVito?
Yeah.
And so, in a sense, he was casting them in the movie of his own life that was going to be projected on
it's
the
a
great,
wild
on the big
story.
screen.
And then he had to also write his own story. He got a book offer, and that's part of it all. Very complicated, and a lot of pressure on his shoulders to perform and do what he really wasn't able to do. And Pat McGorry, as you're listening to this story and as you read Jonathan's book, how did you reflect on that tension that you're facing every day, no doubt, with people that you're supporting in your practice, of wrestling with a medication? And medication has been a really blunt instrument for many years. Often it's been quite hard for people to it makes them feel bad, but it ironically also makes them better.
Well, I think the way Jonathan put it, the medication is not used in a careful enough way. You know, it doesn't have to be like that. And one of the things that we did research on was to show that very, very small doses of medication are sufficient in the very early stages of illness. And people get over-medicated a lot, especially if they present late in an acute episode. But you can actually, even PET studies have showed, brain scanning studies have showed that you find a sweet spot that is below the side effect threshold, but is clinically effective. That can be done if you're careful enough and you've got the right environment to actually do that. But listening to it, I think you do see that it's a very challenging diagnosis to incorporate into your identity at that stage of life, especially if you've got a healthy ego. It's a natural thing to denial is a very protective defense mechanism against any threatening illness. So it's a journey to actually come to some acceptance of it, and you need a lot of help with that. This is where the psychological sort of therapies are very important, and the relationship with a sensible, practical and skilled therapist. You can't just devolve this to low-skilled workers. It's very challenging that what needs to happen there. And the other thing was, I remember at that time all that optimism about early intervention was peaking around the time that Michael. So I can understand why he, as a poster boy for recovery, would have been very attractive to the field.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the drug clozapine, which had been shelved for about 10 years. For many years actually, and revived in the early 90s as a result of some excellent research done in New York actually. That is a drug. He was still not fully recovered, as Jonathan said. He still had persistent symptoms even though he was better, so he was only partially recovered. But clozapine, a third of patients offered clozapine will completely recover at that point. He wasn't offered that, it doesn't seem like. So he did have a chance of more complete recovery if he'd been properly treated.
What happened in 1998?
So it looked to outsiders, to me, that he had achieved everything we had always wanted. He was a millionaire because he'd been paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to write this memoir and much, much more for the movie that was going to be based on the memoir, but that they were going ahead with anyway because, as the screenwriter said to me, sometimes it's easier if you don't have to wait for or adhere to the story. Also, when he had met Michael, and they did in order just to get the feel for what he was like, the screenwriter said to me, he looked like someone wearing a 5-point harness. He was incredibly stiff. He was determined, he felt, to demonstrate that he was in fact not ill at all. Although he told them a story that they loved, which was that he managed his hallucinations like a giant TV, where he had multiple screens. And there was the suicide channel, and there was the murder channel, but then there was the paradise channel, and then there was reality, and he would just enlarge the reality. And of course, people who make movies, and Ron Howard was a child television star, feel like, well, that makes perfect sense in its way. Which is not to say that somebody might not, in fact, gain that kind of control, but
there was a profound rationality to the way he articulated some of his experiences.
If anything, he was hyper-rational.
Yeah, and you were co-opted into that narrative in a way, all of you in a way.
When I visited Michael the first time in the hospital, he called me back with all these instructions. He wanted a book, The Literary Guide to the Bible, Frank Kermode and Robert Alter, but no one could see it because they didn't want him having it. So I had to wrap it up and bring him a tape recorder. And I was getting ready to wrap up the book, and my wife, I was then not married to, but was much more sensible even then and worked in hospitals, said to me, I think that is not true. I think that is a delusion. And I was used to listening to his authoritative voice. Partly it was told to me with such conviction. Partly because I think a lot of people don't realize that someone who might have severe mental illness could have an irrational premise from which many rational things are then deduced. So in fact, if you think your parents are Nazi replicas, arming yourself with a kitchen knife is probably a perfectly reasonable thing to do. And so all of these outward tokens of reason or rationality were present. So that
And I
was
do want to
already my
acknowledge
first
also,
encounter.
I want to acknowledge the Hearing Voices movement, because it is a network that is trying to have a more nuanced conversation about the experience of living with voices. So we won't probably get into that today, but it is part of a network who are trying to talk about this stuff, but it's damn complicated. Back to you.
And adding to the complexity, I think, with any of these things is when you extrapolate from some examples or experiences and establish a norm as a result of it. Everybody assumes, even today, that antipsychotic medication is horrible. Now, I would never pretend that it was a good thing, but as Pat was saying, there are doses of it that are enormously effective. Not for all people, but for many. And the idea, though, that it is horrible is partly because Michael isn't the only one who attributed all of his difficulties to the burden of his medication. And nobody ever says, I had the best chemotherapy last week. Everybody understands that it's a burdensome intervention that is better than the alternative. But if you are not convinced, as he never really was, that you're ill, then this burdensome aspect that you're now dealing with would only seem like something maybe introduced against your will, or that it was inimical, and that is an enormous problem.
And in all this, he had partnered and was living with his fiancée, Caroline. And I can't imagine what she was experiencing, limboing around these alternate realities that he was living with and wrestling with, no doubt.
I never answered your question about what happened in 1998.
No, and so they'd moved in together, and that was a positive thing. We need people in our lives, but what happened was a complete and utter tragedy as a result of his lack of medical support.
Michael went off his medication. He couldn't write his book. He very much wanted to, especially because he didn't like the idea that someone else was going to tell his story. It suddenly ceased being a grand acknowledgement of his heroic life and became something else. He wanted to write his own story because we wanted to be writers. I was always amazed at how intent he was on that point. But he couldn't write it, and it wasn't his story at that point. He went off his medication and became increasingly delusional. There were times when he would not let Carrie in because he felt she was an alien or a spy. And the people caring for him knew this. But they were so intent, because of the world, the social psychiatry world they'd grown out of, were so intent on saving him from the system that they didn't really rank saving him from his illness or saving Carrie from the worst effects of it higher than their prime objective. And he stabbed Carrie to death with a kitchen knife and then fled actually fled to a Cornell University where both he and I had received, won a fellowship as teenagers. I always was convinced that he had fled there because it was at a time when his mind was his friend. It was a very difficult fellowship to get into. We hadn't told each other we were applying. I worked incredibly hard to get in. He breezily told me he'd gotten in, but he wound up there, flagged down a police officer, kept trying to explain that he thought he might have killed his girlfriend or a wind-up doll, and they didn't believe him. But gradually, they did call the Hastings, where he was living, police department, and the person came on the line and said, "Hold him." He did exactly what he said.
Yeah. And there's much to that story, and you saw it all. And look, you do tell in a chapter, very profound chapter, Carrie's story as well, because often victims are not their stories aren't properly told. And his story, because of the Ron Howard factor and the advocacy, and it rolled out across the newspapers, and you saw him splashed on, the front pages of the newspapers in a blue jumpsuit, and the headlines "Psycho" and "Killer" and all of that, and then a whole debate around the insanity plea, that and the complexities around that. He's been incarcerated for 25 years now. Why did you want to write this book? What was it about the telling of this story that you felt compelled to do?
Well, first, I spent many years not wanting to write the book and not wanting to tell what I didn't even know was a story. It was more this sense that something profound and terrible had happened to my friend, that I almost felt when I read about it, or actually I heard about it from my mother, who called and told me not to go home. Somehow she had some maternal terror that I would be at risk because he was still missing, which I thought was nonsense, although in retrospect it wasn't entirely nonsensical. But not because he would have come after me as me, if you know what I mean. But in any case, I really I did feel as if I myself might have done it. Like I was shocked at how deeply entwined I was with his story emotionally and psychologically
and
in its
nightmares.
aftermath.
In the days afterwards, you had terrible nightmares.
Terrible nightmares in the days afterward. But I also didn't know what had happened. I knew almost nothing about mental illness, severe mental illness. I had a terrible haunting memory of a conversation I'd had just a few weeks before, in which he said, I have to go now. I'm having thoughts I shouldn't be having. And I didn't ask myself, what might that really mean? Because, and still in some way, I continue to see him as the Hare, which is awful. But what I also, eventually I had children, I got married, I had, when my younger daughter was 10, the age that I was when I met Michael, and she had a very close friend, and you realize, your child is both so small and so large, and this was her whole world. I began to feel, I suppose, drawn back. Eventually then I had to figure out what on earth happened. And what was amazing is how many people I met who were sort of guides, the psychiatrists who had cared for him. This couple, the husband, who was a very eminent psychiatrist, had joined the Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, who is the guru in India, kind of a cult figure.
Who had a lot to say about mental illness, but that's a whole other story.
He did indeed. And the mother, who was also a psychiatrist and who loved Michael, died a year after he killed Carrie. But their daughter, who was grown, is somebody I wound up meeting, and she decided that she really wanted me to tell the story. And one aspect of it was all the psychiatrists and social workers in this world referred to themselves as the network. They were like an alternative mental health care system. Michael's actual psychiatrist came from this world, and there was only one person in that network who understood that this was a disaster waiting to happen, but no one quite listened to her. But that was one piece of it. Another piece of it was Michael's law professors. It never occurred to me he couldn't do the work. Why did an abstract idea of genius, which had been so important to the two of us when we were kids, like it was going to inoculate you against all the sorrows of the world to be smart? And Michael used to say, I may be crazy, but I'm not stupid, as if to say I'm not either. And to be smart is not, in that sense, to be mentally ill. Like, where did that association come from? So all of these elements kept emerging. The professors hadn't just been his law professors and mentors. They had helped change the laws that made it almost impossible to commit someone who required help. And so for them, too, that was a kind of reckoning. And so on the one hand, it was a very private journey, partly an exploration of my childhood. But on the other hand, you know, Michael lived on this short street of mine, and I always thought of him and probably myself as so unusual, so unique, and Brad Pitt was going to play him. And I kind of discovered he lived on everyone's street. And the number of people I met who were once removed from severe mental illness, and whether it had had the tragic outcome that Michael's story had, or had been a tragedy averted, was not the distinguishing feature. What was the distinguishing feature was that there had been no net to catch them. There had been no way to help someone simply because they were ill, as we would do for every other illness. Violence had become the only criterion for helping someone.
So we've only got 5 minutes left.
Oh,
and
my.
I know, we could actually talk for 3 hours. Shall we just do that? Thank you for listening to this story, and thank you for telling it. And I can't imagine you telling this story in the way that you are at festivals like this. I just thank you for doing it and taking us there. But I do want to have a conversation in the minutes that we've got left about how we have a conversation about mental illness and violence, because the reality is that most people with mental illness, the only violence that they commit is against themselves. And that's the reality. But people and families also are desperate for a conversation because they're living with fear about a sense of palpable risk as well when people aren't getting the medical care that they need. This is a really complicated conversation to have, Pat.
I think it's actually more straightforward, actually. As you say, the general situation is that people with mental illness, even severe mental illness, are much more likely to be harmed by other people than they are to harm anyone else. In fact, their risk is lower than the general population as a group. But there's a subgroup of people, particularly as in Michael's case, when the delusions focus on close family members and they're clearly the behaviours might make sense, as you said. You know, if you believe a certain sort of set of things are true, then your behaviour makes sense. So clinicians will know that. They'll know that the risk is there when that type of delusion appears. You know, and those clinicians should have known that even at that time. So, but that's a subgroup. It's a small, and actually, research in Sydney has shown that most of those murders are committed by people who have never been even diagnosed. So they're first episode patients. So this is why early intervention, early detection is so important. You'll save a lot of lives if you actually find those people early and treat them and make sure they recover. So
huge challenge in doing that right now. We know that across Australia, particularly post-COVID, or as a result of COVID, nothing post about it, services are really stretched. And young people are really
Well, here are the
troubled.
facts. 50% of people in Australia with mental ill health of any kind will only 50% will get access to treatment, and the 15% of that treatment will be of acceptable quality. So that's the situation. If that was the case with breast cancer, diabetes, asthma, you name it, the public would be out in the streets. It would be completely unacceptable to the public. That is the situation. Now, COVID has definitely made it worse, particularly for the age group we work with, of teenagers and young adults. There's been a jump from 26% prevalence of mental illness in that age group in 2007 to 39% today. So this is a public health crisis in youth mental health. We've seen not a shred of action about this. The services that we have built are completely swamped and shrinking at a time when we've got this crisis. So now that's not just about psychosis, it's about anorexia, it's about the whole spectrum of problems. But buried in there are the emerging psychotic illnesses. And we have got the opportunity to pick them up early if we resource that safety net and that entry point. But we've got a whole other group called the missing middle who can't be properly treated in a primary care environment like GPs or Headspace, but they can't get into this high bar of the state-funded acute system. And you can see why people want to protect patients and people against entering that system, because it's so such an aversive experience even today to go into an emergency department with a mental illness. So you can see why people try not to act and intervene in those acute phases like these people did. But there's huge risk. So we have over 3,000 suicides every year in Australia. It's twice the road toll. And we have a subgroup of homicides which are committed by people who are untreated or poorly treated.
And that's why you're continuing to do the advocacy that you are in the best way that you can.
Yeah, but we need
it's
the
hard
public.
getting it in.
Well, you know, the politicians, we're meeting Mark Butler later today about this, but the politicians are sympathetic, but they won't act unless you people rise up, you know, somehow and force them to do it.
And how do you want people to do that?
Well, there's an organisation I was telling you, Jonathan, called Australians for Mental Health that we have set up, like a Get Up for mental health, which is completely free of any government funding, and it's basically intended to mobilise the public. But I've spent 10 years trying to raise funds for that organisation, and it's struggling. We've got great people on the board, we've got a great CEO, but that's the sort of thing, that's the missing piece. And it's sort of a public momentum issue that we need to generate. I mean, you don't need to do it for cancer. They don't have to get out of bed, the cancer people. The donors and the
Although
government
we
come
want
to
them
them.
to. Yeah. Final word to you, Jonathan. What's been the response to this book, aside from Obama putting it on his top 23 books of the year? And thank you, Obama, for being a reader, and let's hope your next president is as well, America. And not just reading the tabloids. But what's been the response to this book?
For me, deeply moving. I mean, first of all, that sense that it is actually a universal story and has been very powerful for me. The number of parents who are trying to care for adult children with severe mental illness and who are continually having their efforts thwarted and not just thwarted. I mean, people whose children are so sick and are adults and reject all care, and there are no tools. And in a sense, that experience has been, and the I was afraid, and sometimes when I would give a talk at a particular kind of a venue, that I was telling a story with its worst outcome, and I didn't want people to think, oh, this is going to reinforce the stigma. But in fact, the gratitude that the story is told in all of its detail or nuance based on a personal connection is what people respond to. And I also think first of all, the number of people who thought they were honoring Michael's autonomy, but were in fact merely encouraging his illness and endangering his own life and Carrie's life is astonishing. And I think that that's really important, almost as if their fear of doing something stigmatizing when they knew that he was not in his mind is a very profound lesson for people. And what you began with about institutions, however flawed they are, we're always presented with that challenge. Do we pretend they're the Bastille and knock them down altogether, or do we find what's necessary, good, and then recreate, and then save them and reform them? So
So you understand the subtitle of this book, The Best Minds, a story of friendship, madness, and the tragedy of good intentions. Jonathan will be signing books. Jonathan Rosen in the bookshop. That's the cover you're looking for. It is extraordinary, and I'm sure that many of you will have stories of your own that will intersect with this one. And sorry we didn't get to questions, but as you can understand, we needed to land in a gentle place here. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, and please thank Jonathan and Pat as well.
Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to Writers' Week Day 4. A little bit of housekeeping. Once again, we would...
That sounds like an expectant hush. Good afternoon to you all. My name's Jonathan Green, and we're about to have a conversation with the woman to my left, Jane Smiley. Before we begin, we're gathered on the lands of the Kaurna people, unceded territory that was occupied by those people for some 60 millennia, the plains, the rivers, the hills of this place, a place to which the Kaurna people maintain a spiritual connection, an unbroken connection, despite the impositions of colonialism. I pay my respects to their elders and to any Indigenous people in the audience today. Jane Smiley.
Uh-oh.
This is your life. Jane is prolific. I had expected on entering the retail portion of the festival to see an entire wall taken out with your work. This is not the case, sadly.
But I am not as prolific as Mr. Keneally.
There is that. You are, however, taller. So, you know, there's...
I hope I'm as funny.
It's yin and yang. 18 works of fiction. Novels for young adults. 1,000 Acres, of course, won the Pulitzer Prize. The next novel is not out yet, so your timing at this festival is unfortunate. Lucky is coming out in April. So look out for that. But the current book is a dangerous business. And I think it takes you to one of your, I think, favoured sort of periods in that sort of Civil War-ish time in the 19th century.
My editor keeps saying you can't set everything in the 1850s.
Why not?
That's what I would say. You know, it's a very interesting period.
Well, what is it about that time?
Pardon me?
What is it about that time?
Well, we know now that the Civil War was coming, but the people at the time, they just thought things were maybe going bad, but they didn't know why or what was going on. And things were different in the West than they were in the East. They were more, I don't know, cowboyish, but they weren't cowboyish completely. I mean, when I chose to set this book here in Monterey, California, because that was around the time that California was brought into the Union, which is 1849. Monterey was the capital, and everybody thought Monterey was going to be the big town. But there were problems with Monterey. One of them was that the ships could not reliably land in the bay because of the geographical orientation of the bay. And I'm sorry, but the gold wasn't there. And so things headed north to San Francisco. And the result for those of us who live in Monterey and the Monterey area now was that it's paradise.
Where is it on the cowboy scale?
Well, actually, the village that I live in, which is Carmel Valley Village, is the cowboy village. And it contrasts very nicely with the railroad plantation in Pebble Beach, which is covered with fog. The artsy, craftsy, rich people place in Carmel by the sea, where your two-bedroom shack costs $4.5 million. And the historical things in Monterey, the beautiful sort of landscape in Salinas, the farming landscape that John Steinbeck grew up in. And it's a wonderful place to live.
Do you manage to keep horses there?
Yes, that's why I chose Carmel Valley. That's where that's where all the horses were.
We're both horsey. There was a great risk that this conversation could devolve into a thing about saddle fit and bit varieties.
Yes, but we promise it won't be about
we'll
that.
keep that to ourselves. You wanted to be a jockey, of course.
I did.
What went wrong?
Can't you tell? No, I topped out at 6'2" when I was 14 years old, so I knew that jockey thing wasn't gonna work.
When did you become comfortable with yourself as that person, that 6'2"
When I was
person?
14.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was never a problem. I've loved it every minute.
Does it make you feel sort of magisterial?
No, it gives me a good opportunity to spy on other people.
Which is the thing as a writer you do.
You betcha.
Tell us about that, because the writer's ears are always open in a particular way.
Well, you have ideas of your own, but one of the things I like as a writer is to have a whole bunch of ideas sort of popping around in my head at the same time. And sometimes they relate to the ones you already have, and sometimes they're new, but they make you curious about something. So, for example, when I was in college, I took medieval literature, and I was mostly interested in English medieval literature, but then there was a guy in graduate school who taught Old Norse, and I thought, that sounds interesting. And so I read, I got into his classroom, and I read basically all of the sagas. And that got me interested in Greenland, so I wrote The Greenlanders.
Well, you did a Fulbright in Reykjavik.
Yes, I did a Fulbright in Iceland, and I just couldn't stop thinking about what had happened to the Greenland population. So I wrote The Greenlanders. When I was in high school and college, we constantly read King Lear. And the thing that made me annoyed, but also made me curious, was why Goneril and Regan didn't get to talk and Lear never shut up. I mean, not Lear never shut up.
Can I pause? I want to go back to the sagas, but I want to pause you on that Lear point, the relationship between these three daughters with Lear, which you develop in your take on the tale.
Well, in the play, Lear clearly has a favorite, which we weren't allowed to have when I was a parent of young children. And I always wondered why he preferred Cordelia. And I always wondered what was motivating Goneril and Regan. And so I knew I wanted to rewrite it, but I had to find some kind of background material. And as always with a Shakespeare play, there is some background material. And there was some hint in one of the pieces that I read that Lear had violated at least one of the older daughters. And I said, well, that's a perfect reason why Goneril and Regan are hostile to him. But since he's the king, they have to stick with him in some way.
How does that explain Cordelia?
He didn't do it to her because she was the sweetheart. And he was just using the older ones. Which is not to say that I think that Shakespeare had the same idea. You know, maybe as a woman writer, that came into my mind as a likelihood more than it came into his mind.
The book is 1,000 Acres, and this is the Pulitzer-winning book. And that idea of you're a woman writer, that you are taking a woman's eye to these great tales, but also to the events of the history that you document. I mean, that's an important element of your work.
Well, I was lucky to grow up when I did, because publishing changed. When I was a writing student in the Iowa Writers' Workshop, my best friend was an avid writer, but she decided to become a publisher. And about the same time that she went into the publishing business, a lot of women went into the publishing business. And so the idea of which writers would get promoted shifted to more women writers. We didn't all have to be Norman Mailer or Philip Roth. We could write our own stuff. My favorite story.
I'm imagining you as Norman Mailer.
My favorite story about my writing career is that, so my friend went to work for Harper and Row. And when I had finally written my first book, which would have been probably in 1979, when I was ready to be shown to her, her boss, she was an editor's assistant, and her boss was having Freudian psychological appointments 5 days a week. And so he told her that she could buy whatever she wanted as long as she didn't spend much money. So I gave it to her, and she read it, barn blind it was, and she bought it for what I thought was plenty of money, which was $5,000. And that allowed me to kind of sneak in the doorway of being published and being an author, and to come to understand what it was like before I actually produced a book that was going to be a big deal.
How did you imagine that panning out from that beginning? I mean, this is a writing life. Was there any concept of that, or was it something you just
I had no idea. I just wrote the books and sent them in and hoped for the best.
It's could have worked out.
Well, I prefer, I like publishing. I like having readers. I like talking, yak, yak, yakety yak. But I like writing the best. And so one of the things I'm most grateful for in my career is that I've been allowed to keep going by my publishers.
I'm intrigued by how much of that writing work that you do in the bath.
I do the reading in the bath.
Oh, silly bee.
But I wouldn't dare take my laptop into the bathtub.
It's part of your daily routine, though, isn't it? To unzip a Diet Coke, to take your... we have the product placement here for those who are curious. To take your reading matter into the hot tub and settle down. It's good to have routine, don't get me wrong.
Well, I have a friend who did she's a neurologist, yeah. And she did a study of creativity. And one of the things she discovered was that if you're making something, and it doesn't matter what it is that you're making, you have to take a break from it, because your brain has to be able to kind of sift out the stuff that made you annoyed, or the confusing things that might continue if you didn't take a break. And so my experience is I write something, I take a break, which could be going into the hot tub, it could be going for a walk, it could be going to ride a horse, and I have an idea. The thing that confused me while I was working on it that day, suddenly I have an idea. Now, because I'm forgetful and have been my entire life, thanks to the internet, I can email myself a reminder.
Blessing.
It's been great.
What part? It's a really interesting part of the writing. I find as a part of the writing process, there is great joy in reworking the thing that you just wrote.
Yeah.
In going without the pressure of making the thing appear.
Yes.
To go back over that and then feed into that the ideas that occur, and on
Yes.
you go to the next thing.
I really like rewriting. Some of them have been harder than others. And each of my books has been different from each of the others, and that's been quite interesting to me. But for example, when I was writing The Greenlanders, because I wanted to put it in an archaic style that would be similar to something that had been translated from Old Norse, it took me a really long time to sort out the first 50 pages of the manuscript, which probably is about the first 30 pages of the book. And then I figured it, then it sort of took shape and it got into my brain, and then I would sit down and keep going with the story. And it just sort of came through me in a rush. I would sit down and think I had been writing for an hour, and I would have been writing for 5 hours. And I've only had that experience once. When I was writing Moo, so when I started out, I wanted to do the same thing as Mr. Shakespeare, whom I call Uncle Bill. I wanted to write comic novels, I wanted to write tragic, I wanted to write epic, and I wanted to write romance.
It's a good model.
And yeah, he was a great model, I have to say. And so each one that I've written. So the comic one is Moo. The tragic one is 1,000 Acres. The epic one is The Greenlanders. And the romance one, and romance is not love, it's travel from medieval times. And the romance one is The All True Travels and Adventures of Liddy Newton. And then I wrote one called Horse Heaven about horse racing with a comic horse, a tragic horse, an epic horse named Epic Steam, a romance horse, a realistic horse, and a surrealistic horse.
And the last 100 Years trilogy, is that the histories?
That could be. By that time, I just wanted to write about a long book about a family. I was curious about how families spread out, what they learned from earlier generations. So I wanted to write a book about 100 years of a family that begins on an Iowa farm.
We might come back to them because it raises really important ideas about our world as well. I want to, and I'm very keen for you to take us back to Monterey and read in a moment. But before we do that, can we just talk about the Norse sagas and this idea of old story and how they work and what they are trying to say about the world and how that influenced you?
Well, what struck me about the sagas when I started reading them was that they were novels, and that the people who were writing the sagas, even though their way of writing them was much more difficult than ours is, for example, they had very many of the same ways of going about writing the story.
For example?
I can't even remember. It's been so long since I read them, but this is what I was thinking at the time.
Yeah.
And so you had to be able to distinguish the characters. You had to be able to understand what happened. They had to make it suspenseful. They had to know exactly what sort of landscape they were writing about. And so you could tell the difference in the sagas between which ones were set slightly north of the others in Iceland, for example. And the characters were always different and intriguing. I think my favorite was probably Njal's saga.
In which?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Don't you realize you're interviewing an old person?
I'm so sorry.
Jeez.
Let's go to something you do remember.
I remember writing this book.
This book. And what's this to me? You had a girlhood fascination with Nancy Drew and Christie,
yes.
Agatha Christie stories.
Agatha Christie, yeah.
Finally, after all these books, you write this
Well, no, I
murderous
wrote
mystery.
My third book was a murder mystery called Duplicate Keys. That was set in New York City. And its inspiration was a teacher of mine in Iowa City. And one time I stayed with her in New York, which is where she lived. And she said that she had given away so many keys to her apartment that she couldn't remember who had them or how many she had given away. And this was a woman who lived on the Upper West Side.
What can possibly
of
go
New York.
wrong?
Oh. And that's what gave me the idea. What can possibly go wrong? And nothing ever went wrong with her. But I decided to use her apartment as the site of a murder mystery, and that was the first one. But then some years ago, I thought I would do a Joyce Carol Oates sort of thing, and I would start writing a bunch of murder mysteries under a fake name.
Nice idea.
And I would set them all in California, and they'd all each be in a different county in California. And then I realized, geez, there are 58 counties in California. That's going to take a while. Will I live that long?
So then you wrote the Elena Ferrante books instead.
I wish. Yes. But anyway, since Monterey was the first capital of California, I thought I'd set it there. And Monterey is a beautiful town, and they've done a wonderful job of maintaining the old buildings. And obviously, they aren't as old there as they are in England, but...
Did you get the feel?
You can walk around and you get a wonderful feeling for the landscape, a wonderful feeling for what it must have felt like back in the 1850s to live there. So that was my inspiration.
Jane is about to read the beginning of this story. This, I must warn you, is a thinly veiled attempt to get you hooked.
Of course. Why am I here?
Right. The book will be available for sale and signature after this event. Jane.
I will say there's another book in there that is one of my total favorites, which is Perestroika in Paris.
Yes.
And that's about a horse who's a racehorse at Auteuil, and she escapes into Paris to the west side, and she lives around the Place du Trocadero for about 6 months. So that's one of my favorites.
It's a wonderful piece of sort of elegant absurdity.
Oops. 2 months after her husband died on November 12th, 1851, Eliza Ripple stopped writing letters to her mother back in Kalamazoo. The reason was both simple and complex. Her mother had written her 3 letters, all of them lamenting and lamenting and lamenting Peter's demise. But apart from the shock, which was perfectly understandable given that he was shot in a bar fight in Monterey, Eliza was more relieved than upset. They had been married for a little over 2 years. She was 18 when her father handed her over to Peter, who was 38. Eliza had hardly known Peter at the time, as he was new to Kalamazoo, visiting a cousin he had there. He had presented himself as prosperous and well-mannered, an experienced traveler with connections and funds. Eliza had offended both of her parents by becoming fond of a boy her age from Ireland, County Cork, who worked at a lumber mill, though not the one her father owned, was tall and handsome, spoke with a lilt, hadn't a penny, and was, of all things, Catholic. All of the members of her family, staunch Covenanters, were convinced that the Irish, especially those from Cork and Dublin, were soulless sinners. Her father had pointed to a freed slave who'd run across the Ohio River to Cincinnati and then made his way north and said, "Better Josiah Grant than that bog trotter." Peter never told her parents that he was a Covenanter or even a Presbyterian, but he had the right name, Cargill, and was happy to be married in their little church in Kalamazoo. And the only thing Eliza could think of while the ceremony was taking place was the sight of Liam Callahan standing on the corner of Lovell Street and Park Street, the red autumn leaves fluttering above him, staring at their carriage as they drove to the church. Perhaps her parents assumed that Peter would settle down in Kalamazoo, buy himself a sturdy house, and produce the grandchildren her mother was ready for. But once the snow melted off in the spring, Peter was already preparing himself for California, the gold rush, his future wealth, and whatever wealth he had was all in the future. By the Christmas after they married, Eliza knew perfectly well that the wealth he had wooed her parents with was a mirage. And Eliza, of course, was to come along as his servant. That was clear, too. It was not that Eliza's parents disagreed with the idea that Eliza was born to be Peter's servant, but they did not act out their beliefs. In actual fact, her father was her mother's servant and had been as long as Eliza could remember. They slept in different rooms. He was to knock if he wanted to enter, because if he came in suddenly, he would give mother a headache. He was to let her decide what was to be done with the house or the garden or the horses or Eliza. At the end of each month, when he brought home his profits from the mill, he handed them to mother, who divvied up the money to pay the bills and then sent him to the bank with what was left. Eliza was their only offspring. More evidence for Eliza, once she was married, that mother called the shots. These sorts of things would never happen with Peter. Part of the reason Eliza didn't mourn him, and part of the reason she was now earning her living, and a good living, in Monterey, was that he had made it clear that he intended to put it to her, whether she liked it or not, once or twice, every day. And then, when she felt the quickening, he took her to a woman on South Pitcher Street in Kalamazoo who gave her some concoction and kept her overnight. She never saw the remains. After that, he regularly pulled out and also bought a few rubber things that he used. When he got her to Monterey, he found a doctor who gave her own rubber thing, a pessary, which she was to wash and insert and take care of. If there was anything that she was thankful for to Peter Cargill, excuse me, if there was anything she was thankful to Peter Cargill for, it was the knowledge that enabled her not to be impregnated again. Thank you.
There's a wonderful sense in that of whisking the reader up and placing them instantly into this complex world and giving them that sort of instant entree into a whole lot of stuff, which is obviously immediately captivating, but I imagine this is a hard thing to do, is to dispense with a lot of preliminaries and just be there.
Well, it varies from book to book, but with a murder mystery, you have to start with something dramatic. And I knew that there had to be a reason. I knew that when Eliza was in Monterey, or when she got to Monterey, she had to be able to earn her living, because I wanted her to be self-supporting. But there weren't many ways for a woman to earn her living in Monterey, and there were fewer women than men in Monterey at the time. So it was pretty clear in my mind that she was going to go into the sex worker business. But I decided to make the woman who runs the brothel, I decided to make her a very sensible, determined, and knowledgeable woman about that business.
Do you think that would be, I can see how that's a useful thing authorially. Do you think that would be representative, or is it not important to sort of be historically precise?
Well, you know, when I was finished writing the book, I gave it to the local historian who specialized in Monterey history. And he went through it word for word, or word by word, and he corrected some things, but he thought that the ideas of the brothel were realistic, probable. Her friend in the book, who's one of my favorite characters, works in a different brothel, but it's a brothel for women. Her name is Jean. And I said, well, what do you think about that establishment? And he said, plausible. And, you know, if you want plausible,
that's good.
For Monterey, there's a building in Monterey that's still actually there that was brought from Australia. Every board, every nail, everything they needed to build this building was shipped from Australia to Monterey around the same time as that.
I'm very curious about that, but I feel like it's a tangent.
When they first brought it, they made it into a hotel, and then it became a theater. And now it's just kind of sitting there while they're trying to figure out what to do with it. But if they could do that, then there could be a brothel for women.
A book of strong women, a book that centres female experience, that is also a murder mystery, but is full of sex positivity. I mean,
well, there was. Why wouldn't there be? She's the worst partner. She's already had him, and Mrs. Parks wants her girls to be safe, and so she hires someone to keep his eye on what's going on, and she gives the girls a way to alert him and kick a few out. But a lot of the guys come in, and there's one guy who's been on a ship, a shipping vessel, for an enormous amount of time, like 6 months. He wants a rest. He wants some affection. And he's nice to her, and almost everybody is nice to her. And according to the Monterey historian, that was a characteristic of men in Monterey in the 1850s because there were so many fewer women.
Because we tend to imagine otherwise, I guess. We tend to imagine this is a brutish and violent time.
Not in Monterey, maybe elsewhere, but the evidence is that in Monterey it was not.
I'm also wonderfully reassured that the existence of a place called Kalamazoo this sort of says something nice about, I don't know, American culture. It's fanciful and yet serious.
Well, I grew up in St. Louis, and one of the suburbs that we lived in was called Creve Coeur, which means broken heart, as you no doubt know. So if you can name a wealthy suburb Broken Heart, you can name it anything.
I want to go to that part of the world and the last 100 years books. Mm-hmm. This is so bold. This
Why?
is such a grand venture. Well, to have the ambition to take that family and to take them through generations and through.
But
an
when you get to
century.
when you get to a certain age, you understand that your own family has been. There have been many generations. I was raised by my grandparents. Because my mother had a job, my father was out of the picture. And my grandparents told so many stories about when they were young or when my mother was young. And it really got me into the mode of thinking about families, the history of various families.
You wrote, it's a beautiful piece in the New Yorker about your dad and his absence in your life.
My absent father, it was called, yeah.
Yeah, but you say that when you were small, there was a period in your life when your father was a fictional creation, when your father was just a manifestation of your mother's stories.
Well, my father was out of my life by the time I was a year old, and I only saw him once when I was about 4. He was diagnosed at the time as having schizophrenia, and then he went into one institution and then another institution, and he and my mother split, and because. I don't know why it was, but I didn't have any attachment to him. Maybe it was because I was only a year old when he was out of the picture.
Is that defensive?
No. I don't think he ever did anything bad. I think he just, one of the stories my mother told was, and he was he was 6'4", really gorgeous. And I think my mother was attracted to him because they had both been in the Second World War, and they had met there, and then they had come back, and then they got back together again. And I think he still looked great, and he was also a good prospect.
Gregory Peck, isn't that the?
Sort of.
Yeah.
He's peckish. But when my mother was pregnant with me, she was walking down the street. They were walking down the street in L.A. where they lived, because he was looking for a job in L.A. in the airplane business. And he went into a church, and he was an atheist. So my mother couldn't figure out why he went into the church. He went into the church. He knelt down. He stood up, and he turned to her and said, "I am told you were given to me as my handmaiden." And my mother just went, uh-oh.
Chill.
Yeah, my mother was independent. She worked in a newspaper business.
She was keen to be a writer.
She wanted to be a writer. She did not expect to be anybody's handmaiden.
And despite this absence between you and your father, you once your writing life is established, you send him some books, get no response from that. But when he dies, one of your books, one of your books is in his bed.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. He died at 66, so I don't remember which one it was. But I thought that was really interesting that that book was there. Maybe he was reading it. He did not believe in literature or fiction. He believed in science and math. And that's a good reason why I'm glad he wasn't in my life.
back to the century, and World War II, big in the life of your parents, and of course a peak in this century you describe. I wonder about World War II, and I wonder about how that affected the people of those generations, and its generations each side of that event, and what the absence of that, it's almost a strength of sort of moral influence from that event had at that time, and the absence of it now.
I don't know if I can answer that question because I came from, so my father and two of my uncles had been in World War II, and they all had different responses. My cousin's father was a photographer whose job was to lay in the bottom of a plane and take pictures of the damage done by various bombings. And when he was out of the war and the war was over, if he heard a loud explosion, he would hit the ground. So there was some trauma there. My other aunt's husband was also in the war, and I think that made him sort of dictatorial. But for my father, I think the war wasn't about combat. It was about trying to come up with ideas or inventions that would help the U.S., or the Allies rather, win. And every time he tried, he failed. So he was constantly being moved. When he was at West Point, he was in the cavalry, but they got rid of the cavalry, obviously, for all sorts of reasons, for World War II, because what good was the cavalry? But they put everybody in tanks, and my father was too tall for a tank, so that was that. So he was constantly being moved around, constantly being asked to do this or that, and constantly not succeeding in what he wanted to do.
It's a turning point for the culture, and I think there's what one of the things in the Century trilogy, there's a sort of a before and after almost in that. There's this little passage from Claire Langdon as an old woman,
yes,
recalling a previous time. She says, "What did I love? I think all the scents. Mama's lilac trees and the wild iris in the fields and the rain on the breeze on a hot day, apple and pear blossoms, the hay just cut, the mix of odours in the barn when the sunlight was shafting through the cracks in the boards, heating everything up." Such an evocation of a sensual lost world. I mean,
one of the things about the trilogy that I wanted to explore, the Last 100 Years trilogy, was the shift in farming away from what we would call sort of organic-like farming to chemical farming. That was something that fascinated me for as long as I lived in Iowa. And I knew when I was living in Iowa that I was being exposed to toxins, and that we all were. And I wanted to explore that. So the trilogy begins in 1920, where the family farm is not very big, and
they use draft horses.
They use draft horses, and they fertilize with natural substances. And the St. Louis-based devil's company Monsanto has not done anything yet.
They do. I mean, that's the arc of these books is from that rich horse-turned soil to this chemically constructed layer of growing medium, which is modern farming.
Yes.
Which is the tale of our times.
I don't know if it's a tale or a tragedy.
I mean,
I know what I think. I don't know what to call it.
Well, what do you? I mean, this is the destruction of our world slowly.
Yes, and that was another thing I wanted to explore in several books, was how we have taken what was given us and messed it up just for the sake of money, profit. And I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about USA.
But it's the novelist's great gift is the old thing about writing of show, don't tell. It's the novelist's great gift not to just present a polemic, but to create the story.
You have to give the reader the sense of how it felt, how things felt and how they feel now. And that's what I've been trying to do all along. My natural predisposition is toward happy endings and comedy and that kind of thing. But if you live in a world where bad things are always happening, you have to include that stuff.
Well, the program note for this event says, she tells Jonathan Green why she believes novelists are always working at a time of turmoil. This is going to happen.
All times are times of turmoil.
What's the current turmoil, do you feel? What do you...
Haven't you been watching the news?
Yeah, well, I just want you to tell me. I have a sense of it.
Well, the current turmoil was spurred by Rupert Murdoch, the worst immigrant ever.
He's our fault, I'm afraid.
And he did it only for profit, and he will not suffer any of the consequences. But I also blame Ronald Reagan. You know, when I remember, I think it was my first child was born in 1978, and I remember when I got up in the middle of the night because I lived in Iowa, and I was watching. I turned on the TV and I had held her in my arms, and they announced that Reagan had won the election in 1980, and I burst into tears because I knew that it was going to just shift, and it did.
Things aren't getting better insofar as presidents are concerned.
Did you say they are getting?
I'm not.
Yeah, they aren't getting better. I am a big fan of Biden. I think he's done a great job. All the statistics show that he's given us prosperity. He's given us so many good things, and he can't get a positive response from a large amount of the community.
As a student of American culture, I mean, why is that, and why does the other guy attract such devoted following?
A jerk likes a jerk.
Nothing if not succinct.
I don't know. I take one look at that guy and I say, how in the world can you be attracted to this guy? But I think it's because, and I think that the Democrats, I think they've made a few mistakes too, because they passed laws that were justifiable and good, but they didn't really talk the other side into them. I mean, I'm all for civil rights laws. I'm all for equality. I'm all for that kind of stuff. But then, I mean, I do think the worst thing that a certain someone whose name I never mention has done was to fix the Supreme Court so that they will do anything he wants, as is evident from today's news.
9-0 in his favour.
And once the Supreme Court is completely screwed, then we have no hope, really. Or we don't have much hope. I would say we have some hope. But I always think if that certain someone is elected, he's going to turn on people like us or like the governor of California and say, I've also been avidly against the gun movement, but there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing we can do about it, apparently.
Your turn for questions is coming up. There's a microphone just on the right-hand aisle here, so form a little line. Make sure they're questions.
I'm going to say one last thing.
I'm going to ask you another question. We're not done yet.
Go ahead.
We're not done yet. Make sure they're questions, upward inflection at the end, please. If not a question mark, the full deal. Question mark and exclamation, the old interrobang, that's permissible, but not big statements. And keep it civil and polite. We insist on that. I wanted to ask you about the next book, but you can...
Oh, yeah, I'll tell about that. So
it's called Lucky.
Yes.
It's out in April.
It's out in April, at least in the States. I don't know about here. But when I went to my 50th high school reunion in 2017, one of my interviewers asked me if I'd ever said a book in St. Louis, where I grew up, and I thought, and I said, I haven't. What's wrong with me? And so I decided I was going to write an alternative autobiography of me if I'd been a musician rather than a writer. And I love music, and my family, we grew up singing around the piano.
What did you play?
I didn't play. I played the banjo for a while.
But in your alternative novel life?
I'm a singer who plays the guitar.
Okay.
A folk singer.
Joni Mitchell.
Sometimes somebody like that. And her name is Jody, and she went to the same high school I did, but she learned different things, and she never got married. And I totally enjoyed writing her music and her lyrics. Excuse me, and just reimagining my own life.
There's a potential spin-off project here for someone to take those songs.
Wouldn't that be nice? Volunteer, it's accepted.
If you're listening, Taylor. How about that?
That would be lovely.
Yes, please.
Hi, thank you so much. I just wanted to ask you to talk a bit about the Jewels, your novels for young people. How did you come to do that? What's the project there? Because they're terrific.
Thank you. Well, when I grew up, I loved horse books. And I realized how much I'd learned from the horse books and that I read, like, I can't remember the name of them now, but and I was an only child, and I thought all the time I was growing up that I was going to find a horse in the woods who was going to be my friend. Unfortunately, it never happened, but I was allowed to take riding lessons. But when I moved to where I live now, near Monterey in California, I was introduced to the fact that some local people, two brothers, had reformed horse training, took it away from the old sort of carrot or stick method, and turned it into teaching the horse how to cooperate with, and to want to cooperate with the rider. The teachers that I took on when I first brought my horses to this place in California were exactly that kind of people. They were very observant about how the horses behaved. They acknowledged that the horses had their own opinions, and they won them over by getting them to cooperate. And I wanted to write books about that for kids who liked horse books. And so that was the inspiration. And then they were fun. So there's 5 books about a young woman in the 50s whose family owns a farm and the things that she learns from these instructors. And then there are 3, which are actually my favorites, about one of her students who's what we would have called when I was growing up, contrary. And I really enjoyed those. She's kind of a version of me. Her family can't afford a horse, but they can afford a few lessons. She wants a horse more than anything, and she meets up with a young horse that she really connects with, and those are those 3, the contrary girl. So I enjoyed writing those a lot. They were fun.
I've got all these horse questions now, but it would quickly deteriorate.
Don't
as a
ask me how much money I lost
No.
going into the horse business.
I won't do that, sir.
Okay, Jane, thank you. Well, welcome. Thank you for coming. Very inspiring. I just want practically, how do you go about writing a book? How long do you spend researching? How long did your first book take? How long do you take now? Do you write by paper, onto a computer? Just some of the technical practices.
I write on the computer. I write on my Apple laptop, and I call myself très prustienne because I write in bed. But when I started out, I wrote on a typewriter. And then when I was writing, when I was about to start writing The Greenlanders, I bought one of the original quote-unquote portable computers, which was as heavy as a sewing machine. But one of the things that happened was that since I was not writing on a typewriter, I never took the piece of paper out and put another piece of paper in, so I never paused. And that's one of the reasons that the Greenlanders has no chapters. And it's also one of the reasons that it just came right through me. Because there was nothing that reminded me that I needed to pause. I did write about the various difficulties I had with different books in my book, 13 Ways of Looking at the Novel, in which I read about 130 books, starting with The Tale of Genji, and 130 novels, excuse me, starting with The Tale of Genji, and moving forward to about, I guess it was about 2005, I guess. And I was curious about the nature of the novel. And then, so there's a whole section about the various novels that I read, and then there's chapters about what I learned from reading them. And included in that are some things that I discovered. Two of the chapters are A Novel of Your Own, Part 1. And the thing I learned about that was, for the first draft, just keep going. A Novel of Your Own, Part 2, and then the thing I learned about that was, try this, try that, try this, but also keep going. But I think the best chapter for me in it are the two chapters about the structure of the novel. And one of them has this novel clock, where I talk about the various parts of a novel and which ones that the various novels that I read contained. And almost all of them, if not all of them, contained gossip. And I said, yes. So gossip is really important because the characters have to talk to one another. They have to learn things about one another. And then I also put in a bit about the pyramid of the novel. So the pyramid of the novel is this triangular thing that has 4 layers. The bottom layer is language, and that's the door. The next layer is plot and character, and that's what murder mysteries are focus on. The layer above that is setting and theme, and that's what gives the author a kind of meaning. For most literary novels are really about setting and theme with some characters and plot. Most murder mysteries are about plot and character with some setting and theme. And then there's the tip, which is complexity. And the thing I learned about complexity was that not everything can be complex. You have to pick what's going to be complex. And if you pick the language, then critics are going to love you the way they loved James Joyce, and readers are going to say, I didn't understand a word.
That's what you want.
That's apparently what you want.
I'm a big fan of old manuscripts when people used to write by hand and then correct by hand, and you these images of these incredibly messy things which slowly take shape. And as someone like you who grew up using a typewriter, then moved to a computer, this age of sort of liquid correction of a much more sort of organic process of forming words. Well, I wonder how it's changed the forming of words.
When I was in Paris, because if you're going to write a book about Paris, you have to go there over and over and do a lot of research, especially in restaurants.
Just keep telling your publisher that.
But one of the things I did in Paris was to go to the Balzac Museum, and it's got lots of displays of pages that Honoré Balzac wrote, and I could not have been more grateful to be me rather than him, looking at how he had to write it and what he had to put up with in order to produce all of those books. And the other thing is that when I first started out, the research, you had to go find the encyclopedias, the World Book or whatever it was, and you had to call people, and now the research is on the web.
And the
it's
stuff
fabulous.
that you can research in process of, oh, that sentence, I need to know this. I can quickly find that out.
Yeah, and you can go to a neighborhood and you can have the Google boy walk around the neighborhood and you say, oh, I'm going to set it there.
Please.
Thank you very much for coming and your lovely talk. I also have a question a bit about the Greenlanders. I'm interested in what you just said about your sense of flow because of using this new medium. Did you gradually sort of change your style after that? And also I wanted to ask, how was the Greenlanders received in Greenland and Denmark?
I have no idea about the last part. In my experience, and you guys can tell me, but there's always somebody in the audience who's read the Greenlanders more than once.
Should we test that?
No, you can if you want.
Okay, who's read the Greenlanders more than once?
Well, we're too far south for that, I guess. But, in order to, if I wanted to write the Greenlanders now, I could send the Google boy to Greenland, and the Google boy would look around, and I would see it on my computer. When I was writing it when I was researching it in 84, I went to Greenland myself and looked around. So I still prefer looking around on my own and seeing what it would feel like to be somewhere. I still prefer reading a lot of books in the style that were written in the time that the book is set. So, because I like the prose to be similar to what the characters would have been talking about in those days. I love doing research. I'm glad it's easier on the computer, but I'm happy to go to libraries. I'm happy to talk to people. I'm happy to go for visits. I'm happy to do whatever I have to do.
I asked you before about, with that first book published, the prospect of that writing life. I'm wondering, and you said, well, I don't know, I just wrote the book. In reflection, that journey through all these books, what's your sense
I
of that
enjoyed
achievement?
them. The only one I had trouble with was Private Life, and it was because there's a crackpot in Private Life, and he was a true crackpot who actually lived, and I really had never met a crackpot. So it took me a really, really long time, and I went back and forth with my editor about why my portrayal of this guy wasn't working. And finally, I got some kind of insight into, I didn't want to diagnose him. He wasn't living in our time. I didn't want to diagnose him with a particular mental illness because I didn't want to think of him in modern ideas. But I finally managed to think of him. And he continued to be a crackpot. He was based on this is the last thing I'll say, but in the book he's called, God, I can't remember. But he was based on a relative. My grandfather was one of 10, and one of his older sisters married a local guy who was a physicist from central Missouri, who ended up in Northern California, whose only job, because he was a crackpot, was to observe what time of day they dropped the ball to show that it was midnight. And then he reported that to the local shippers, and then they knew what time it was. That was his only job. But he had all these theories, and one of his theories was that Einstein was an idiot. Because he believed in the theory of ether. He believed in all that early stuff. Anyway, when my great aunt died in the early 50s, a couple of years after that, he had plenty of money. A couple of years after that, he took the ship or a plane or something to Stockholm and offered to give us a speech to the the people at the Nobel Institute.
Splendid crack pottery.
And they all agreed, and they all got dressed up, and they sat in the audience, and he gave this speech about how Einstein was an idiot. And then, goodness me, they didn't give him the Nobel Prize. So 2 years later, he went back, and of course they were very kind and generous, and they let him in. But the only people in the audience who were also dressed up were the grounds crew. So he never got the Nobel Prize.
It's a very sweet tale. Crackpots are welcome at the signing desk shortly, where Jane will be.
But I'm glad that nobody answered. The worst question I ever got was, are you ashamed of telling lies for a living?
Oh, harsh. That person need not attend the signing desk.
Well, I explained to him what willing suspension of disbelief was.
Yes, it's not a fine line at all. A Dangerous Business is available in the retail outlet. Jane will be happy to sign your copies, and if you could please thank Jane Smiley.
Thank you for coming. It's been great to have a chat with
this guy.
This guy.
Let me see. Yes, good afternoon. It's afternoon time. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The usual announcements. We would ask you not to move the chairs from where they've been positioned, as the areas where the chairs are where we are trying to direct the sound. If you cannot get a seat and you wish to sit in the shade, the Torrens tent, which is the tent over near the Torrens River side of the parade ground, is streaming all of the talks, so you'll be able to sit there and watch them being streamed. Also, you will find on the hill behind the stage, going right back up to the shade of the trees, the audio is quite clear, so that also is not a problem. For those of you who are going up and down the central aisle and moving around, we are streaming these talks to various libraries and places. The streaming is via the cameras, which you will probably see sitting under a tree. And we would ask that you try to be very careful, especially during the sessions, to not walk in front of the cameras or walk past them and kick them as you go, because that obviously creates a few problems. And as usual, have a good day, be kind to one another, and enjoy. Thank you. Check, check, 1, 2. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for a couple more bits of housekeeping announcement. The struggle is real. I am noticing that despite all the announcements, certain chairs are drifting away from where they have been positioned and moving into other spots. I would remind you, A, that the chairs were in a position where they would be able to be covered by the audio, that if you are moving chairs away into a shady spot, away from the area where they've been placed, you will A, probably not be able to hear, and B, put yourself in a position where you may be interfering with the ease of thoroughfare for other people. Once again, we do stress, please do not move the chairs from where they've been placed. If you've done it, perhaps you'd like to move yourself back. Anyway, have a good day and enjoy. Thank you.
Do you want to check it? How's the screen?
And they're going to come up on this screen.
Together?
Yes.
Okay.
So is Bruce participating by video?
Good afternoon, everyone. Are we all here on our chairs? Thank you for coming. Welcome to our session, Israelis and Palestinians, The Past is Not Another Country. My name is Debbie Whitmont. On behalf of us all, I'd like to pay my respects to the original owners of this land, the Kaurna people, and to all the Aboriginal people who may be with us today. Those words, if you think about them, are actually our way of trying to say exactly what this is about. The past is not another country. And it's taken us an awfully long time to even be able to say that. And we still have a very long way to go, as we saw last year. But the truth is, we can't understand who we are and embrace who we are without understanding and embracing our past and how we got here. And that's a very difficult conversation for us in Australia, and an even more difficult conversation when you come to the Middle East and events there now. So I have to say it's with some trepidation that I'm sitting here today with 4 authors whose work has cracked open the past and is exploring some uncomfortable truths about the Middle East, the United States, and about Australia, and they're doing it all at a time of unprecedented crisis for us all. It's actually, for me, feels like, you know, triple somersault with Pike into a bucket. But this is the Adelaide Writers' Week, and that's what we do. So let's do it. So I'd like to introduce our guests, 2 of whom are joining us via live stream. First of all, joining us at the ungodly hour of, I think it's 4 a.m, is distinguished historian and scholar of the modern Middle East, Professor Ilan Pappé. Professor Pappé is Professor of History at the University of Exeter, Director of the Palestinian Studies Centre, and the author of many widely acclaimed books, including most famously The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, whose title might give you some idea of the controversy that it's caused. Welcome to you, Ilan. Secondly, sitting next to me is Nathan Thrall, who some of you might have heard speak yesterday. Nathan lives in Jerusalem. He used to direct the Palestine-Israel Project for the International Crisis Group. His essays and features have appeared in The Guardian, the London Review of Books, the New York Review of Books, and he's the author of 2 widely acclaimed books, The Only Language They Understand, and the book we were talking about yesterday here, A Day in the Life of Abed Salama, Anatomy of a Jerusalem Tragedy, which has been hailed as a masterpiece and named the best book of the year by countless overseas publications. Welcome to you, Nathan.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thirdly, now we're going to America and to Bruce Walpy, who many of you will know. Bruce is a senior fellow at the US Studies Centre. He worked with the Democrats in Congress during President Obama's first term and on the staff of our future Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, future Prime Minister would be good, former Prime Minister Julia Gillard. And he's the author of several books, including most recently, Trump's Australia and the Shocking Consequences for a Second Term. And if you think that title is scary, you try reading the book. Welcome to you, Bruce.
Thank you.
And finally, it's a long list, sorry. Not last or least, last but not least, is John Lyons, who many of you will know and will have seen very recently in his reporting from the Middle East, the ABC's Global Affairs correspondent now. John was a senior reporter with The Australian, editor of the Sydney Morning Herald, executive producer of Channel 9's Sunday program, and the author of 2 books, Jerusalem, a Middle East Memoir, and more recently, Dateline Jerusalem, Journalism's Toughest Assignment. Well, here's to that title, John. Thank you all. Okay, let me come first to you, Professor Pappé. Good morning. I hope you're been able to feel a bit awake. If anyone knows that the past is not another country, it is you. Your own parents fled the Nazis and came to Israel. Your historical work was at the centre of a great controversy around Israeli history, the foundation of the State of Israel, whether it was a matter of the Palestinians leaving voluntarily or whether they were forced to leave. Can you reflect for us on what that statement, the past is not another country, means to you right now in the present and the present that we are watching unfold?
Yes. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm sorry I cannot be with you. I'm still recovering from COVID, and I hope my voice will not be too broken and decipherable. Yes, I thought a lot about this title because actually one of my favorite essays in history is by the late Natalie Simon Davis, who wrote that history is another country. But she was an historian of medieval history, and I suppose she had a very valid point. For us today, if we reconstruct the history of the medieval history, we should be aware that we are visiting another country, even if these events happen in our country. But of course, when it comes to the modern history of Israel and Palestine, we are still in the same historical chapter that began in 1882 and has not yet matured and has not yet come to an end. So when I'm thinking about this particular sentence, I'm thinking about kind of three historical, if you want, contexts to which would, I think, validate this statement. One has to do with going back to 1948. And I remember working as a student in the early 1980s on 1948 on declassified documents. At the time that Israel invaded Lebanon in 1982, and the Israeli invasion of Lebanon helped me to understand much better the documents I saw in the Israeli and British and American and United Nations archives. And it turned out to me, it helped me to understand that, for instance, that this, in the same way that in 1982, many Israelis thought that the Israeli invasion of Lebanon was a war of choice, a war that didn't have to happen. In many ways, in 1948, Israel was using a war in a similar way against a similar enemy, the Palestinian people. In 1982, it was the PLO. In 1948, it was the Palestinian as a people without a particular organization. And it was very helpful to understand the connection between the present and the past, to see that the Israeli actions in 1948 that ended with the expulsion of half of Palestine's population, the destruction of half of Palestine's villages, and the demolition of most of the Palestinian towns, had something to do with Zionist ideology and not just as a result of a war between Israel and the Arab states neighboring Israel. So this connection between, for me as a student at the time, between the events in the 1980s, including the first Palestinian uprising, and what I saw in the archives in 1948, for me elucidated much better the connection between ideology and actions such as ethnic cleansing in 1948, and later on with the help of great Australian scholars, the late Patrick Wolfe, and may he live long, Lorenzo Veracini. I also understood that this was not unique to settler movements of refugees, such as the Jews who arrived in Palestine, to see the indigenous people as the main obstacle for their success, and therefore expulsion was definitely part of the methodology that settler movements such as Zionism used in order to implement their dream of building a safe haven for Jews away from anti-Semitic Europe. And then I also looked more closely, and then I understood how the Gaza Strip came to be the Gaza Strip. Israel pushed hundreds of thousands of Palestinians to the north, to Lebanon and Syria, to the east, to Jordan, but was unable to push them to the south because Egypt did not want to receive them. So Israel decided to create a strip, an enclave, and a rectangle that was made of 2% of historical Palestine. If you want conceded 2% of historical Palestine, it could have easily taken by force in order to create the biggest refugee camp in the world, and pushed into there hundreds of thousands of Palestinians it expelled from the center and the south of Palestine. And in the archives, I found document called document number 40 from the 25th of November 1948 that has a list of 11 Palestinian villages that were the last to be removed into the strip. On the ruins of these Palestinian villages, the Israeli settlements that were attacked on the 7th of October by the Hamas were built. And then, of course, you have a more recent historical context. 56 years of occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, oppression, violation, daily violation of human rights and civil rights. And you see the connection between that and the outrage and the anti-colonialist instinct of the Palestinians, both in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. And finally, you go to a more recent past, and that definitely is not a foreign country. The siege on Gaza, for bombing of Gaza from the air, land, and sea by the Israelis, and the fact that half of the Palestinians in Gaza are under 21. That means that the only reality they know is the reality of siege and bombardment. And they were the ones who are now forming the troops, if you want, of the Palestinian resistance there. And you get a sense that you are still, and with this I will end my answer, that you are in the same conundrum. And it's a very tragic one, where refugees from Europe, later bringing on the brothers and sisters from the Arab world, take by force someone else's homeland, and that other indigenous people are fighting back. And this is an essence of a struggle that cannot be solved unless, of course, you frame differently the relationship between the settlers now in the third generation and the indigenous native people of Palestine. Otherwise, this is not going to be anything but what we used to call in the Cold War MAD, mutually assured destructive of both sides. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Of course, you say in that, and you do acknowledge that there are two sides in this conflict. So as well as we have the Jewish people trying to implement their dream, and clearly that has brought us to where we are now, they were also, do you accept, seeking refuge after World War II. And that now what, oops, are you still there with us?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, we know what you look like. We'll just listen to you. We've both lost.
Oh, sorry.
We've lost your vision, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry about that.
But at least we can hear you very clearly. So hopefully it'll come back in a minute. We'll just plough on. So what I was just going to say is that what we've seen now since October 7 is these people who came implementing their dream are now no longer feeling safe. We are still stuck in history, but do you acknowledge that that is a vital part of it too? Professor
Yes,
Pape?
of course I do acknowledge part of that too. But the question is, of course, what is the right? What are the rights, and what are the validity, if you want, the moral, political, historical validity of people who seek refuge in another people's home, and how should they behave in that country, which is not their own country? You know, your question brings to my mind a correspondence that occurred between Martin Buber, the great Jewish philosopher, and Mahatma Gandhi in the 1930s. Buber wanted very much Gandhi to lend support to the Zionist colonization of Palestine during the 1930s. And Mahatma Gandhi wrote back to him in a famous correspondence that he would have supported the idea of a Jewish homeland in Palestine if he was convinced that the Jews wanted to live alongside the Palestinians and not instead of the Palestinians. But already in the 1930s, and Gandhi was a very perceptive observer, he understood from reading the ideological scripts by Zionist leaders and thinkers that the Zionist aim was not to live alongside the Palestinians, but instead of the Palestinians. And this, unfortunately, is still the main impulse of Zionism in Israel and Palestine. So I can acknowledge the need for a safe haven. I cannot accept the idea that that safe haven can only be achieved by the dispossession of the indigenous people of Palestine.
Thank you, Professor Pape. Let's come to Nathan Thrall. Nathan, you look at history through the microcosm of people's lives, through what happens in the everyday, actually when nothing is going wrong. And right now, you take in your book the example of a bus accident where a group of kindergarten children are going on an excursion, the bus has an accident, 5 children are burnt to death and one of their teachers. And you use that to tell the whole history of Palestine, which is an amazing book, let me tell you. I've said that yesterday, and he does it all in about 200 words. That's painful enough. But how do you reflect on what happens at the micro level at a time of crisis like this?
Well, you know, the fact of the presence of the deep history in Israel-Palestine in everybody's daily lives today, it's everywhere. And, you know, just now, Professor Pape was mentioning Martin Buber. And in West Jerusalem, there's a monument or a plaque in front of the home that he lived in West Jerusalem. And it, you know, honors the fact that this famous philosopher lived in this home. And there is no mention of the fact that the owner of that home from whom Martin Buber was renting was the family of Edward Said, the most famous Palestinian intellectual of the last century. And in fact, I know an Israeli who's been petitioning the municipality to make some acknowledgement of this, and all of his pleas have been ignored. So it's everywhere, and this effort to cover up the past is a big part of the indoctrination that is taking place, and you know, in the roadside signs in Jerusalem, you know, in Hebrew, Jerusalem is Yerushalayim, and in Arabic it's Al-Quds. And by law, you have to have on the roadsides, not all of the road signs honor this, but you have to have both the Hebrew and the Arabic listed. So the Arabic name for Jerusalem on all of the signs is not actually the Arabic name. They've just written in Arabic script, Yerushalayim. And so it's really, everywhere you turn, you see the erasure of the, you know, 2,000 years of history that preceded Zionism.
Wow, that example of Edward Said is pretty amazing. As you said in your book, you look at the microcosm, but in a way it's a microcosm, you just said, you can scratch anywhere in Israel-Palestine and you find the whole history if you look hard enough. I will come to Bruce last because he is the big picture, or a bigger picture or another picture. John, you've been doing daily journalism. I know you've also done a Four Corners, but recently you've been doing a lot of daily journalism, crisis by crisis. And of course, it's really hard to give much context in a minute or two of a news story or 90 seconds. I mean, do you sometimes feel that when you're reporting the news, it is a bit like the past is another country? How do you factor it in?
Thanks, Deb. And firstly, I'd like to just pay tribute to the director of this festival, Louise Adler, who some of you may have had a hint as to the sort of attacks that she's come under, but there are people in Australia who are strong supporters of Israel, or the Likud, the pro-occupation lobby, I call them, who don't want discussions like this to happen. They've made that clear. And Louise, over recent years, has come under extraordinary pressure, and it's only because of her that we're able to have this interesting and hopefully respectful discussion. Thank you. I've been visiting and writing about Israel and the Palestinians on and off for 20 or 25 years. I lived there with my family for 6 years in Jerusalem. I've been attacked by all sides. If you mention the word Israel, I think it's one word that everybody has a strong opinion on. Wherever you are in the world, it evokes the strongest possible emotions. There are people who don't think it should exist. There are people who don't think the Palestinians should exist. In fact, the current senior minister in Israel, Bezalel Smotrich, said recently, the Palestinians do not exist. The current Minister for National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir. As Deb said, I've just done a Four Corners, which will run this Monday night, interviewing some senior Israelis, and in that we quote Itamar Ben-Gvir, basically, where we quote a former head of Shin Bet, the security service, telling us on camera that Itamar Ben-Gvir, the Minister for National Security in Israel, is a terrorist. And I said to him, well, if we put that to air on Four Corners, isn't it defamatory? He said, I say it every weekend at rallies. And he says the fact is he is. He's been convicted that the far right has now hijacked Israel. And they are driving the Gaza policy. To answer Deb's question, what I try to do as a reporter is just report what I see and hear in front of me. I try not to put my opinion in. I try never to state something that's not a fact. Today I'm going to be very careful in what I say, but the facts themselves are shocking. Before we finish this session today, between 3 and 4 Palestinian children will be killed, on average, in Gaza, by bombs dropped by Israel, provided by the United States. And on the Four Corners, we look at to what extent is United States complicit in what's going on there. 30,000 or so people dead, just as I say, tell the facts. Between October 7 and December 15, Israel dropped 29,000 bombs on the Gaza Strip. That's fact. It's the size, the Gaza Strip's half the size of Canberra. And I calculated that's 79 bombs per square kilometre. So basically this area where the festival is probably roughly 1 square kilometre. Imagine 79 bombs on this square kilometre in one of the most densely populated places on Earth. So for me, I just want to tell people the facts. They are horrible. It's important also to report Israel's point of view. I think what Hamas did on October 7 was unforgivable. It fits my definition of a war crime, killing civilians. It's important, as Deb said, to consider the formation of Israel. So how do you put all that into 1 or 2 news reports? It's almost impossible. But don't make mistakes and try to tell the facts of the matter, and you hope that the audience will appreciate getting the information.
Thanks, John. Just to pursue that, you do write about the partisan reporting that we see here in this country, and of course why it's so incredibly difficult in this country. I mean, you'd think we're on the other side of the world. Sometimes you wonder as a reporter, why is it so difficult to report this conflict here? Like, what is it? Get real, people. You say in your book, actually, that when you worked for The Australian, your former editor, Chris Mitchell, told you there were only 3 people who could decide what should go into The Australian. It was Rupert, Lachlan and Colin. And that was Colin Rubinstein, who was then the head of AJAC, the Australia-Israel Jewish Affairs Council. Why is it so hard to report on this conflict here? And how do you rate your coverage? Is excellent, of course. We'll rate that later. But how do you rate some of the coverage you've seen, and particularly from your old alma mater, The Australian?
I think the biggest problem we have around the world, not just in Australia, but around the world reporting on Israel is weak editors. And we're finding even now in the last day or two at CNN, Christiane Amanpour, again, she's hardly some anti-Israel activist. She has led a staff meeting at CNN to say enough is enough. Let's just report the story. There is a very powerful Israeli lobby here in Australia. It is in some ways more powerful than the lobby in America because it's a smaller population for various reasons. The Jewish community in America is not as strongly Zionist. In Australia, it's one of the highest number of Jews. Of the 99,000 Jews in Australia, according to the last census, there's a high percentage of them who go and visit Israel. Many go and do Aliyah and live there. America is a more diffuse Jewish community. And there are different lobby groups in America that balance. In Australia, it's starting to change a bit, but it's been very hardline, pro-Likud, pro-occupation lobby. And, for 6 years, if they could have got me out of Jerusalem, they would have. And the more they attacked, it's just, I suppose, me and a few other journalists, the more they attack, the more I am determined not to let them win.
Them's fighting words. Well, that was a beautiful segue, thank you. Look, I mean, we barely started the discussion and it's almost over. I'm so sorry. But anyway, that brings us beautifully into Bruce Wolpe. Bruce, you look at Donald Trump's presidency and what it will mean if he gets a second chance, and you're basically scary spice in this conversation. That is really scary. You just tell us how what has happened is he's learned all the tricks, he knows where the levers of power are, and a second presidency would be basically about revenge. What would Trump Redux mean for the Middle East and for Australia? And I'm going to have to ask you all to cut your answers a little short because we don't have that much time. But please, you haven't spoken yet.
Well,
welcome.
Thanks to all, thanks to Louise and all the colleagues for bringing us together. And I'm glad we're having this conversation. I want to really go the obverse of the panel, which is that the future is not another country either. And the question is where we're going to land over the next year on this, and that includes where Trump, if he's elected, takes it. I just want to speak a little more personally about it. On October 8th, I wrote down 4 points to myself, 4 notes about looking at what was going to happen and what should happen, and just some guidelines. What are the objectives? And I wrote down these: destroy Hamas, free the hostages, separate the Palestinian people from Hamas, and avoid a regional war. None of these have been completely achieved. And number 3, my third point, separating the Palestinian people from Hamas, which was probably the most important part of my notes. It's utterly failed. I mean, with 30,000 deaths, the displacement of nearly 2 million people, the horrific destruction. And first, on the day after the war, after the attack on October 7th, as Israel's invasion got underway, I thought, if I were a Palestinian in Gaza and saw what was on, I'd be outraged that Hamas took all that money that could have gone to the people of Gaza and built a different type of society, and it went into tunnels and rockets. And those were the people you could separate from Hamas as this thing unfolded. But the way it has unfolded, that's now far. So when all this is distilled, everything that Ilan said and Nathan, John, Debbie, at the end of the day, all the history, it still comes down to this. Are we going to have 2 states, or are we going to have endless war? And that's it. And so that's the question before us. And with we can litigate forever. But if there's going to be a chance for a better future, we're going to have to choose. Do we want 2 states or endless war? And that's how I see it. I'll come back to Trump later, but I just want to put that on the table as well as we look not only to the past, but also to the future.
Bruce. Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, that's it. But you haven't answered the question. Okay, well, look. Okay, let's move on. The most brilliant people become very silly when they start to talk about Israel-Palestine. Not these people here, of course, but brilliant people do. But how do you see the future?
Solution anymore, and I myself time and offer equality to all the Israelis and the Palestinians living between the River Jordan and the Mediterranean, and would find also a way of repatriating the Palestinian refugees. Now, I talk about the end of Israel, and not out of wishful thinking or because I dread it or because I have a crystal ball in Palestine. Creating a Jewish nation state is not working, and not only because of the Palestinians. We saw before the 7th of October 2 different Israeli peoples. I call one of them, and you cannot build a future, just a joint future, just on the fact that you are both threatened by the same takeover demographic composition of the Israeli electorate. Would the world tolerate a state of Judea when Ben Gvir, and care about my American friends, and I have these constant conversation with my Arab American friends in Michigan who decided not to vote for Biden, and I beseech them to think about it. International powerful actors and the other regional power actors, the global south does not see Israel like the global north. And this is another indicator that shows that Israelis would have to get used to the idea that they will have regional ideas of Zionism. By the way, the Palestinians will also have to give up some of their national ideas, but it's not going to radiate positively on the whole of the Eastern Mediterranean, that we are surrounded in Israel and Palestine by failed Arab states. And the reason that they are failing is the political structure that the West has imposed on the Eastern Mediterranean after the First World War. The European model of nation states does not fit the Eastern Mediterranean. The whole area organically would have to think together of a political structure that would make sure that the kind of tearing it apart now would not be as destructive as they are at the present. And you cannot separate Palestine and Israel from the Eastern Mediterranean. It's an organic part of the world that historically, culturally, religiously, and in civilizational terms is the same part of the world. And any attempt to create a European, American, imperialist enclave called Israel at the heart of the Arab world is doomed to fail, as did the Crusader state back then in the medieval.
The Trump question, I think Trump will align himself most closely with Saudi Arabia, whether he Israeli people will win. I think the choice is, after everything, all the arguments, you're entitled to them, and the history, please educate us all. 2 states or endless war. And so what side are you on, and what are you working towards?
2 states or endless war. What do you say to that, Nathan Thrall?
So, I agree with Professor Pape that October 7th was a major blow to the basic idea of secular Zionism. Many secular Israelis question, fundamentally the entire Zionist project. But that said, I don't share his belief that this is the beginning of the end or some kind of collapse. I think that this is actually strengthening Jewish nationalism. I think it is strengthening the trends of segregation, of walls and fences. The West Bank is more closed down and restricted than it has. That too often the debate is framed as 1 state versus 2 states, while ignoring that the most likely outcome is neither one. It's just a continuation of this bloody status quo. And so Israel feel as though it has to choose whether to give Palestinians citizenship or sovereignty. They're choosing now neither one. There's been a deal on the table since 2002 from the Arab League for 2 states. And Israel, my bet is that we are going to just see a continuation of this bloody status quo with neither one democratic state nor 2 states.
Thank you. So that's great. Thanks, Louise, and thank you all for staying. If you have to rush off, we understand. Professor Pape, status quo, says Nathan Thrall. You actually say that this is an unwinding, and that unwinding is an... Oops.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
No, I don't think actually, contrary to what may appear, I don't think it totally contradicts what I'm saying. This is exactly the point I'm making. Since this is the trajectory, and I agree with Nathan, this is the trajectory of Israel in the next 5 to 10 years, I think that kind of Israel is not viable. The invincibility of the Israeli army, one should think what would have happened if Hezbollah would have joined the Hamas on the 7th of October, how Israel would, and so on. But what I'm saying is that in the long run, if Nathan's trajectory is correct, and I think it is correct, this international civil society that already questioned the legitimacy of Israel, but also for the secular Israelis themselves. There was a very telling sentence by a mother of one of the... said something very interesting. She said in the hearing, from any Israeli politician, from the left to the right, is a vision of 50 years of wars and bloodshed. I haven't heard one prediction of any Israeli leader or intellectual or pundit that tells me that in the next 50 years, life would be how Israeli politicians see the future. Such a prediction, such a trajectory, such an ideology and strategic vision is one that could not be sustained for very long. It is dangerous because it's the beginning of the end. And as happened to the apartheid regime in South Africa, are becoming fierce, ruthless, and cruel on levels unprecedented before. And we've seen it today in Gaza, and this is just the beginning. Israel is going to use the same ruthless methods in the West Bank against the Palestinians inside Israel. And it's, I think, the more, and this is ironic and tragic, the more ruthless and inhuman and callous Israel will be, the easier it will be to move the international community to turn Israel into a pariah state, and then maybe create a new political reality, which has to be filled very quickly by a reasonable representative history that are unfilled, turn into a perpetual chaotic situation as happening around us in the Middle East. But I do think there is a younger generation of Syrians, of Lebanese, of Palestinians, even a small number of Israeli Jews, who understand that the current political elites, the current agendas, working and hopefully will succeed in providing a different agenda, a different perspective on life that will, I think, join forces with many other young people around the world who are very, very unhappy with the political agendas of their political elites, which in the 21st century have the Secretary of State to say now is enough because 30,000 people killed are too much. This is the kind of language that I don't think American politicians understand, which yes, may work well with his work. It doesn't at all relate to the people of Palestine, to the people of Syria, to the people of the Eastern Mediterranean. If the Americans want to be relevant, apart from the fact that, of course, they have the power and should immediately stop these, really want to be relevant, it's time for them to understand that their language, that their perceptions of who the Palestinians are, why there is a conflict in Palestine, are all for freedom in Palestine, from the river to the sea, which ironically some Americans think is an anti-Semitic slogan, whereas it is a call for equality. I think some of these young Americans might be an American policy that understands who is the majority in the Eastern Mediterranean, who are the victims of the last 100 years, and who deserves an apology and rectification of American vile and criminal policies in the past in order to enable the Eastern Mediterranean and the rest of the Arab world to answer for the kind of situation we're in. It's not the only reason the Arab world is in the state it is. It's not the only reason. And it's time for America also to recognize its destructive impact on the realities on the ground and not all the time think an honest broker in the Israel-Palestine question. So it's time for the Americans to take a review of their whole, of the view. And I suggest to them to look at the history of American policy in the Middle East in the 20th century, where there were still people in the State Department that nowadays are called derogatively the Arabists. Look at those people who already in 1920, who served America for very long periods in the Arab world, who spoke Arabic and knew the Arab world and who direct the American policy. It's time for a different America. And I think there are enough people in America from different sections of society that would demand a different American foreign
catastrophe. Do you think it's possible now, or is it time, or is it even happening, that both America and Australia, in terms of policy, are starting to shift their view?
The president, and I think he formed his views on Israel as a Jewish state, as the Senate was elected to the Senate, where he comes from. And do we have leaders that can rise to the moment instead of just going down an inevitable road next year and we'll talk about the same things and the world will be in a worse place? And again, 2 states or endless war. I don't want endless war.
I think that could Biden's position actually lose him the presidency on this issue? I mean, I'm sure there are other things as well, like that he's too old. But how do you reflect on that as an American?
Yeah. So I agree with it has protected Israel at the UN Security Council. It has vetoed any kind of resolution condemning Palestinian self-determination. So that's been the role of the United States. And I also want to echo something else that Elon had mentioned, which is that, you know, what he envisioned is that the greater the Israelis, which don't exist yet, which Elon said could result eventually in Israel being a pariah state. And I think that one of the things that I think that's something that we saw in South Africa as well, when you had a massacre in Sharpeville. That is what got the attention of the world. Third, every day. And we shouldn't wait for there to be horrible massacres before we start to act. We need to act now. And by acting now, that the senior most levels of the Democratic Party are now talking about the potential of a president losing an election, whether it happens or not. It's just unprecedented that they're having a discussion about a president potentially losing an election over siding too strongly with Israel. That has never happened before, and a lot of the reason that American for actively thwarting
I mean, I don't know to what extent they're connected, but that you point that out, and at this time, of course, with our connected world and the internet and everything, your book is a testament to empathy. And we now, on our phones, can see what is happening in Gaza when an aid convoy gets rushed. It's just giving me goosebumps, sorry. An aid convoy gets rushed by starving people. And we might not know or ever be able to work out how that incident. I think that is at its, wouldn't call it a silver lining, but is that changing?
Again, alas, it is a very slow and incremental process. We saw that all of these Gaza wars, which are the bloodiest periods in the recent Israel-Palestine and the role of the system that keeps leading to these Gaza wars, but look where we are after 4 of these, and now the bloodiest one. We're not even talking about sanctioning, preventing settlement goods, but that's not even on the table. So I do think that, yes, this Gaza war, because of its scale, has bloodshed before we get to any kind of accountability.
John, of course, about the fact that foreign journalists are talking about leadership. And in Israel a year ago, the country was falling apart. It was having a complete crisis of democracy. Bibi Netanyahu, 2 questions here. Did Hamas hand Netanyahu
kept in Gaza? 30 or 40 of them are dead. That's according to the Israeli army. But in Israel, there's 3 different wars that are being watched. The Red Cross will not even describe the horror of what's going on there, with children being blown apart, etc. Children bearing children, because there's 19,000 orphans now. A lot. Where I've spent 3 trips since October 7. In Israel, you turn on the TV or open the newspaper, you will never see, to my experience, and I've looked for months, a picture of a dead or injured Palestinian hostage.
18 years old. The younger Palestinian generation is far more united in its vision of the future, speaks much more the same language, is neither Fatah nor Hamas. Palestinians in Haifa, the Palestinians in Adelaide, in a refugee camp, the Palestinians in Gaza and the Palestinians in Ramallah as one nation. And they are much more interested in equality than national sovereignty. They are much more interested in normal and natural life than a Bantustan that is being offered by the 2-state solution. I draw a lot of courage from their vision, from their energy. I hope that they will also be able to organize themselves as a movement, because like the young people who demonstrated during the so-called Arab Spring, the energies were there, the right impulses were there, but there was no organization, and that collapsed. It didn't produce the necessary, the hopeful, the results that everybody was hoping for. So what really makes me feel that it's worthwhile not just being an observer, but being an active member of a society that tries to change reality, does not only observe reality, is the younger generation. I think that many of them have the right impulse, a different agenda from the one that now dominates our life. I'm not going to lose hope. I do think that what is very difficult for all of us is to see beyond the next year and the year after, which are going to be horrific. But we have to look to the light in the end of the tunnel, and there is a dawn that will break out after this darkness. And contrary maybe to some of the distinguished members, which I really respect on the panel, I think a new dawn is a liberated Israel and Palestine from the river of the sea, where everyone is equal without any discrimination on the basis of nationality, religion, gender, and a new state that enables any Palestinian refugee that were expelled from 1948 and until today to come back home, and finally close this cycle that began with the Zionist colonization of Palestine in the late 19th century. Palestinians deserve to live normal life. Israelis deserve to live normal life. Palestinians will not live normal life in a small Bantustan. The only way that they will live normal life is in a society that respects them as equal human beings, something unfortunately Israelis are unable to provide them. So you need a total deprogramming of the Israeli mindset and mentality. It's a long process, but it's a possible process. I will end by saying that I remember being in South Africa in 2014. Every white person I met in South against apartheid. So I told them, if you all were against apartheid, why did it take so long? Believe me, in 10 or 15 years, quite a lot of Israeli Jews would be ashamed to say that they were Zionists.
Thank you, Professor Pape. I think on that note, we really do have to finish. Thank you, Professor Pape, for getting up so early in the morning. Thank you, Bruce Walpe. I don't know what time it is there. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for showing that we can have a sensible and constructive debate even on this difficult topic. Please thank our panellists here, John Lyons and Nathan Thrall.
Thank you, Deb.
Oh, a fucking nightmare, sorry. Thank you. You were great. Was it all right? Oh, it wasn't really. It was like...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. More of the general housekeeping. Once again, the battle is ongoing, as we've said. Please do not move the chairs from where they have been placed. I might sound a bit flippant about it, but it is actually very awkward. If you keep moving them, we will end up with chairs in places where they're not designed to be and where we cannot get audio to you. For those of you who wish to sit perhaps in the shade in a different environment, the Torrens tent, which is the large open tent over near the Torrens riverside of the parade grounds and the general Writers' Week enclave, the Torrens tent is streaming all of the talks, or at least from the east stage. So you can sit in the Torrens tent and watch the talk from comfort. Also, on the hill behind the stage, there is plenty of room. I would remind you all, stay hydrated. Please use sunscreen. The sun is quite vicious today and the heat will sap you. So keep drinking lots of water, use sunscreen, be nice to the people next to you and have a good day. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to Adelaide Writers Week for this session with Melissa Lukashenko. It's so fantastic to see such an enormous audience of readers here. And what a privilege it is to be here today on Kaurna land. I'd love to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and pay respect to elders past and present. And what a joy that we get to celebrate storytelling here today, and Aboriginal storytelling at that. My name is Claire Nichols. I host the book show on Radio National. I know some of you already listen to the show, so thank you so much for that. I get to talk to incredible people like Melissa each and every week. Melissa and I have chatted a bunch of times, but this is the first time we've met face-to-face, which is so great. But do follow the show if you can. This week on the show, Rebecca Kwong of Yellowface is on the show, Nam Lee's on the show, and Melissa's going to be coming up soon. And you guys are going to be a part of that because we are recording today for the ABC. Yes, you know, we clap loudly, we cheer loudly, we make a big fuss about Melissa, and that way you can all be a part of the show. Melissa, you're going to be signing books after the session?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Melissa's going to be signing books after the session. You can't go wrong with any of Melissa's novels, so buy them all and get them all signed.
Buy early and buy often.
Yep. Yeah, buy it for everyone you know. And it is a real thrill to be here with Melissa Lukashenko today. Melissa is a Miles Franklin winner for her wonderful novel, Too Much Lip. That book brought us the singular heroine of Kerry Salter, a Bundjalung woman on a stolen Harley full of complicated, fiery love for her family and for her land. And I really think Melissa is the queen when it comes to unforgettable, feisty, modern Aboriginal women like Kerry Salter or the brilliant Jo Breen from Mullumbimby.
Well, I'm a Republican, so I'll take president.
Queen, president, anything. But with her new book, Melissa's taken on a pretty big challenge, I'd say. She's taking us to Eden Glassy. This is Brisbane before it was Brisbane in the mid-19th century, when, for a moment, Aboriginal people still just outnumbered the white settlers, but everything was about to change. Can you please make a huge round of applause for Melissa Lukashenko? So, Melissa, this book puts Maganjan or Brisbane onto the page, set in the mid-19th century. I'd love to talk about Brisbane in fiction for a second. Do you remember the first time you encountered Brisbane on the page?
Yeah, I do, actually, Claire. It's great to be here on Kaurna country, and I pay my respects to Kaurna custodians, traditional owners and mob, and to any elders in the audience. I was raised with books in the house. Some of them were in Cyrillic and completely baffling to me, since no one sort of bothered to explain what Cyrillic was, let alone teach me to read it. But yeah, my mum had grown up extremely poor without access to books or much food or new clothing. And so she was determined that her kids would have the things she missed out on. And one of the ways she did that was take us to the Mount Gravatt Library religiously. And so there was always, me and my younger brother were always going to the library, always devouring books when we weren't outside playing in the bush. And, you know, like a lot of people of my generation and older, it was a very Anglo-centric upbringing. You know, the material that we absorbed and a lot of the ideas that we absorbed were from England still, including, you know, your Enid Blytons and your horse books and the Arthur Mee's Children's Encyclopedia. But one day I opened up a book. I think I must have been about 11 or 12, and it referred to Acacia Ridge. And if you know Brisbane, you'll know that that's a suburb on the border of Brisbane and Logan. And I couldn't believe it. It was like opening up a book and finding a green tree frog in it. That's the only thing I can describe it as, like wonderful but completely amazing. It's like, oh my God, that world can be in this world. And it had literally never occurred to me before because I didn't know any writers. Later I read the works of Kath Walker, who drew Noonuckle, but I wasn't familiar with them at the time. And yeah, so that has never left me, and I can tell it was in Springwood, and I know exactly where I was in the car when it happened.
I mean, that's a big thing too to realise. Oh, people from here can write? Like, you could imagine then a future for yourself where you might be able to put places on a page?
Yeah, I don't even think I made that connection at the time. I have no idea who the author was or where they were from, presumably Queensland now. But it was like the smashing together of two universes.
What does it mean now to be the person who puts Mullumbimby or Brisbane onto the pages of a book for somebody else to pick up and have that moment with?
Oh, that's a big question. What does it mean? It means a responsibility. It means a certain measure of power, and it means that I have to be really careful to not bugger things up. I was talking to Auntie Pat O'Connor, who's the senior Aboriginal custodian of Yugambeh country, who gave me permission to write what I wrote about in Eden Glassy. And I was saying to her about, getting the history right, and then I'd talk to Ray Evans, who's a historian from Queensland, a really brave historian. He's retired now. But in the Joh Bjelke-Petersen era, he was writing about genocide and massacres in a time when there was a radical conversation going on, but it was definitely a fairly dangerous thing to be doing in the Joh Bjelke-Petersen era. And I had been talking to Ray, and he said to me, Melissa, it's all fiction. All history is fiction. And that, loosened up some restraints that I'd put on myself. And then I had a conversation with Auntie Pat, and she said, yes, but they'll take it as gospel. Bub, you have to be really careful and get it right. So I was, I can't even remember what the question was.
Yeah, we're talking about, I guess, the power of putting this place on the page. Let's visit the history, or...
Stop knocking things over.
Have a drink. So let's talk about Eden Glassy. We'll start with the name. Remind us where Eden Glassy comes from.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a blending of Edinburgh and Glasgow, although that's disputed. And there was a fellow called Forbes who was the New South Wales Attorney General in the 1850s. And, of course, there was no such entity as Queensland. It was all New South Wales up the East Coast, if you were talking in European terms. And so he lands in Magungeon, Brisbane, and decides that Eden Glassy is a good name because that's near the part of Scotland that meant a lot to him. And he tried to bestow that name on the town, but it didn't stick. It was at the time Moreton Bay penal settlement, or had just stopped being a penal settlement maybe, and Brisbane had not been, suggested yet. So for a very brief time it was Eden Glassy. And because it didn't stick, because it was a proposal that didn't come to pass, that's why I used it for the book, because I wanted to talk about things that didn't happen in this place, things that didn't happen on Yagara country and which could have happened. Because I think we can be seduced into thinking that there are no alternative futures, as well as that there are no alternative pasts. I can't remember if it was Barbara Kingsolver or somebody else who said that might have been Ursula Le Guin, who said that capitalism seems inevitable, but then so did the rule of the divine rule of kings. When you're living inside something, you can't see beyond it very often. And I wanted to see beyond colonisation that happened in that particular way. And if there's no alternative to coming in and stealing someone's country and wholesale slaughter, then in a way that gives you a free pass, If people can't imagine that there's another way to be, that there's another way to proceed in the world, then you're not inspired to fight for a better way and a better future, are you? But Palestinians know that there's a better way. There doesn't have to be the mass shooting of people lining up to feed their starving children. It's just that's what we are living inside of at the moment. And so my work is about growing hope and helping us to feel less alone and to remind us all that there's a civilised way to live. The Wiradjuri call it Yinjamara. In the top end, in Yolnumata, from northeast Arnhem Land, I think it's called Madanga, something like that. Probably not quite right. And in my language, Bunjalung, it's called Garama Malala. And Garama is stream or story, and story is law, and Lala makes it a verb. So it's the way of story, the way of law, and that means civilization. All of those words I just said all mean civilization. And so my work is about hope and humour and Garami Malela.
So I guess you're saying there that there's a lot of power to be found in storytelling, right? I mean, some people would think that fiction, you know, something you pick up, you read, you put down and nothing changes, but you see your role as more than that. Can you explain like what the power of a story or storytelling can be for you in your line of, in what you do?
All of life is stories. All of life is stories. Barry Lopez said the only things holding us together are stories and compassion. And if we lose either of them, then we lose compassion and we lose being human. And stories come in many forms. You know, the literary novel, since Audible started making audiobooks, and sit in the shade. If you're in the sun, find some shade and be in the shade. There's no point being uncomfortable. You know, audiobooks and podcasts, you know, all that audio stuff now is making literary fiction more accessible to people. Much more accessible, and it's really, really exciting for me. You know, I'm like everyone. I go up and down in my moods, and there have been times when I've thought I write for not a niche audience, but a fairly small audience. You know, people who are educated, people who can afford to either buy a book or belong to a library in an urban centre, and then I read Demon Copperhead, and it's like, oh my God, of course this is transformational. Of course I need to keep writing, you know, and just those, the great books do for me what I try to do for others.
Wow. Yeah. Let's go back to Eden Glassy in the 1850s. Can you tell us what this place looked like? Because it can be hard to imagine now.
Yes, I did a lot of research for the book, and I had the great luck to have lived in the Kingdom of Tonga in 1997 for 12 months, and I have spent a fair bit of time in the bush in Australia as well, and in small country towns, because at the time Brisbane was a settlement, or Eden Glassy or Moreton Bay was a settlement of 800 to 1,000 white people, and roughly the same number of black fellas either living there or passing through. So, you know, a town of 2,000 people on the banks of a river that was not as muddy as it is today, and no paved roads. The first paved roads came in a decade or two or three after the time the book sent, and they were made not of stone or of bitumen, but of blocks of wood. Imagine that, blocks of wood. It was a dusty place. It was a muddy place. It was full of the sound of bullocks lowing, because bullock wagon was the transport of the day, dogs barking, you know, the clank of convict chains was no longer heard. That's one of the sentences in the book, because the convict era has just ended where I set the book. I set it in this time of great transformation. The convict era of 25 odd years had come and gone. The place had been colonised with the British and their guns and their soldiers, who are called diamonds in the book. That was the slang. But there was still a really large population of First Nations there, both the traditional owners, the Yagara people, who lived on the banks of the river. They'd been pushed from the CBD area of Brisbane across to where South Bank is today. And the Brisbane GPO actually sits on a women's birthing site where the Yagara women were always birthed traditionally, or that clan anyway.
Those Aboriginal clans across the Brisbane area, like how much were they interacting with each other?
Well, this is what I wanted to show. Henry Reynolds, in his book With the White People, talked about how there was a hell of a lot of trade and commerce and labour exchange with Aboriginal people and the colonists. So I wanted to show that, you know, and that's why one of my characters is Nita, who works for the pioneering Petrie family. And Nita is an Aboriginal girl, but she's Christianised. So she has one experience of being a black fella then, and her love interest, her lover, who becomes her husband, Mullinyan, he's a tribal man who's not a Christian. He's been through his tribal ceremonies, and their love story is the engine of the historic part of the novel.
I hope you'll forgive me for talking for just a minute here, but
Sure.
I read Eden Glassy about a week before I went to Brisbane for the first time in my life.
Oh, wow.
And I had a really kind of wonderful experience walking on the South Bank because I recognised it from your book, and I recognised where Granny Edie falls down on the South Bank, but I also could see Mullingan going on his canoe across the river, and I could almost see these two versions of the place at once.
That's great.
Can you see that when you walk through Brisbane? Can you see?
All Aboriginal people live in dual time. You know, if you're a cultural Aboriginal person, and I'm sure this is true for historians and it might be true for geographers or some other people, but absolutely, if you're First Nations, when you walk, you're walking in the footsteps of your ancestors if you're on country. And so you're constantly harking back and thinking about what they saw, what they smelled, what they experienced. And if you've got the knowledge, you'll be thinking about the song lines as well and the lore stories embedded in that country. But that's great that you could recognise the story in the landscape.
Oh, I mean, you just did such a great job, I guess, of painting the place.
Yeah, well, it's important to me. You know, we've got responsibilities as Indigenous people to understand where we live. You know, it's it is a constant source of amazement to me that some white people, not all, but some white people have very little understanding of the places that they're born or that they live. I had a bit of land outside of Brisbane at one stage years ago, and I was talking to one of the local white people when I'd first moved up there, and I said, and there was a big mountain at the end of her road, and I said, "Oh, what's the name of that mountain?" And she just looked at me and she didn't know. That's an extreme example, but that's what I'm talking about. To be a fully human person, to be a fully human blackfella, you must know your country intimately. Otherwise, you're just kidding yourself and you're losing out on so much. But I think people are coming to that sort of understanding very slowly.
The historical storyline in Eden Glassy is set a generation after First Contact.
Yep.
I know you didn't want to write a First Contact story. Can you explain why you didn't want to write that particular story?
It's a combination of not wanting to and not feeling capable. You know, there's this very tiresome conversation where people come up to me and say, "Can I write an Aboriginal story?" And it's like, well, no, and it's not me saying it, it's just reality that you can't because you don't have the capacity. To write a First Contact story, I'd have to know a lot more about Yagara people and how they lived before colonisation. And because I'm not Yagara, I haven't grown up in that particular mob. I don't have their particular stories, their particular understanding of country. I've got a pretty good grasp, good enough to satisfy the custodians with whose permission I wrote this story. But I didn't, and I also thought it was culturally useful to me to write it at a point where the numbers were about equal, you know, because dominance over other people is anathema in my understanding of Aboriginal culture. You know, to oppress another people is the opposite of Yinjamara, of Garamalalela. It's the wrong way to go about things. It's not civilised. And so to set the book at a time when the white and Indigenous populations were approximately equal is a kind of a underpinning of that idea.
And an incredibly tense setting for the story as well. How long were you thinking about this book before you started writing it, Melissa?
Probably since the early 90s.
Wow.
Yeah. It's I read the Reminiscences of Tom Petrie, which was written by his daughter, Constance Petrie. And Tom is a character in the book, and he was a white man of Scottish parents who came to Brisbane as a young child. And there weren't a lot of other white kids around. He had his siblings and a few other white kids, but he ran off and grew up with the black fellas pretty much. He was always in the blacks' village. He spoke fluent Yagara. He was initiated when the time came for him to be initiated. And at 12 years old, he would take the colonists out far from Brisbane because they knew that he could, it was of a diplomatic status that he could safely carry them through Aboriginal country, if they weren't doing anything wrong anyway. So, Tom, sorry, what was the question?
The question was how long you were thinking about it. So you read this book
in
the 90s?
The Reminiscences of Tom Petrie, and there was just so much in that book that's wasn't known then and still isn't known now. You know, things like the hanging of Dundalli, the resistance leader, in the middle of town in the main street of Brisbane, and the way it was botched by the hangman of the day. You know, that's a central scene in the book. In fact, that is probably the central scene of the book, because I set it in 1855 and everything else is folded in around 1855. I've changed the dates when some things happened so that I could have Dundalli being hung in the manner he was and at the time he was, in the place he was, accurate, because that was really important. That was the time when the main powerful resistance figure was brought down by the colonial establishment. And resistance hasn't ever ended and sovereignty hasn't ever been ceded formally, but that was a turning point in race relations in Yagara country.
When did you know you were finally ready to start telling this story?
When I had a conversation with the senior traditional owner, and she agreed that I could go ahead. I asked her at first, and she sort of said, "Oh, yeah, nah, go away and write about your own mob." And I was like, "Okay, well, this is a big project. If I want to do it, I'll have another crack." And normally I wouldn't do that. Normally I'd just go away humbly and accept that. And I went back to her and I said, "Look, this is why I want to write the book. This is what I want to show in the book." And the second time she said, "All right, let's have a conversation." And she ended up giving me, like, just in maybe 3 or 4 conversations of an hour each, so much information, and it really underpinned why I didn't have the capacity to write a first contact story. You know, I learnt so much in those brief conversations. That really was a humbling experience.
For the actual writing of Eden Glassy, my understanding is you didn't really have a writing room. You were kind of living in different houses.
For
and
the
what were you
bulk of
doing?
it. No, for the bulk of it, I had a room. I have a study wherever I'm living. But at the time of the Queensland floods, it's had an interesting gestation, this book. I did the research in 2009, or the formal library and based research of the archives and trove and stuff. 2019, then we had the bushfires. Going into 2020, I started the actual writing, and of course the pandemic came along. So 2020, 2021, I just wrote through the pandemic. Excuse me. And then in early 2022, Brisbane and northern New South Wales had the massive flood, so I was coming to the end of writing the book as my daughter was being taken out of a house by the SES, and everywhere was just going underwater. And I became briefly homeless. So it's, flood, fire and pestilence, this book.
Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, your daughter moved into your place and you
she was traumatised. She almost died.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Should I read that bit from the beginning?
Yeah,
Give people
absolutely.
a taste? Yeah.
Melissa is going to read just a section from the first part of Eden Glassy, which is set in 2024.
Just to give you a sense of the voice. I'm a bit dry, I don't know why. So, Chapter 1, The Fall, 2024. Eddie Blanket was falling towards the good Yagara earth. A calamity. At her great age, a fall meant the end, simple as that. Broken hip, pneumonia, kaput. Even as she lost the vertical, though, Granny Eddie was rejecting the whole stupid idea. You didn't live to her age by damn well accepting things, so she was definitely not falling. Toppling, well, yes, possibly, or teetering. Oh, like the teeter-totter in the schoolyard, remember? Hot yellow sunshine in the playground, thumping up and down with Lizzie Norman on the other end. Lizzie's terrible buck teeth bared in joy. Lizzie was dead and buried now, of course. Nearly everyone was. Eddie had buried her own kids and a husband too. She'd outlived the lot. And now here she was at Southbank, poised on the edge of the precipice herself. She observed with a kind of detached dismay, her right knee buckling to the footpath outside the Maritime Museum. her walking stick betraying her to skid across the grass and into the nearest garden bed. There was a solid 3 inches of cement between Granny Eddie's person and the good Yagara dirt of the ancestors, but that was of no concern to gravity, or indeed to Granny Eddie, for she was knocked cold by the fall. Everything had buggered up, gone skew-whiff. Blurred trees grew out of wavering buildings. Human-shaped blobs stood at a right angle to normality. And something else was off too. The traffic on Vulture Street had frozen in its lane. The city cat didn't move in midstream. Even the Qantas jet roaring over the river had decided to pull up and have a jolly old breather. Granny Eddie blinked in confusion. Then her brain slowly began to crochet together a looped understanding of events. Her stupid fall outside the museum, that was right. She'd tripped on the tiniest jutting tree root, and in outrage the earth had flung itself up at her, insisting she join it. This act of remembering made time begin thumping sharply in her left temple. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Eddie Blanket lay there, registering her injuries for 2 minutes and 27 seconds. An elder, mind you, laid low in the middle of the path. Terrible, terrible, and the white fellas walking well out of their way to avoid her, to avoid even looking at her. There they go. Bugger you, Jack, I'm all right, that's your motto, eh? Christ almighty, drunk, can't you see I'm hurt and someone needs to stop and help an old black woman? And instead you go and turn your nose up at me as a drunk on metho. Good go. Bugger off then, useless. And you, I can just about see your mutt, missy. Didn't the shop have a skirt your size to make you go and buy a child's one? No shame at all. And in a sudden burst of rage, who dragged you's mob up? A person could be dead for all you care. You, I'm talking to you. This is my country too, don't I count? When all of a sudden some youngsters stopped, kneeled down and murmured in concern, a flooding relief of tears because everything hurt and somebody cared. Give me that back.
Melissa Lukashenko reading from Eden Glassy. I'm so glad you read that, Melissa, because you've got such a distinctive voice. It's fierce and funny and it's rude and it's real. And this has been there throughout your career. Like when you first started writing in this way, did you feel like you were doing something different than people had done before?
No, see, I had no idea. I had read Kerry Hume, and I grew up on Banjo Paterson and Henry Lawson and Ruth Park, and I had read Peter Carey and some other writers, but the world of publishing was just complete mystery to me. I had no idea.
Do you think your confidence in that voice has grown as your career's gone on? I'm thinking of a character like Winona, Eddie's granddaughter, who, I mean, she's so fierce, even by your standards, I would say. Like, could you have written her at the start of your career, do you reckon?
I think I was her at the start of my career.
Seeing the world in black and white.
Well, I'm the only person in my family to have gone to university, and I sometimes feel like, it was a blessing to get that education, but it also I lost something through it as well, because I think it was Tom Sawyer who said, they're going to civilise me and I can't stand it. When I wrote Kerry Salter in Too Much Lip, I was trying to write a character as similar to myself, but if I hadn't gone to university, if I'd gone to jail instead of university. The craft becomes refined over the years, and I can write better now than I could in 1997 when I put my first book out. And I know what I'm doing with my characters. I'm much more strategic, of course. That's what develops over the decades of hard work. But it's fun. Winona was just pure joy to write, because you take the brakes off and you get to write someone that wants to burn down Parliament House and fuck them all, fuck the system, and then you've got other people who are the voice of reason, and they have that. Not that burning Parliament House down is necessarily a bad idea, but that way you get to have the debates that you want the book to be talking about.
At Adelaide Writers' Week, I'm speaking to the Miles Franklin winning author Melissa Lukashenko. Her latest novel is Eden Glassy, and it takes the reader to Brisbane in the 1850s and also today. I want to go back to the 1850s, Melissa, and meet Mullingan. Who is Mullingan?
Oh, well, he's tall, dark and handsome, of course, being Bundjalung. He's a youth who's on the cusp of manhood. And I've only just realised saying that probably subconsciously I made him that age because I wanted a character who was about to burst into his full power as a black man. He starts as a black youth who's looking forward to his initiation, and he's just being tested in subtle ways, and before his parents decide it's time for him to go for his manhood ceremony. And so that gives the book a certain propulsion that as his society is coming under greater and greater attack, as things are crumbling and the war is looking different, that he himself is becoming stronger, physically stronger, morally stronger, intellectually stronger. So I like playing with not duopolies, that's economics, dualities.
How does he end up in South Brisbane?
Yeah, well, in reality, a fella from the Gold Coast, which is where he's from, Yugambeh country, would have been taken to northern New South Wales, to Coracai, a little tiny town called Coracai that just almost got destroyed in the floods, for his ceremony. But in the book I just said Coracai is not happening for a while. It's important that he goes for his initiation because the white girls are starting to look at him, and that's very, very dangerous. His mother's horrified when she realises that white girls are taking an interest in her son, because that could, be his undoing and everyone's undoing in that era, or indeed in this era. And so he gets taken up to Brisbane by his father, up to Magunjan, to be put through the law of the neighbours, the Yuggera people. And the father has to race back home, and Mullingan gets put into the care of the Yuggera people. And so he develops a dual allegiance both to Bundjalung and to Brisbane, which is something that I also have.
I had a nice moment reading back through Mullumbimby and coming across the word Mullingan.
Yeah.
Yeah, what does it mean?
Mullingan is one word for the white-faced heron, which is my personal totem.
Oh, how lovely. So we've got Mullingan in South Brisbane. He ends up doing some work for the Petrie family, who we've spoken about already. The Petrie family is generally pretty respectful of Aboriginal people, comparatively. But, most people aren't. How dangerous is it for Mullingan to be a black man in this world?
Well, it's a time of shifting allegiances. It's a time when colonisation has occurred. So the military control of the area is in white hands, but only in the very central area of Brisbane. If you look through the historic records, there's people talking about being terrified to go a couple of miles or 5 miles outside of what's now the Brisbane CBD for fear of Aboriginal attack. And I was actually in Kyogle the other day, which is a town near Lismore, and I was talking to an old, well, she wasn't even old, she was like 70, white lady who was a retired nurse. And I said, have you been in Kyogle all your life? And she said, oh no, I came over from South Lismore. And when I first came to Kyogle, she's talking about the 1970s, she said, oh, I hadn't seen an Aboriginal, I thought they were going to spear me.
Oh my goodness.
Which, she was joking, but not entirely joking. And so this era of fear of the blacks and Aboriginal people being justifiably feared, it
came in part from a real person whose name was Kipper Billy. Lots of Kipper Billy, that kind of grounding as a person.
That was the only way to write it. There's every Aboriginal person at that historic moment would have known where they were from. It might have been very rare exceptions, but colonisation from Aboriginal families, where there are members of those families who will happily take those kids and raise them safely. It happens all the time, It'll happen tomorrow. It would have happened yesterday, all over Australia. I've got family members being raised by white people because the family wasn't able to handle.
People are removed from their families, from their land. Those ancestral connections are lost. That culture is lost. It's important.
It's damaged.
Yeah.
It's not all knowing who you are on country. But yeah, the colonial project is about land and money, and so to take Mullinyan off his country, that happens organically, almost. It doesn't actually happen through white interference. His father goes back to where his mother's sick, and so he's just left with the
temporary voice that you have. Find the voice.
About it explicitly, Claire, but there's a lot, I think, from early times. And, you know, for example, Granny Eddie, to go in the other direction, a lot of my mum in Granny Eddie, and also a lot of an old lady.
Which was fair, and you told me it was a silly question. And then actually said that your work's like actually quite
and, you know, it's the arrogance to write books that aren't.
You said you'd been speculating on this story for over a decade. Was the contemporary storyline, the 2024 storyline, always going to be there in this book? So when did that arrive?
I started based a bit on a Bundjalung elder who's passed now, who I helped also with a private memoir, and had spent a lot of time with in the year immediately before I wrote the book, from the Williams family. But, yeah, oppositional. She's what's called a polarity responder. Does anyone know what a polarity responder is?
I don't.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. It's the best thing. Look it up. Look it up. Yeah, she's contrary. Mum always said to me, "You're contrary. That's what you are. You're contrary," and that's what Granny Eddie is. So that allowed me to play with history a lot, because whenever. So that allowed me to play with history a lot, because whenever any historical argument was put to her, she would, normally flip to the other side, because that's what she likes to do. She likes to be contrary. Yeah.
I was speaking to another Aboriginal writer, Melanie Sayward, recently, and she was talking about how much you've inspired her work and this credo you have of beauty, power, humour, land as being central to what you give your characters.
Yeah.
I wondered what it's like for you to know that this next generation of writers are looking to you as an idol, as a guide.
Well, I had great teachers, so I feel quite confident about that. I'm drawing on people like Auntie Barb Cummings from Darwin, and Uncle Les Collins from Cherbourg, and a whole host of Aboriginal teachers. Alexis Wright, who I know was here earlier in the week. A lot of people, and we're all carrying the same thread. We are all carrying the same sensibility through probably from thousands of years ago. If we're trying to write within the context of Aboriginal law, we're not necessarily telling the same stories, but we are speaking in the same voice that has been voiced here for a very, very, very long time, if we know what we're doing.
I think it's going to be a really good year for First Nations fiction this year. We're only in March. I've read 2 incredible books from your patch of Australia. So we've got Charlene Alsop writing The Great Undoing. She's a Bundjalung writer. We've got Michaela Saunders, a Guri writer, writing Always Will Be, which is a fantastic collection of new fiction. Does it feel like there is a bit of a surge in terms of First Nations fiction at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's structural reasons for that. And, we're now into the second and third generations of Aboriginal people who are fully literate in English and going to university and have some kind of access to the lifestyle that you need to write a novel. But yeah, Michaela's voice is really interesting, I think. Michaela Saunders, I see a lot of my own ethos reflected in what Michaela does. To a really surprising degree sometimes.
And there's power, right, in the more stories there are about this part of the world, the more Bundjalung stories, the more Guri stories.
So long as they're from people who are culturally knowledgeable, and Michaela is. We have to be careful of people who are new to their Aboriginality standing up and telling the same story that is really palatable, which is one of, I've lost my culture, I'm coming back to being Aboriginal, and I'm new, and that's a much more damaging story than might be obvious from the outside, because it places us as diminished when there's plenty of us who know where we're standing, who know what we're on about, and who have a great deal to teach Australia and the world. And while I'm on the topic of teaching Australia and the world, I just wanted to mention that, as you can see by my wearing of the keffiyeh, that I have deep concerns about what's happening in Gaza at the moment. My daughter-in-law has family members who are at grave risk of being killed and who are very, very hungry right now. And I also wanted to mention that the Adelaide Festival, not the Writers' Festival, but the Adelaide Festival, contains on its board Amanda Vanstone, who is also a board member of Lockheed Martin Australia. And the fighter jets that are currently bombing Gaza are manufactured by Lockheed Martin. And so I think it's a great concern as a taxpayer and as a citizen of the world that there is such a strong connection between Lockheed Martin, the merchants of death, and the Adelaide Festival. And I would ask you all to reflect on that.
Thank you.
Are we really that hard up as a country?
I want to make a bit of an awkward pivot here because I do want to celebrate something before we leave the stage. Melissa, yesterday here at Adelaide Writers' Week, the Stella Prize long list was announced, and Melissa Lukashenko is one of our long-listed writers for Eden Glassy. And
third time lucky.
You had the biggest grin on your face when that got announced. How important is it for you to get this sort of recognition?
It's important and it's gratifying, and the money is really important if things come to money. But the best feedback is from Aboriginal women and girls and elders, people that tell me that my work has given them a voice that they'd never experienced having before in quite this way.
This has been such a joy and an honour. Melissa Lukashenko's books include Mullumbimby, Too Much Lip, and her latest, Eden Glassy. Make sure you read them all. Too Much Lip is actually the book if someone says to me, I'm stuck and I don't know what to read, I give them Too Much Lip and they come back and say, I loved it, thank you so much. My name is Claire Nichols. This conversation will play on the book show soon, so make sure you're following the show on the podcast or ABC Listen app. And for now, can you please thank the wonderful Melissa Lukashenko?
Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Ladies and gentlemen, hope you're enjoying your afternoon at day 4 of the Writers' Week.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Writers' Week and to a session with the lovely Lisa Miller, who you may, if you're up early enough, watch on ABC TV, but otherwise you might have seen Mustard Dogs. And if you haven't, I can assure you after this you probably will. My name's Amanda Vanstone. I think Louise Adelaide chose me for this because she knows I love dogs. Lisa's maligned her recently and says she hates dogs. Louise has been very quick to point out that's not right. She's terrified of them. Now, I don't know why. If she saw my lovely urn, I mean, running at you at 35 kilos, yes, you might think twice, but he's just a sook, really. So, can we start off? So this is not about Fear of Flying or Learning to Fly, the first book that Lisa did, which is a great read. If you haven't read it, I don't know if we've got it today, but I recommend you get it. Okay, we do.
I'll sign that as well over there.
We do. It's a great read, and this is also a great read. I don't normally endorse products because you never know the other person's going to like it as much, you know, and they go away thinking, oh, bloody idiot told me to buy that book and it's, you know, terrible. So I'm a bit cautious about that sort of thing. But I have to say, if you're looking for a good book, a pleasant, happy read, you want to rush over and get one. And if you've got birthdays or, well, Christmas is a way off, but if you're one of those people that, Mother's Day, okay, she's desperate, I'm not. You know, if you're one of those people who insists on taking a gift to a dinner party, I hate it when people do that to me because I feel I have to reciprocate. Bring a bottle of wine, yes, but after that, leave it. But in this case, the book would be a perfect gift. It is a happy, joyous, pleasant read. And not just because I love dogs, because it's large, it is partly about dogs, but a lot of it is not. So, let me start with the most difficult question for Lisa. I found myself laughing hysterically at page, can't read my number, but anyway, it was a small number. I think it's page 15, there it is. And then again in page 36, 735. Because what she says in these pages is that most people in the rural industry are scared of going on the media in case they make them look bad. I'm laughing hysterically thinking, who does she think that doesn't apply to? Everyone's afraid of the media making them look bad. And then I think it's your editor, a film editor, John Unwin, made the point to her. Do you know people are afraid we'll make them look bad? I thought, what part of that doesn't she get? She gets just about everything, but she doesn't get that people are apprehensive about the media.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Well, I wrote it.
Now,
hello, Amanda.
Hi, how are you?
It's great to see you. Amanda and I actually go way back, and I think there might be a bit of competition here today about who's interviewing who, but Amanda reckons that she's the boss, so I have to sort of bow to that authority today. Well, the thing with Mustard Dogs, from the very beginning of it was that these people weren't looking for Instagram clicks. They weren't signing up to a reality TV show that they thought was going to turn them into stars or get them a TV series. They were vulnerable people, and that was really on our minds when we were going into the show.
Yeah. Look, there was one other thing that grabbed me in a very minor, pathetic way, which is not really of interest to you, but I've got it for the minute, so I'm going to use it. You know, I spent a few years in Italy. I'll just remind you, you don't get those jobs because the Prime Minister likes you. You get them because he wants to get rid of you. Anyway, I'm told there's a property named Garibaldi near Wilcannia in New South Wales. And Garibaldi is the Indigenous name for a local hill. And I thought, she's having me on. Garibaldi, Italy? Garibaldi Indigenous? What's going on there?
Yeah.
That can't be right.
Yeah, no, it is, because that's CJ's property. So that's actually in the Northern Territory. So CJ was the participant from Series 1 who had the dog Spice with her husband Joe, and they had a big property, and CJ now has gone on to do amazing things. Like, I love what all of them have gone on to do. And in fact, I think I can share with you, although it could be a secret, so don't tell anyone, that we're going to do a TV series about where they all are now and what's happened to them since you first met them a couple of years ago. which
Good
is
idea.
a great opportunity for me to hit the road again because I'll be able to get around and go and meet them. And we're going to go and see the winner of Series 2 and the winner of Series 1, Frank Finger and Zoe, when they go out together for the first time at Rockhampton Beef Week, which is going to be really fun.
Okay, now could we have a hands up who has a dog or has had a dog that's important to them in their life?
Yeah.
Great.
And we've got a good audience here.
What about cats? Okay.
Oh, okay. There's a few cats.
That's
I'm
all right.
allergic to cats. There's never going to be a muster cat. Sorry. It's just never going to happen. Not with me, anyway.
Well, dogs do have a special place in our lives. Look, I've mentioned to you already, I think it's a great book and that it's a joy to read. But one of the things I found great about it was it did, through the book, demonstrate the richness of lives that people live in the country. And maybe I bump into the wrong people, but I do know a number of city people who, when you say, well, so-and-so's coming down from the country, you get a raised eyebrows if you say, well, they won't understand us. You know, we're important city people, important, especially if they live in the wealthier suburbs, but even people in not wealthier suburbs have a view that, some do anyway, that people from the country are somehow hick or out of touch. And when you read this, you feel like grabbing these people and saying, have you read this? Do you realise what you're missing out on? But you've lived in the country, so tell us about that.
I grew up in a town called Kilkheathen, which has a population of about 600 people, and Mum and Dad were dairy farmers, although by the time I came along, they'd sold the dairy cows. My older siblings always said I got the easy part of the bargain because they were the ones who had to get up before dawn to go down and help Mum and Dad milk the cows. But we lived in the country still then for a long time, and I still have great friends back there. And even when we moved, it was to the big metropolis of Gympie, which had a population of about 10,000 at the time. And, you know, the great ambition was whether you could become the Gympie Gold Rush Queen. And that was what we thought, you know, during high school, that, wow, you'd really made it if you were either the showgirl, Gympie Showgirl, or Gympie Gold Rush Queen, neither of which I attained, and therefore still have ambition that I have not made yet, Amanda. But yes, this is what I wanted to do with the book as well, just while I've got the microphone, is that I wanted to tell the people stories behind the tales that you saw on television, because you got a glimpse of, for example, when Carolyn Hudson, who with Mick bred the Border Collies for the second series, Carolyn cried on air when she had to say goodbye to those pups. And it was a really touching moment, and Carolyn was embarrassed. And she didn't want that to go to air because it was like, oh, no, you know, I should be hard and tough. And I rang her one day and I interviewed all these people and spent a lot of time talking to them, either going to their homes or talking on the phone. And Carolyn explained a bit about her life, about how she and Mick had got through the millennium drought and was still in debt from that time. And at the time, she was an older mum who gave birth prematurely to twins that were rushed to Sydney by helicopter and barely survived. And Mick was trying to keep the property going and animals alive while worrying about the health of his wife and his children. And it was all just a mess. And I said to her, God, Carolyn, if you want to cry when you're saying goodbye to those pups, you cry. Like, who are we to judge when you have had this incredible life? And so those stories and the birth of her babies and the fact she was working 2 part-time jobs until the day she went into premature labour to try and bring money in because of the drought, they're the stories I think we all need to hear.
But there's more stories than that, and I'm inviting you to tell us more, because the hardship stories we do sometimes get through the media, and that's a great one. Someone working 2 jobs up until premature delivery. Jesus. Well, sorry. Heavens above. Heavens above. That's where Jesus
Yeah,
apparently
I think-
is, if you're a believer.
I think
But
we,
what
I
about,
think we
what about
broke the
daily
swearing
life?
rule early on.
The daily life. Did I swear earlier?
Well, I think I might have.
Oh.
But anyway, they're going to destroy the tape, and no one's telling anything
What about
outside.
the normal life?
Yes.
That is so rich.
Yes.
Because they get community.
Yeah.
You got an example of that?
Well, I think about Lily in Wilcannia. She was in Wilcannia. And I think about her and her mum and her mum Mog, and they run this
Well,
cattle...
don't say too much about her because she's one I'm going to ask you about later.
Oh, okay. Well,
say a bit about her.
Okay, I will. Just a little bit. That she grew up basically with a chook under each arm, and she'd know their pedigree, and she'd go off to the Wilcannia show to show these chooks, and always had this great affinity with the animals, but it's these communities around them that are just so strong. Steve in Winton, in the wheelchair, who, can I tell you?
Careful.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to tell you.
I like the same people.
Oh, okay. Well, you can ask me a question then, and you tell me. Go on.
All right. Well, look. Can we just explain? Because I've seen a little bit about.
I always feel like I'm in trouble when you start your question.
No. The time from the first bright spark idea to perhaps the first episode filming. Was that about 3 years?
Oh, probably even longer. Like,
Okay.
TV takes a long time, but you've got to convince the bosses to get the money, and the producers. It was an outside production company, and they tell this great story about how the idea came about because one of the producers, he'd gone to his sister's 70th birthday party on a farm in Victoria, and there were these gorgeous puppies there, and people started talking about it, and he was like, wow, like, how do these puppies at just weeks of age already have this instinct to be working dogs? Like, how does that happen? And then they started thinking maybe there was a show in that, and then someone else came up with an idea about trying to make it something of a competition. But they went into the ABC to try and pitch it at the ABC. And there's a bit of an urban myth that, well, it could be an urban myth, it could be true, quite frankly, that wherever your meeting takes place in the building, that's kind of the importance of how they regard you. And the Muster Dogs people, they met in the lobby, in the foyer. So they walked away from that meeting thinking, we've got no chance. But then what happened was COVID, and all the borders closed, and TV production shut down everywhere, and American stars fled back to Hollywood, and no one was making anything. And the people at Muster Dogs said, we can do this show still. We can do it. We can get iPhones into the hands of these graziers. We can get GoPros attached to their trucks. We can make this show. And that was why in the first series you saw Chet getting in his vehicle and having to drive at all the pups all around Australia because they got a special livestock transport permission to get across the borders as the borders were closing everywhere. So it was an incredible act of endurance and persistence, and the people behind it did it all driven by a great respect for the people we were filming and the animals. They knew that they were dealing with people who could be a little vulnerable in front of cameras, and I've seen that all the way through to series 2, and we are currently filming, I'm not sure if you're aware, we are filming series 3 right now. So the new lot of pups are with the participants already out there somewhere having to keep it a deep, dark secret from their families even, because you're not allowed to tell anyone if you've got one of the Muster Dogs. And so you'd say to your family if they're visiting, oh, you know, we just got a new dog. Like, you can't say, actually, it's a Muster Dog and I'm going to be on an international hit TV show. So just a small secret, which is why we worried so much about Charlie from Russ's young son, the 4-year-old, because he was a bit of a blabbermouth, and so he wanted to tell everyone that they had a Muster Dog, and poor Russ and his wife Rosie, they were just desperate to try and keep Charlie under control. But then on the finale, when Zoe won, it was her 91-year-old granddad who was kind of excited but absolutely absolutely terrified that he was going to accidentally tell people because he said, I cannot remember not to tell people. And then he said, when's this going to air? And I said, oh, look, I'm sorry, Pa, we were calling you. It's not going to air for another 6 months. He said, I've got to keep a secret for 6 months? And then
He's a bloke.
He said, I've got to stay alive for 6 months? Well, he did. It's a happy story. He's still kicking on.
Well, what you get from the book is a lot more detail than Lisa's can possibly give you now about the process, from the idea to going into the lobby meeting, which is a bit depressing. But what you'll pick up from that is these people weren't whimperdites who said, oh, well, that's it, we're rooted. That's that idea gone. They went away and made it work. And that's what produces good books, good TV, good politics, good theatre, good anything. Someone who just doesn't give up. They don't expect the salad on the plate. They go away and make the salad, put it together another way. So they did well. Now, I'll tell you what didn't occur to me from the book, and that is you've got to get all the puppies born together. So you've got to find someone who's going to have puppies when you want them. Puppies to order.
Yeah.
And then you've got to divvy them up and send them around. You've got to find the right trainers. It's a bugger of a job, frankly.
And I was learning so much all the time because even though I grew up in the country, we didn't have working dogs. We had one dog called Mac, who was a Border Collie cross, who spent more time closer to the house than away from it. And see, here's another difference between country and city people, right? Is your dog a house dog in the house?
He says no need to go outside unless we're out.
Right, okay. See, country people don't have house dogs. Like your dogs stay outside, and if the dogs are very good, then they might be able to rest on the veranda.
Yeah.
But there's a real thing, and I can remember when we sold our house, the family sold the house in Kilkhaven, and we'd never had an animal inside, and Mum would keep it so clean, and when the new owners turned up, they turned up and their dog dumped out of the car and ran through the house, and I thought Mum was going to faint. Yes.
But when we've gone up in the past to my brother and sister-in-law's, my sister and brother-in-law's place, we've said to our dog, you're not coming, it's the dog Biafra, you don't want to go there. Because they're just treated like dogs, for God's sake.
Oh, how can that be?
How terrible, how terrible. Now, you had a great breadth of personalities in there.
Yeah.
Tremendous one. Let's start with Lily. Lily Davies Etheridge. Now, she's the lady from Wilcannia, around Madindi. Anyone been to Wilcannia? Yeah, not a tourism spot, really.
But very cheap golf. If you want to see, these are the things I discovered when I was writing the book, because I thought, well, I've been to Menindee for the Backroads program, but I hadn't been to Wilcannia, and I thought, what do they do in Wilcannia? Well, it turns out there is a golf course in Wilcannia. It doesn't have any grass, but there is a golf course, and I think it's $2 if you want to play a round of golf. So there you go. Take that with you.
Long way to go for cheap golf, but... In any event, this girl got marks in high school that would have got her into vet science. She didn't go. Now, some people at the university would be appalled at that, because some people think, not only at universities but in the rest of the world, that if you haven't got a university degree, you're not smart. Clearly, that's a stupid thing for people to think. But, she could have and may still go and do, according to the book, vet science. What she does is mustering. And she's good at it. What's her story?
Her story is that from a child, she had an affinity with animals that her whole family saw. And she's delayed that vet science degree, so there is the possibility that she might go and do it. But she just loves being on the land. She was probably, I'd say, the most reluctant of the participants when I interviewed her, and I think I used the language in the book that she used, that when I interviewed her, she said, oh, I hope I don't win because... And then she put in a lot of swear words, which I won't say now. But she just was very shy about it and didn't want the attention, but she utterly loves what she does. And so she packs up her dogs, puts them in the ute, and off she goes when someone rings and says, hey, can you come and do a week's worth of mustering? They might have some wild goats, and when goat meat was valuable, they wanted to round up the wild goats, and so they'd ring someone like Lily, and off she'd go for a week. She'd drive 400 kilometres by herself with the dogs and a motorbike, and then she'd round up the goats and go, here you go, thanks for the money, see you next time. And she would just wait for these phone calls to come in. She was 20 years old when I started talking to her. When you saw her on television, she'd turned 21. 21! I couldn't believe it. And I said to her, look, I imagine it's a pretty blokey world out there. Like, how do you deal with that? She's sleeping in the, the quarters where everyone is. And she's like, the only thing that pisses me off is when people say I can't do something because I'm a girl. And that was her kind of approach to life. And they are so strong, the women, whether it's Scylla, whether it's Zoe, whether it's Lily, they all just brought an incredible attitude that made me think, wow, if I needed anything done, they are the women to get stuff done.
Indeed. It was a very impressive read. I mean, 21. God help me, doing a great job. Really, I'd like to meet that girl. Now, you mentioned Steve Elliott from Winton.
Yes.
There's another
Steve.
example. If I'd mentioned before that Lily's out there doing things, she makes her own decisions. No, I'm not going to university. That's not going to suit me now. I'm going to do this, and she's doing it. That's at 21. It's a tremendous example. I don't want to disparage any of your friends and relatives, but just think if you know any other 21-year-olds that would be prepared to work on their own in a small business as them as a sole proprietor, mustering out of Wilcannia. That girl's got some gumption. Now, let's go to Steve Elliott. There's another example of someone who doesn't whinge and say, oh, life's given me a bad set of cards. Oh, dear, I'm a victim. No, he's out there doing it.
Yeah.
That's another great story.
Even though he's been in a wheelchair for 20 years, when he came off a bucking bronc at the Townsville Black River Rodeo. And
I have to interrupt there. That does mean that Steve's got a little bit of element of idiot in him.
Well,
because why would you do that?
Oh, I think that too, but so many people do. It is a real sport and they love it. You know what? Steve's funny, and I really hope that you got a sense, if you've seen the second series, that kind of humour that comes through with Steve. It took a long time for me to gain his trust, and I tried to, when I was writing the book, when the Muster Dogs people asked me to write the book, I rang him to say, look, could we have a bit of a chat because I'd like to ask you some more questions about things. And he gave me nothing. And then I thought, right, I'm going to have to get on a plane and go up to Winton and see Steve myself. And so I said, Steve, how would you feel if I came up? And he went, okay, whatever you want to do, Lisa. And I said, okay, well, I'm coming up, Steve. So I got up to Winton, and I made a really bad mistake of opening the questions, wanting to ask him about the accident. And he just shut down. And then he didn't talk to me again. And when I then got back to Melbourne, having had an unsuccessful sort of 36-hour round trip to try and get something out of Steve for the book, he texted me and he said, "G'day, Lisa, it's Steve." This is in the text, so I'm just adding his voice to it. What were those questions you wanted to ask me? And I thought, oh, Steve, curse you. But that was okay because it then opened the relationship with us so much. In fact, he took so many questions that I was utterly touched when he said that one of his dogs had had puppies and he thought he might name one Lisa. And I said, that is so lovely, Steve. And he said, yeah, because she's nosy and a big sticky beak. And you know, when I did the audio book for Muster Dogs, I had the best fun because I had to do all the voices when I was doing the audio book. But then, of course, as I get to chapter 5 or 6, I think, oh, what was the voice I had for Lily? Is this the same voice that I gave Steve in chapter 2? So I had to keep trying to remember what voices I'd given them. If anyone has listened to the audio book, please let me know if I have failed to deliver on that.
Didn't you say he's got some sort of Segway thing? Not just a normal wheelchair?
No, he's got 6 different wheelchairs and they're all pretty dusty, but one of them is built like a Segway, and so it moves with the balance of him moving. And I watched him using that Segway round the pool table at the North Gregory pub that night when we had dinner, and I thought, wow, you are so talented. And then the next day, again, no complaints. I mean, Winton is so hot. If you're feeling a little warm here, imagine another 10, 15 degrees and not being able to regulate your own body temperature because of the accident. And so he had a fire hydrant filled with water, and whenever he got too hot during the day, he'd just get it out and wet himself down to try and cool off, because it was always a very fine balance. And I said to Steve, hey, so what happens when you don't get it right? Like, what happens if you get too hot? And he looked at me and he just dropped his head like that, and he said, that's what happens.
Yeah, country people can be very cryptic, if you like.
Yes.
I know of a suicide that was in northern Queensland, I think it was, or southern Queensland, sorry. And the coppers go out to speak to the station manager and say, what do you reckon happened? The station manager, I suppose he got a bit sick of things. I mean, you know, they don't say much, do they?
They don't.
No.
But for me, it was such an education, and I have had a lot of joy of bringing these stories to life that we weren't able to tell in the 5 hours that you watched on television.
Yep. Now, we do have, actually, a Kelpie here today.
Oh,
How you going, Bond?
Where's Bond?
Would Bond like to sit at the front? You're welcome to stay where you are, but if Bond would like to come up the front, he'd be welcome.
The first time I did one of these chats, it was in Canberra, and people brought their dogs to the ANU so they could have photos with me and the book. And I thought, how fabulous. And I thought, I wonder if anyone's going to bring their dog in Adelaide. And yes, beautiful Bond, a beautiful Kelpie is sitting over there. So that's gorgeous. Oh,
we can't hear, but you could charge $5 for a photo with him. Yeah. You'd be right.
Oh, Bond.
Bond. Come on, Bond.
Bond.
Bondy.
Bond.
Come on, Bond.
Come on, Bond.
Bond.
Over here, Bond.
Here we are.
Bond.
Bond.
Oh, Bond's confused
the microphones
by
are
the
confusing.
speakers.
Here,
Bond.
Bond, come on.
Hello, Bond.
No, microphones are confusing. Come on,
Aw.
darling.
Hello,
Come on.
Bond.
No, there's sound
Aw.
coming from everywhere for
Oh,
Montepelli.
poor Bond.
Beautiful dog. Now,
Aw.
let's get on to the dogs. I mean, people are important, I get
yes,
that, but
yes.
so are the dogs.
Let's talk about the dogs.
Kelpies
do you
versus
know all their
collies.
names?
Which are you?
Can you remember?
No, I want to know. Let's start with the big question. Kelpie versus collie.
I can't answer that.
Why not?
Because it's like Holden versus Ford. Everyone's going to have an opinion, and as they say, it is not the breed, it is how they are bred, and it's the different model of the breeding. And one of the things that we did with, when you talk about, a dog pregnancy, how do you make sure you've got the litters to be the right numbers for the number of participants, because you could match 2 dogs together and they're the perfect dogs to breed, and then you end up with 3 puppies and the camera crews, they're looking at it all. And even with Debbie in the second series, do you see how I'm avoiding answering the question? I do this really well.
Trying.
The puppy, the Debbie who was the mum in the second series, they did an ultrasound of Debbie, but there were so many pups in there that they actually couldn't see where one overlapped another, so they weren't sure whether they had enough or not, and they thought, we think there are 7. And so you wanted 5 for the participants, but then you wanted kind of a couple of surprises, one that ended up with Frank, the deaf dog, which was a shock to all of us. Beautiful little Lucky. And so when Debbie gave birth to 10 pups, then we knew, right, we're okay. We've got enough pups for the show. They are all beautifully well-bred, happy little pups. And Lucky was another little storyline we weren't anticipating.
I've had neither, but I suspect if I had to choose, and when Ern, who's, as I said, 35-kilo Weimaraner, goes to the big kennel in the sky, Tony will probably be, 77, 78. that's not the age to buy a 35-kilo dog. So we'll probably look at something smaller.
Shih Tzu?
No. No. I know there was one up on a property. What was it called? Teeny or Winnie or something?
Minty.
Minty.
Yeah.
It did seem... You tell all the story about Minty, this little Shih Tzu on a property.
Yeah. I mean, when I arrived at the property, this is Scylla in Ban Springs in southeast Queensland, this little Shih Tzu comes running out, like it's some big guard dog, right? I mean, I could have stepped on it if I wasn't looking properly. And it turned out that Minty the Shih Tzu would try to be a working dog and would leap off the ute and go chasing the cows. And no matter how much Scylla tried to stop Minty going out there, she wanted to do it. And Scylla was worried, A, that she might get trampled by the cows, or simply have an eagle come along and pick it up and take it because it was so tiny. But a lot of farmers these days have sausage dogs as well.
Yeah.
That seems to be the
They're
kind
trendy,
of go-to
I've heard that.
dog for the property. So you could try a sausage dog.
No.
Okay. All right.
No, maybe a beagle, I don't know. But anyway, let's
beagle.
not worry about...
I think, look, if you really force me to say which dog I prefer, I'd probably say Border Collie. I think they're... I know, see, here is the controversy of the Writers' Festival, and we thought it was going to be somewhere else, but it's the Kelpies versus Border Collies question. That's the one. Yeah. But
Kelpies have just got... I mean, I know collies have as well. Such a smart face. I mean, because they're smart, you can see that they're watching, thinking, they know what's going on. You had a story about one of the guys whose wife was very unwell. She got a bout of leukemia, got through it and was filming.
That's Russ and Rosie.
His dogs... You tell the story.
Yeah, well, they got him through. They would give him the comfort that was like having friends that would keep him supported when he came back from the hospital each day. And Rosie's illness is a kind of story that I wanted to add to with this book because it was like she had a 10-month-old child. She thought she was tired from being a young mum, but there was a bruise on her leg that just wouldn't go away. And the doctor rang them at 10 o'clock that night after the blood test came in and said, "You've got to go to hospital tomorrow. You've got leukemia. You've got blood cancer. This is serious." And so suddenly Russ has a 10-month-old baby that is immediately having to be weaned from his mum. And he's got a property he's running, and he's got a wife who's in hospital with a serious illness. So that to know that the dogs for him became part of that support network, that he would come home and those dogs would give him that kind of comfort, was just beautiful to watch. And that's what came through. And I think why Zoe ended up the winner, because so many of them were very talented, but Zoe and Buddy had this incredible relationship, especially after Buddy almost lost his life. I mean, Buddy was so sick. I was at home in Melbourne when the producer rang me, and she was in Catherine with Zoe at the vet, and she rang me and she said, "I think we're going to lose Buddy." And I went, "No way," because this has been our great fear while we've been making the series, that we would lose one of the dogs. Farm work is dangerous. Dogs die and dogs get sick, they get bitten by snakes, and as much as we could do to care for them, that was such a great fear. So Buddy was way sicker than we kind of let on in the TV show, because we didn't want to dwell on that and make people too upset, but it was touch and go. And at the same time, Zoe is having to deal with the breakdown of her relationship. So we started filming, and Zoe has a partner, and we're filming all of that. And then as the months go on, life happens, life happens. And so Zoe and her boyfriend break up, and it's really tough for her. And she's suddenly realising she's signed up to do a TV show, and this is kind of on camera. But this is why, again, I just want to talk about the respect that the producers have for the people who are part of it, because we didn't dwell on that in the show. We didn't dwell on the breakdown of the relationship. I think I said one line that Zoe was now single. And the other thing that I have done these days that I didn't do in the past as a younger journalist is I send chapters off. Oh, no, I'm getting there, though. I send chapters off to allow people to read them, because I think they are trusting me to tell their story. I don't want to get it wrong, and I don't want them to see something months down the track that might make them balk or not be happy to give their granddad a copy of the book and say, hey, I'm in this book. And I think we've been reluctant as journalists in the past to ever do that. We certainly grew up being taught that wasn't what you did. And I did it with my first book, Daring to Fly. It was my family, and I got them to look at it all, and it was only when we got right to the point where the book was being printed that I realised one of my brothers had read none of the manuscripts that I had sent through, and I'd written something that he was desperate not to have included in the book. So that was slightly tricky, but we got through that. We're still happy siblings, but yeah, the different stories there. I just wanted to add that, Amanda, because sometimes people...
Well, they are rich stories.
Yeah, and I just think it's respectful to hand it over to people and say, have a look. Are you happy? Yeah.
Gee, I wish the ABC did with me with interviews. Anyway, that's another point. Now, the dogs, they have a really important industrial role.
Yeah.
You know, why don't you tell us a bit about how many stockmen a dog can replace? And that's not because property owners, pastoralists, whether for sheep or cattle, want to get rid of stockmen. They can't get them. They can't get them. So what can a dog do?
3, the work of 3 people. And that's why they're so valuable. The most expensive Kelpie sold for $49,000 in October 2022. Its name is Capri Eve. Still doing well, still working the property. They work on the basis that if they buy a dog that is going to work for a decade, if you pay $49,000 for it, I mean, that was a high price and definitely shocked the industry at the time, but you are going to get your money's worth out of it. Or as Joni in the first series said with a really dry response, as she always did, remember Joni, who was in WA with 20 dogs, and she said it got a bit lonely out there, and then suddenly she's getting kind of messages on matching internet thingies from people going, we'll help you with your loneliness. She's like, no, I do not need help with my loneliness. But Joni very wryly said that dogs can't go to the HR department. But I mean, you know, the reality is she treats her dogs so well. They are her friends, and they are so valuable because we can't get people into regional Australia. And when anyone in the city might ask, well, why does this, what's this to do with me? It's like, well, we should all care about what's happening on the land. We all eat, we all clothe ourselves, no matter what you might eat or how you eat it. We all need to be involved in these conversations. And I think that was an important part of the book as well.
Yeah, I think so. Plenty of city people perhaps don't turn their mind to where their food comes from and the effort that goes into the production of it. You look at the price of lamb chops in the butcher and think, oh my God, if you heard what the pastoralists get for the lamb, you'd be equally surprised at how much is added on after it leaves the pastoral property. But these people work very hard, they do a great job, and many are just focused on producing a particular type of meat, you know, more fatty meat for that supermarket, less fatty meat for this one, bigger legs of lamb for that one, etc. It's not just let the sheep go, let them eat grass and sell them at the end of the year. That's a very sort of ignorant, perhaps, city view that some might have. It's a very specialised business, the meat production industry.
And it's one that Frank Finger talks about. I mean, man, how much do we love Frank Finger?
A lot.
He is as kind and beautiful as he came across in the series. He looks after everyone. When I was writing the book, I was kind of ringing around all of them to say, can you remember where you were when the first episode went to air? Like, what were you doing? How did you watch it? And Frank said to me that they were so excited about it going to air that they bought a new television. And, you know, if you're a farmer in central Queensland and you know there are going to be some bad years ahead, you want to put a bit of money away, you don't go and buy new televisions willy-nilly. And so he had the whole family over. I said, what did you eat, Frank? And he said, I smoked a brisket and I had a glass of red wine. And I could picture Frank doing that. It was just such a beautiful thing. You know, I often text the ones from the second series to ask them how everything's going. And Steve said to me that he reckons Indy is missing the cameras, that Indy sort of goes out and she's like, oh, I'm not the centre of attention anymore. Indy's just one of the dogs, right? Just one of the dogs. And to give you an idea of Lily as well, it's probably been a couple of weeks since I've been in touch with Lily, but when I spoke to her, and remember this show went to air on January the 14th and could be binged immediately or watched slowly over the next 5 weeks, Lily hadn't got around to watching it yet and didn't seem bothered by that. I was like, wow, she is so tough. She's tough.
Well, the differences are there, aren't they? Frank seemed, from the book, a fabulous character. And as you've already said, Lisa, he's the one that was given the blind dog named Lucky, as we name people with red hair, Bluey. Some a blind dog gets called Lucky, but Lucky was lucky because Lucky met up with Flo, another dog. And what's that story? I just about got glassy eyes reading. Just
so
a beautiful story.
Because we, of course, weren't anticipating there was going to be a deaf dog, and we didn't know for a little while. You saw on the TV series how it was all the other pups would go running and Lucky would still be asleep, and they'd clap the hand above Lucky and there was no response, so they knew that Lucky was deaf. So Frank took on Lucky as he took on Lucifer, who he renamed Lucy and who's now a fantastic dog who heads off to aged care homes and comforts people in their later years. Frank has a magic touch. So what happened with Lucky is that when Frank first got Lucky, the Lucky was with the dogs, and every night as it got dark, Lucky would start barking. And Frank thought, what am I going to do with this? So he turned a light on. And as soon as the light came on, Lucky stopped barking. And so he did it the next night, turned the light on, Lucky stopped barking. And Frank thought, okay, Lucky can't hear, so relies on sight. And as soon as it gets dark, Lucky's panicking. So Frank, this is how beautiful Frank is. He said, so I got an extension cord of about 300 metres and I ran it from my bedroom out the window down to the dogs so I could just flick the light on when I was going to bed and then flick it off later. And within a week, Lucky stopped barking in the dark. So just that knowledge, it was okay, people were there. And so then Flo, another little pup, came along, and Lucky and Flo got friendly, and so Flo then took it on herself to show Lucky what was needed and what was being done. Frank would use vibrations on the ground to try and let Lucky know that action needed to be required, and then Lucky would look at Flo and go, what do I have to do here, Flo? And Flo would say, come on, Lucky, off we go. And they'd round up the cattle, and it was just absolutely beautiful to see. So Lucky is living Lucky's best life there in Clermont in central Queensland.
I think everyone's lucky to have Lucky,
probably. Oh, everyone's lucky to have a Frank in their lives, actually. It was Frank's 70th birthday the other week, and he and his wife, Kathy, tell this great story about the first series when he'd bought the new TV set. They didn't binge it. They just watched the one episode that night. But all his mates were ringing him and saying, oh, we know you won, we binged it. And then this car comes up the driveway, and this couple, it's a strange car, this couple get out, and they go, oh, Frank Finger, we're, Amanda and Lisa, whatever, we've come from down the road. We've got a problem with our Kelpie. We're wondering if you could help us. And Frank's like, seriously? Oh, okay. And then they said, actually, we're wondering if we could breed it with one of your dogs. And then Frank said to me, I could have brought out a fox terrier, and I reckon they would have been happy for any breeding to go on.
I think there's a business for Frank Well, maybe for a different series, and that's training your dog.
Well,
Frank could be the star of that.
There's a whole chapter in the book about Frank's tips, whether you live in the city and you've got a city dog or if you've got a country dog. How do you stop a dog peeing too much or sniffing too much, or how do you stop them jumping up on people and all the rest of it? And boy, that was a fun conversation. I settled in with Frank on the phone for about 3.5 hours when we worked on that chapter. Frank loves a chat. I love Frank. He loves a chat.
Right. Now, one of the things, this is about you, surprised me in the book is, do you believe this? They made her audition to be the presenter, the audio. How dumb you got to be? But they were quite fussy because you were a bit apprehensive about this.
Oh, I was super apprehensive. I was brought in at the very last moment in Series 1 because of all those COVID difficulties. Even though the show had got made, it was right up against deadline. It actually went over deadline. And they were going to have a generic voice tell the story. And then they thought, no, we think we probably need a name. And they had a few people in mind. I don't know who those people are, but thankfully for me, they didn't get the gig. But they rang on a Friday afternoon. And, you know, when you get up at 3 o'clock every morning to present a news breakfast program, Friday afternoon is not the time to be having a conversation with one of those presenters. Like, you are a zombie. It's like you've got jet lag by the end of the week. And they rang me and they said, oh, we've got this series about dogs and we're wondering if you might be interested. And I was like, oh, yeah, cool, that'd be cool. And they said, okay, well, we'll send you through a script. Can you record yourself on your iPhone reading the script, because we need to audition. We'll send it out to the outside producers. We'll see if they like your voice. And I thought, oh, okay. So I did that, and a couple of times, and they asked for a few changes, and eventually they gave me the gig. But that wasn't the worst of it. What happened then was, on the very first day that I'm recording the voiceover, and time is of the essence, because we've already gone over deadline with the show, I am in the radio studio in Melbourne. The audio technician is there. The producer is locked down in Brisbane because she couldn't get back across the border. There's another producer on Zoom in Sydney, and they're giving me instructions like I've gone through NIDA. They are saying things like, on the third word in that second sentence, just have an upward inflection and put a little smile in your voice with a bit of a giggle at the end. And I'm like, I can't do this. I was so stressed that I was then going to let everyone down, that I went home and I rang my best friend, Lee Sales, and I said, I don't think I can do this. And she said what every good supportive friend says, oh, why don't you drop out? And I say to her now, thank God I did not take your advice, because Muster Dogs has just been the most joyful thing that has come into my life of late, apart from a few other things, and sitting in the front row. And it's just been so wonderful. So I'm so glad that I ignored Lee Sales.
Are you sure she meant it, or did she know you so well that she was calling your bluff?
No, she meant it, because her biggest worry for me has been that I take on too many projects, and I was already getting up at 3 o'clock every morning and doing backroads, and she'd watched me already go through the process of writing Daring to Fly, and she just thought, this is just one more project that my mate Lisa could probably live without. So I'm glad I ignored her. But she ignored me, because when she wanted to quit 7:30, I said, don't. And she did. So now we're even.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Now, one of the comments made somewhere in the book, and it might have been by Mr. Finger, I don't know, was that what the dog needs is a skill, instinct, and fearlessness. And when I read that, I thought, that's true of a lot of jobs, for people as well. I mean, your job, you have to have skill. You certainly have to have instinct. And you can't be a whimperdite. You wouldn't have got where you are if you were wimpy.
No, I think I have forced myself through many moments of fear, including, and Amanda very kindly has read my first book, my memoir, Daring to Fly, where I talk about the fact that I had, thank you, Amanda, that I had a terrible fear of flying that was going to prevent me following my dream of becoming a foreign correspondent, which was the dream of a little country kid. But I forced myself onto planes to go and do jobs and assignments, especially after September 11 in America, where I would be physically ill at the thought of getting on the plane, but I knew I had to do it. So I think all of us actually might have that sort of, on the outside it looks like fearlessness, but we all have something going on inside that is very different to that.
Yeah, well, a lack of apprehension, a complete lack of apprehension is a complete idiot.
True.
But you shouldn't let apprehension turn into fear.
No.
So there's a difference. I understand that. What about other jobs? Do you think the people you know in every other job require that, or
require the instinct and skill and fearlessness?
Skill and instinct and fearlessness. I mean, look, I worked in retailing when I left school.
I was just thinking of retailing then. I don't know why that jumped into my mind as well.
It does require skill. It does require skill. First of all, you've got to know what stuff's there, for starters. You have to learn how to peel off the partner. For example, when people come in together.
Oh.
You're buying a dress, I say to your friend, that's a lovely dress that she's got on, because she thinks that lady's smart. She recognises I've got nice clothes. And all of a sudden that lady is my partner, not yours.
You would have been an excellent seller.
I didn't do a lot of selling, but I did learn that. Be nice to the lady who's hanging around, because she's going to make or break the sale. You need some instinct for that, and you need a bit of fearlessness. I mean, you know, choosing a gown for someone and they say, can we bring back a credit? Yes. Who will I, make it out to? It's something funeral home. Like it's a dress to dress the body, and they want to think if they can bring it back.
Did that actually happen to you?
Yes, and when you're quite young, it takes a bit of to say, can you just wait on a minute while I get some advice?
Oh, no.
You want to say, don't kid yourself, mate, you're not bringing that back here. Anyway, look.
But those dogs do, the fearlessness that those dogs show when they just head out to round up.
Split-second decision, they go.
Yeah, they go, and they show it from such an early age, and it was just incredible learning so much about the different breeds.
Okay, now, I'm a Kelpie, she's a Collie. Oh, sorry, one more question. The book does describe the difference between Kelpies and Collies in terms of what your car's like. Which is which? One is the messy car with the lemonade tins and crap everywhere, and the other's very neat. I think the Collie's neat.
I can't remember.
I think the Collie's neat. Are you neat?
I'm very neat.
Right, yeah. I'm not, and I'm the Kelpie, so I'm pretty sure that's right. They mirror our personality as well. Now, have any of you got a question you'd like to ask? If you have, you need to come to the microphone over here. We've got about 6 or 7 minutes, so we can do a few, and someone's coming. You can ask Lisa anything.
The people on the show were so generous, and they put in so much work, and I think they got the dogs, which was a valuable thing for them. Was that all they got? Can you give us the behind the scenes? Did they get anything else?
Yeah. No, they got the dog. So, and the dogs, because of the quality of the breeding, are sought after, highly sought after. And also, Joe Spicer and Mick Hudson and Carolyn, they're not breeding willy-nilly. Like, there's not this sense of, let's just get as many puppies as we can out there. They do not do it that way. Those dogs have generations of breeding that have gone into it. It's like Mick Hudson, who if you go to any sheep trials around Australia, you'll see him in action because he's currently the Australian champion. He's held that title for years. He took it from his father. His father took it from his grandfather. You get the idea that this is a very talented family, and that's how they treat the breeding. So what did everyone get? They got a chance to show a part of their world that they wanted people to understand and believe in, and that was what drove them. They are so authentic and passionate about what they did, and they felt that there had been misunderstandings over the years, and they wanted people to see how they were reducing the use of machines on their properties, reducing the use of helicopters, increasing the use of dogs, and doing it with respect and kindness. And they got the dog. Yeah.
Without mentioning figures, did they get a cut of the on sales or the merch?
No.
I
No,
think
but
that-
they got
I think
to
that was a
talk to
question
me.
the lady wanted to ask. There's a gentleman at the microphone.
Hi, Lisa. I was just wondering if you could maybe speak to the producers and put forward an idea of having guide dogs and therapy dogs as
yeah.
a future series and seasons.
Yeah, that idea has come up previously. I think commercial TV might have done something with guide dogs, but the fact when we talk about working dogs, you are spot on suggesting that, of course, rightly, working dogs are guide dogs, and working dogs are the dogs that go out with the fire brigade and ambulance, and yeah, so it's definitely being discussed, and thank you very much for raising it here. Yeah.
Don't forget those customs dogs.
Customs dogs. There's so many working dogs out there.
They don't divide them into Kelpie and Collie. They divide them into passenger dogs and freight dogs. Freight dogs are the excitable ones that scratch at the box, and the passenger dogs sit quietly by you and say, you've got something where the sun doesn't shine. The lady in blue.
Hello. Thank you very much for Muster Dogs. I've got a very quick question, similar theme to the previous question. Are you going to make my day and tell me that you're going to do a series on Australian cattle dogs?
I can't tell you what the next series is on. I've been asked that question so many times. All I am allowed to say is that there's a twist, and that is it. I'm so sorry I can't tell more
I hope
details,
it's healers
but
too.
Yeah, cattle dogs. I know people have raised that as well.
Make
Yeah.
Sheila the healer the star.
But thank you. I will
Good
pass
question.
it on again. I will pass it on again.
Doesn't sound like you need to, but anyway. The gentleman at the microphone.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the show. We have a border collie, and she's usually indifferent to what's on TV, but she watches Muster Dogs. And some friends of ours have said their dogs also watch Muster Dogs. Is that something that people have told you about?
Oh my goodness, from the first moment that, thank you for the question, that episode 1 went to air, my social media blew up with videos of people's dogs so these were the things that were happening. A dog would chase one of the Muster Dogs across the screen and then get to the end of the television and wonder where they'd gone. And so then they're running around the back of the TV trying to work out where that damn dog's gone. And then and I've got stories in the book as well about people who contacted the show, because there were some really beautiful stories from people about their own dog stories. One of them was a cat story, can you believe it? So this couple moved to the country, they took their cat, there was a dog there, the cat hated the dog, would go nowhere near the dog, but because the cat sat and watched Muster Dogs all the time, it eventually grew to love the dog. And so they messaged me with a photo of this cat and dog curled up together and said, "This is because of your show."
I have a friend whose cat, Maggie, watches it and loves it. The gentleman at the microphone.
So, yeah, for sure. Hi, Lisa. Congratulations on your book. I've read it. It's magnificent for a person who's going to Cassidy for 11 years now. So it's such a joy to see you there 2 years ago with the ABC crew. When you were talking about secrets, I just finished doing the parade and you were just interviewing Frank Finger at the time. I walked past you with my dogs. And at the end of the parade, I met Rob Chunk with his wife. And I said, what's going to happen with the new series? And I said, I propose that we should have Kelpies at Warwick Homestead, which is the birthplace of the Kelpie.
Yeah.
And do trials there for Muster Dogs. And he said, no, they're actually doing a Border Collie series. So do people break secrets in muster dogs?
I love that. Clearly they do. Clearly they break secrets, but that's pretty funny that Rob told you that sometime beforehand. Wow, okay, we need to work on those contracts we're getting them to sign.
Yeah. Those dogs apparently came to Australia after 1900. I would have thought it'd be a lot earlier, but it's quite late, surprisingly.
And if you ever get the chance to go to the Casterton Kelpie Muster, it is amazing. Like thousands and thousands of people and just as many dogs, and it is so much fun over a long weekend in Casterton. Thank you.
You'll go there next year, Bonty. The gentleman in the striped T-shirt.
Oh, yes. Having grown up as for 9 first years of my life as a shepherd boy back on the small Greek island, we never had those dogs. That's what took so interest in that show, because I really like to take dogs like that back to the shepherds there. Look, these are dogs. They do the work for you, and they just, and it's been my lifelong obsession to sort of, my thoughts. That's why I stayed for this talk. Because I say, here you go, there's a dog that they can go in there around your ship rather than going, because they're dogs don't do nothing like that. So.
Oh, well, thank you very much for sharing that with us. The show has been not Series 2 yet, but Series 1 became a huge hit on Netflix in the UK and the US. And Series 2 will be shown over there as well if you have friends or family. I started getting messages from English sheepdog societies that wanted to start telling me why we should be doing or setting up some kind of competition with the English sheepdog. And I thought, well, if that's...
No, we'll beat them.
Oh, we'll beat them. Yeah, it's bad enough in the cricket, isn't it? Like, we just... Thank you, the lady in the red and white checks.
I don't think there's enough time, but anyway, Lisa, thank you very, very much for Muster Dogs. My husband and I binged it. We loved it. And we've got a Kelpie as well. But why I'm asking this is, and I don't think there is enough time, is that I just wanted you to expand on the role of the McDonald's.
Oh, Neil and Helen,
yeah.
the trainers who are involved with Series 2 as well. I can just very briefly, because I had the privilege of spending time on their property in Keith in South Australia, and they have so many people that they come and train who go there now. And honestly, they are such fantastic people, so welcoming. Helen runs that property while Neil spends his time now all over Australia roaming the place. They are great. You will continue to see them. Thank you so much for the question.
Right, could we have a round of applause for Lisa? This isn't a one-off for her. I'm sure publishers are real pains in the butt and get her to do quite a bit of it. And I don't know about you, but I haven't felt for 1 minute that there was any lack of freshness or spontaneity and honesty with us about the opportunity to participate in such a fabulous series. I would say, if there's any contract lawyers here, get onto those trainers, the people who get the dogs, make sure they get a cut next time.
I'm going to be signing books over underneath the black umbrellas. I'd love to see you there. Thank you.
It's a great gift. Buy it as a gift.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As the day draws to a close, just like to remind you of movement of chairs and the fact that we would like you not to do it. Also, please remain hydrated and covered in sunscreen because it's quite vicious, the sun today, and obviously the heat. If you don't hydrate enough, you may fall over. Enjoy the rest of the day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon on this rather difficult afternoon. And Eliza is, of course, from north of England and finding it very difficult. And I'm of Irish extraction from Melbourne, and I'm finding it even more difficult, I'm afraid. So if there's... I think we'll survive, but when we might not. I doubt if many of you will have had time to read Eliza's book. She's written 2 books actually, and she's 29, and that great swaggering magazine Granta has sort of designated her as one of the coming new novelists, and I think they're generally they're pretty savvy about it because they've picked Martin Amis, Julian, mainly men, I think, haven't they?
Yes, it was a big thing about this year's issue was that it was mostly women this time round, whereas previously it had been mostly men. Yeah.
Thank you, responsive audience.
Yeah.
Well, they know about that. Well, Grant has said this about you. Because you're so young, and you must have written, your first novel is Boy Parts, and that was written 3 years ago?
Yes.
So, yes,
Yeah.
so very young, really. And this last novel, the one we probably will talk about today, which is about, well, I suppose, well, I don't know, not horror genre, it's some sort of genre that we might discover along the way, if it does have a genre. Anyway, Eliza was born and raised in the north of England and went to university in London for 3 years, where she did a fine arts degree. And her novels, both novels, I think confirm her understanding of the difference, how England is. Still 2 countries. You know, the north and the south, they really are very separate countries. So... today really is a lecture about Mrs. Gaskell, a long time ago, for the in-joke for the literary folk. Now, Boy Parts, it's quite amazing because I think, like Byron, Eliza woke up one morning to discover herself very famous, and because Boy Parts went on a thing called Book Talk. And she'd sold, this was way back then, she'd sold 60,000, it's probably sold double that by now. So at that age, to have found, to sell, I mean, in Australia, I think a bestseller is about 3,000 copies, so you can imagine. And it's, I suppose we should talk about why, if we are going to talk about Boy Parts, because it's relevant to the second novel too, to Penance. But Boy Parts, it's about a particularly horrible and particularly beautiful young woman called Irene. Is that how you say his name?
Irina,
who she photographs ordinary men she finds in the street. And the whole novel's about the pursuit of this and what happens to her. But maybe we can talk about that later, because her second novel, Penance, is wildly different, although that doesn't resile from the horrible, very horrible people. Because Penance is a labyrinth of stories, leading or not really leading, trying to open up a subject about why 4 schoolgirls aged 15, 16 would kill and murder in the most brutal fashion one of their group, a girl called Joan Wilson, and it was taken up by podcasts and crime writers. So really, Eliza's writing about, I think this book's an inquiry into our obsession with true crime. I don't understand it. I watched that American thing, Only Murder in the Buildings, but British crime fiction is very, very different, isn't it? But it's all very brutal. Now, I mean, I actually said it's a dizzying up. How do you say it? ARPEGGIO. This is the heat. Thank you, arpeggio. So it is. It's page after page. I mean, opening different people speaking. So can you tell us why you started inquiring into this. Oh, but first of all...
Yes, I was going to say, do you want to do the...
Yes, and I do, because it's very important that we acknowledge this land that we meet on today, and it's the traditional lands for the Kaurna people, and respect their spiritual relationship with the country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. Okay, with that in mind, go back to the where it all started.
Mm-hmm.
Where?
Yes, so I basically started writing Penance because I had, I was signed to a 2-book deal and therefore was contractually obliged to write a second novel, which isn't the most organic way of coming to a book. But I suppose it's just sometimes what happens, isn't it? When your writing sort of ceases to be a hobby and starts to be an income source. And I think a lot of the process of writing Penance was sort of me kind of having to get my head around that a little bit. I always say that, like, when I wrote Boy Parts, I was like really, really angry. And I think when I wrote Penance, I was a bit panicked. I think panic is sort of the providing emotion that was coming through with that. And I had this sort of original idea for, I was kind of cribbing from a couple of different real life murder cases. And I knew I wanted to write it in the style of a true crime book. And I started writing it in late 2019 before Boy Parts had actually come out. But in the UK literary industry, I don't know if this rings true for Australia as well, we sort of seem to be in a bit of a thing of signing very new novelists to these 2-book deals, giving them not a lot of time to write a second book, and then everybody being like, I can't believe this second book is a worse rehash of the first book when you've only had like 2 years to write it. So I was very conscious of writing a worse rehash of Boy Parts, and I wanted to do something quite different and quite ambitious. Otherwise, I felt like I just wouldn't be taken seriously. So it was sort of, I was really coming into it with a lot of anxiety and a lot of concern about how the work would be viewed. And yes, so I sort of wanted to do something in this kind of true crime space. I knew that I had to write a second novel, and I was pulling from a couple of real life cases that were sort of similar. Can
you tell us sort of what cases you were?
Yes. So the cases that were the biggest sort of points of reference for this were the 1994 murder of Shonda Scherer, which took place in the United States, where on the surface a lot of the sort of what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, a lot of the features of the case are quite similar. And then the other one is the Liverpool in 1993, the murder of a young woman called... Ooh, I'm drawing a complete blank. It's Suzanne something. Sorry about that. I'm blaming the heat.
Yes.
It's I
she
can
was
only...
in the north.
Yes, that was in Liverpool. And that case actually didn't get very widely reported on because it happened almost contemporaneously to another Liverpool murder of a toddler called James Bulger, who was murdered by two 10-year-olds, which was like a huge landmark case in the UK, and it was a complete media circus. It changed our age of criminal responsibility. So previously it had been 15 or 16, and it was lowered to 10, specifically so these children could be prosecuted. And that completely overshadowed the murder of Suzanne, whose last name that I can't remember. I feel terrible about that. But yes, those were both quite important. And I think originally I was going to more directly fictionalize one of those cases, but then I decided to move away from it as much as I could.
But how can you fictionalize something so... I mean, what about the families, not just the victims?
Yeah, I think because I was sort of wanting to, I guess, the critique stuff of true crime came into it a little bit later. And also I was aware that it was very much half an idea, is to just sort of write about something that is similar to a pre-existing case. And I think once I came up with the idea for the setting, which is a rundown seaside town in the north of England, that really helped bring a lot of it and kind of marry the two ideas together and to kind of give me something a bit more substantial to work with.
And this, yes, the seaside town it's very very important because it's so English and so decayed.
Yes.
And so class-bound. And the girls all live in this seaside town that used to have, in the 1950s, we'd see all these summer films of everybody went off to, I don't know where Butlins is, so there are Butlins everywhere.
There's a few Butlins.
Butlins are there. Well, Crow-on-Sea it's called, but you modelled it a bit on Scarborough?
Yes, which is a seaside town in the north, on the northeast coast in Yorkshire. Do you have sort of rubbish seaside towns in Australia? Or I suppose not, because you've got actual weather here and a lot of nice coastal cities.
Yes, I don't know. I suppose we. No, I don't think we do. No, we actually don't. Not in the same way you do, where because you escape from the weather, we don't have to in that way.
Yeah. I think the British seaside towns are fascinating. I suppose because they began as holiday destinations. They were holiday destinations for sort of the Victorian aristocracy. So a lot of them still have these very beautiful, very grand buildings, and people were holidaying there kind of regularly until about the 70s, like the 60s, 70s. It was quite common for people of all stripes really, to go on holidays to somewhere like a town like Scarborough. And then it was pretty much the advent of cheap foreign holidays, completely destroyed the tourist industry in these towns that were entirely reliant on the tourist industries. So we have a lot of these decaying, huge hotels that are really, really beautifully designed that are just falling completely to ruin because hardly anybody stays in them anymore. And then also the weather's terrible. So if you can get to Spain for £100 versus you could go and stay in a hotel in Scarborough that's going to cost you exactly as much money, but it's 12 degrees and it's the North Sea as well. The North Sea is freezing all year round. You can go to the beach in July and it can be 30 degrees and you can think, I'll just dip my toe in the ocean. It'll be like ice. It'll be absolutely freezing. So they're very strange places. You can often wander around them and sort of wonder why on earth anybody would go there. Just keeping almost entirely in mind the weather.
So a lot of people who wouldn't have a lot of money would go there and live. Yeah. And their caravans and their broken down sort of playgrounds, Ferris wheels and sort of Midsummer Murder, of course. Midsummer Murder's mystical people. We don't have witches and villages with murderers the way Midsummer does. But your Crow-on-Sea seems to be it's sort of a mythical place in a way. Obviously, real, but also you polish it up to be something more. And this is where this is where you put your girls, your complex girls, and this is an inquiry into adolescent behaviour too, isn't it? And that the people who start, your girls were playing at being, I don't know, you might have a word for it, they're playing at being something they weren't, somebody they thought they should be in this strange world, and then it had to become reality. And the reality ended up with a murder, which is in fact based in this real murder. But I think it's, our lives are their lives are emaciated, except for entertainment. And our lives, I think, might be emaciated, that we have to latch on to murder and horror and all these dreadful things, rather than try and be morally upright. I think we should all go back to reading Mrs. Gaskell. She's not available at the bookshop, but your books both are, aren't they? Yes. Snap them up later. So what? I mean, tell me about these girls. Who they are and their name. Oh my! I was saying to Eliza on the way, you won't be able to see, but they're called Angelica, Violet, Dolly, Jade, Joni, Alicia, and Lauren. And I couldn't remember who they all were, so I had my partner who's an IT person, draw up a thing, a pattern.
We've got a sort of chart.
If you'd like to remember them all.
I can hold up the chart. Yeah.
Oh, but still, you need it because they're all terribly individual. This is what I can't. Your book is so complex. How did you?
It was a very slow process of. Sorry, I'll give you back the chart. It was quite a slow process writing this. I started it in late 2019, and then it was published in July of 2023. I think handed in early 2022. So it was about 3 years of kind of continual sort of layering up of it. And I wrote most of it during the pandemic, as you might have guessed from that time frame. So it ended up being quite slow. I actually had the original. So I knew that I had the kind of originally though. Sorry, it's so hot. So there were going to be. I knew that I wanted to have 4 girls originally involved, kind of in these murders, with 1 victim and then 4 killers. And then as I started doing that, I realised it was a little bit too complicated. And then one of these girls started emerging a little bit more as a voice of reason, and I felt like it made sense to kind of take her out of the crime. So that's Jade, who's one of the characters who ends up getting kind of falsely accused of being involved in the crime and later exonerated. But the 3 kind of core perpetrators are Angelica, Violet, and Dolly, who Angelica was kind of the first voice that I found there. And I had this awful original draft, which was about, I think, 10,000 words of written mostly just in Angelica's voice. So it was going to be almost, so the book's written in the form of a true crime, like as if it were a non-fiction true crime book with a journalist as narrator. And originally I was sort of almost going to just have this narrator like presenting these 4 different accounts of this crime, which was written entirely in the voices of the girls, kind of interspersed with some town history stuff. It's ended up being there's still like extracts of that in there, but it was a bit unreadable, that draft, particularly in the Angelica voice, because it's so grating. She's like the most annoying character, so it was very, very difficult to. Well, I just found it a little bit unreadable personally when I sort of went back to it, so I ended up scrapping quite a lot of that. And then the next kind of character that I was thinking about was Violet, who I sort of considered to be the most sort of reliable of the 3 of them, in terms of presenting the fairest account of what happened. And then Dolly, who came last, I intentionally left as late as possible because I felt like she would function a little bit better in the narrative if I didn't quite know who she was, because I felt like she should almost be a bit of a mystery to everybody around her. And then I think it was much easier for me to think about who she was retroactively when I kind of built up that character through the eyes of the people around her, if that makes sense.
And these girls, well, Dolly in particular is obsessed with killers who you probably don't know. I didn't know until I started doing research. There is all... What is it? There's this out there, particularly in America, there are these extremely nasty podcasts and also these things on a very black internet that we wouldn't reach, where they talk about these things and to the murderers, I'm not quite sure. There are murderers who write about killing and what they've done, and they have fans. And so tell us, can you give us a short discourse on fan fiction? Because
yes.
you've done a lot of research into, about this.
Yeah.
We don't, so it's interesting.
So I suppose we can almost think about true crime fandom as people engage with it in 2 different strands, where we can think of this sort of quite professional strand of podcasts and documentaries and sort of, I guess, dramatised TV shows, which seem to be coming up more and more often. Like we had the big Jeffrey Dahmer thing that Netflix did recently, and the big Ted Bundy thing a couple of years prior to that.
Peter Sutcliffe, they're just... they've just done Peter Sutcliffe here now, haven't they? You recently, the ABC did it. Yeah.
Oh, fascinating. But yes, I suppose that there's quite professional strand of it, which kind of is in various sort of tones and various levels of taste. Where I don't know, there seems to be stuff that's there's stuff that's quite prurient, which I think we can think of a handful of sort of true crime podcasts where they sort of lean into more of that kind of dark humour stuff, and it's maybe a little bit more tasteless and a little bit more prurient. And I suppose things that are a little bit more virtuous in the way that they present it, whether those are sort of podcasts that have like a heavy focus on victims or documentaries which are sort of engaging in kind of discourse around police brutality and that sort of thing. And then I think there's this sort of more amateur strand of true crime fandom, which is people directly engaging, usually younger women, often it seems to be, in kind of engaging with true crime as if it's like a standard fandom. So talking about true crime and talking about serial killers almost as if they were fictional characters, I think. I read a book called Savage Appetites by Rachel Monroe, which is a really interesting examination of...
Sorry, what was it? Savage Appetites?
Savage Appetites, yeah. By an American journalist called Rachel Monroe, who has this a really fascinating examination of 4 different types of 4 specific... I guess it's like the stories of 4 individual women, but I guess different groups in the way different women engage with true crime as a fandom. And it's really interesting, and it ended up being really formative, particularly for the Dolly character, who is heavily involved in true crime fandom spaces online. I do always say that I was quite involved in normal fandom stuff as a teenager. I wasn't involved in true crime fandom, and that true crime fandom is considered like very fringe and very extreme, even by people who are kind of obsessively writing quite strange fan fiction on the internet. This is like sort of a little bit of a brutal nadir of those communities.
But you also, I mean, did I read somewhere you were able to practice writing by writing extending characters.
Yeah. So fan fiction was really, really important for my professional development, I would say. I wrote an awful lot of fan fiction while I was a teenager, while I should have been studying for my GCSEs and A-levels.
Yes, I gather you went to bars and didn't study.
Yes.
You wrote fan fiction.
Which, you know, at the time it seemed like a bad idea, but it has worked out in the end. So... if anybody does have any young aspiring writers in their lives, make sure that they are ignoring their schoolwork and spending as much time on the internet as possible. It's really healthy and it always works out.
Oh, listen, no, this is part of... Take no notice of anything she says. She's satirical, ironical. The whole book is a satire on journalists, many tabloid journalists. The main character is a journalist called Alex Z. Corelli, yes. I rather liked him as an old journalist myself, but I guess he's supposed to be a really bad character because he does... I mean, it's really many different masks. In fact, as we walked over, I was saying to Eliza, she hasn't seen, or I don't know if anybody's seen the Robert LePage production at the Festival Theatre on the Nightingale and the Fables. So they've got these giant puppets, they've got hand puppets going across the back. People down the front are telling this story. The puppets are giving another story. You see the puppeteers enacting at the side. There's water at the front, so there's reflection here. Then there's one man coming in and saying, oh, this is a story. And other people are saying, oh, that's not the story. So really, this is the female version of Robert Lepage and a lot younger. But it's a very interactive, different sort of medium. And it's quite extraordinarily complex. And it's very intellectual, really, the way you've done it and managed it. And it's not, it's not crime. It's come from your obsession, obviously. Are you obsessive?
Yeah, I'm quite, I don't know, quite an odd person, I suppose. But
we know your shoes say it all. Red shoes.
The sort of, I guess that kind of matrix style of the book was, I was modelling it after existing sort of true crime books that I'd read, because I did I had a good run at writing it in sort of end of 2019 through to the end of 2020, and I really struggled to write generally during the pandemic. I think generally my entire writing process prior to the pandemic was I would go and sit in a cafe for 8 hours so I could concentrate on what I was doing, whereas I was stuck just sort of sitting in my flat and couldn't and really couldn't work. And what I did produce was quite laboured and quite rubbish. And I ended up feeling like part of the reason that it was so laboured was just because I wasn't quite sure what I was doing. I had read true crime before, I knew roughly how a true crime book was structured, but I hadn't really sat down and really thought about it. So in early 2021, when we'd just gone back into lockdown again, I thought, right, let's just sit and read for a few months. So I read a lot.
Capote too, didn't you?
Yes, that ended up being, that was actually a little bit later that I read In Cold Blood. But I read a lot of Brian. I read all of Brian Masters' true crime books, some of which I was rereading. I read Richard Lloyd Parry, yes, The People Who Eat Darkness. But I think the structurally probably the most important was Brian Masters' Killing for Company, which is a book about the British serial killer Dennis Nilsen, and sort of interweaves the story of Nilsen's crimes with the story of his sort of familial and personal history, which is really interesting. There's a chapter really early on which is just about fishing villages in Aberdeenshire, because he's from a fishing village in Aberdeenshire. So that was in providing this kind of really interesting socio-political history for him as a person and for the crimes that he later committed. And I felt because I knew that I wanted to have those town history chapters, but I wasn't quite sure how I was going to deploy them and when to do it. So those ended up being really important for me. And
because you've got to fictionalize the facts.
Yes, exactly. You've got to kind of almost come up with it's rather than sort of writing, well, I guess it is, it's like writing a town history, but also while you're inventing a town history at the same time. So it was quite a lot of information to hold in your head at one time as well. I think I particularly, I actually did a really bad job of just writing this in some ways, in terms of the technical, I wasn't keeping enough notes. I was just trying to remember a lot of stuff. I was having to rely on old drafts for my information collection. I ended up kind of getting my stuff together eventually, but I really wouldn't recommend doing that if you're writing anything that involves any degree of world building. I would say to take notes constantly and as soon as possible, because I drove myself absolutely bonkers trying to remember things about Crow-on-Sea, a town that I made up and kept forgetting information about.
Yeah, well, wasn't it Sebald who said you must see the fiction in facts? So if you look at it's always individual too, everything. And a wonderful writer, a special writer, brings to the facts a shimmer and a gleam that no one else will bring. So that's exactly what you've done. But I'm very interested in, I read In Cold Blood when it came out. I don't know, actually a lot of you are probably old enough to remember the sensation it made, because he was supposed to, do you remember, it was about the killers of a family called Clutterbuck, and these convicts on the run went and killed the family. And Truman Capote, the American writer from the South, went in and supposedly interviewed these people, and they trusted him. I think they were they killed? Were they executed in the end? I think they were. But it actually turned, in the end, it all turned out to be, well, most of it turned out to be lies. And Capote said, well, it wasn't my fault, they lied. but
Yeah.
it was his fault. I mean, and he sensationalised it, didn't he?
Yes, so that ended up being quite important for Penance. My experience of reading Cold Blood, because I read that a little bit later on in the process. It was sort of when I did that like big stop, and when I did that big read, that was sort of early 2021, and I didn't pick up In Cold Blood until the autumn of 2021. And at that point, the thing that I was struggling with wasn't the structure, but it was the narrator's voice, and it was who he was supposed to be. Because I'd been reading books by sort of good journalists working in good faith and in good standing, who I felt were kind of genuinely trying to present the truth, and seemed like, I guess, like, not so much Brian Masters, but like appropriately emotionally involved with the crimes, and seemed genuinely invested in telling the stories of the victims, particularly The People Who Eat Darkness. The Richard Lloyd Parry book is really, really good for this. And then I read another fantastic book called The Sleep of Reason by Daniel James Brown, which is about the James Bulger murder, which is so, like, it's very empathetic, but also very sensible and very measured. And I think it was that kind of voice I was trying to affect, and it just didn't work at all. Like, whenever I was trying to sound neutral, I just felt like the voice sounded really pompous and really self-righteous. And when I was reading In Cold Blood, my sort of first reaction to it was like, this is like some of the best line level writing I've ever read. Why do I even bother? I'm a waste of space. I shouldn't have a career. And then once I'd kind of gotten over that sort of initial reaction to In Cold Blood, which I think is I think that's a fair. I know a couple of people who have had quite a similar reaction to it, of just like, this is really good, isn't it? And then reading a little bit more about the book and the fact that so much of it was fabricated, and so much of it was kind of taking things that people had said and taking them wildly out of context or massively exaggerating them. Almost Capote kind of taking these strands of truth and building on them to make this sort of heavily fictionalized mosaic that he was far more interested in than the actual facts of the case. And I just thought there was something so interesting in that. And I think this has actually been made into a drama recently by Ryan Murphy, the American Horror Story guy. But Truman Capote was friends with a lot of like high society ladies, and alienated each and every one of them by talking about them in public. Like, he was writing a gossip column about his friends, basically. And I thought that was fascinating as well. Just this sort of combination of, like, there's a lot of clapping going on over there, isn't there? This sort of combination of thank you.
Thank you. They're very.
Thank you. I know I was going to say very responsive audience. I appreciate it.
And they all want to write crime novels, so they want you to.
But yes, this combination of sort of ruthlessness and fabulism, which I found really, really interesting.
Crime is fabulism.
Yeah, it is in a lot of ways.
Somebody, was it one of those? I'd forgotten that the wonderful David Tennant played Nilsson in the. I really hate true crime. I really find it very tedious. I can't. But I watched that because I thought it was so wonderful, and so
that was actually a dramatisation of Killing for Company.
Absolutely, it was so brilliant. David Tennant really ended up looking like Nilsson, but the Masters, the chap who wrote the book, Killing for Company, I have this wonderful quote. He said, "The contemplation of extraordinary human behaviour with vile effects reminds one of the fragility of human sanity." And I think, is that what we're after when we write crime, the fragility of human sanity? Because I remember I hear, look at the world now, look what's happening in Gaza, and we can't bear it. People of my generation would say that it was unbearable. We really can't. So, but we didn't have this when I was growing up. So there is this. We know more. I think, in fact, there is less crime. In fact, factually, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
And the world is safer, but we seem to know more about the possibilities of our awful aspects.
Yeah, it's an interesting. gap in people's sort of feeling about the world, that a lot of people feel like the world has become more dangerous when actually interpersonal crime has dropped. Though I suppose there's an argument to be made that while there used to be a lot of interpersonal sort of violence, that a lot of that violence has been shifted to the state, and now the state does that violence. So you can kind of think of when you think of the sort of things like mass incarceration in the USA, where, you know, previously we may have dealt with, I don't know quite where I'm going with that, but I suppose generally
it's the heat again. Come back.
Yeah, I almost feel a little bit like, you know when your laptop gets a little bit too hot and it starts buffering all the time. I'm sort of buffering in the heat, but yeah, I think true crime hasn't helped that sense that a lot of people have, that the world is becoming more dangerous.
Oh, it's made us terrified, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's ended up having some quite negative effects on the justice system as well, in terms of people kind of wanting harsher sentences and harsher punishment, and there being more focus on punishment than on prevention. And there's actually quite a lot. I would really, really recommend Rachel Monroe's book, Savage Appetite. She has a really, really interesting chapter in that on the impact of victim impact statements on prisoners' rights in the USA, and how there's been a huge negative impact on prisoners' rights that can be kind of directly correlated to things like victim impact statements and so on, which is probably a little bit too complicated and a little bit too big to get into here, which is why I'm deferring to a book. But yeah, I think there's a lot of really interesting things that true crime has done to a lot of people's perspective of justice and of violence. And yeah.
Well, actually, I was just looking at the end of that quotation when he said, he talks about the fragility of human sanity. This is this wonderful writer. Is he from the North, by a master's? He's gay, and he wanted to talk to Nielsen and find out what, because he didn't want anybody else to mess up the story. But he has extraordinary pity. I think so. The other side of this crime, what you're saying, shutting down, people being terrified, he said, I think studying these terrible crimes makes one more grateful for life as it is and increases one's potential for pity. By which I mean one doesn't pity the murderer more than the victim, one pities all mankind. So he's trying to give us an education in compassion. And I think your book opens up this, because I think the journalist, Alex Z. Corelli, he really does start off, he needs money. That's the other thing. He says at one stage, or Shruti, the journalist, is interviewing the journalist at the end when he's reviled by the world. And Shruti says to him, oh yes, but you were motivated by money. And he says, well, of course, I have to have money. I need to live, basically. But he starts off as a decent person, and you're wonderful. You seem to have such fun because he's mentored by, do you remember Lord Longford? And Lord Longford, if you're old enough, you remember Myra Hindley, the Moors murderer, with, I've forgotten the other, Lord Longford was a great friend of Myra Hindley, who, the Moors murders were just notorious when I was growing up, in the 60s, for these two people who killed children. And I couldn't, as a child, a young teen, I couldn't believe that there were people like this. But Lord Longford went into the prisons, and he was a prison reformist. He was anti-pornography, and you've made Corelli. Yes. I mean, you've had such endless fun with this.
Yeah, I did. I enjoyed my Lord Longford cameo. I just think he's a really interesting figure. He was like an English aristocrat who was a conservative politician. And then I think he married a woman who was left-wing and had his mind open to this sort of whole new world of empathy. And he became this, like, he almost went a little bit bonkers, I think. He sort of became this prison reformer, and he took Myra Hindley on very, very good faith and tried very, very, very hard to get her out of prison in a way that was very questionable. And there's actually quite a good dramatisation of his relationship. It's just called Longford, the film, and he's played by Jim Broadbent. And it dramatises his anti-pornography crusade, which was really quite ridiculous. It was almost as if you imagine there's just this very, very old, very upper-class British man discovering pornography for the first time in the 1970s and deciding that he needs to make a massive social crusade about it. But yes, I thought he was an interesting sort of foil to kind of throw in for a little bit of context for someone like Corelli, who is a British tabloid journalist at a made-up paper called Polaris, which I believe I give it the context of being like Britain's like last remaining sort of left-leaning tabloid paper that's like been dead for about 10 or 15 years.
Can I interrupt? Adelaide is where Rupert Murdoch started.
Right.
So yes. And he is, Alex Corelli is...
I didn't realise I was at the site of the
you were at the
site of the crime. Ground zero.
Of the great... yes, but I think Rupert might have been left-wing when he was in Adelaide. I can't remember. Anyway, but Corelli is loses his job because he's involved in phone hacking.
Yes, yeah.
So another fun sort of thing.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to suggest this idea of him just being this gradual spiral downward of somebody who begins with some scruples and then ends up having ego kind of taking over and becoming this quite sort of foul toad-like figure.
It happens to us all, I'm sorry. That's just life. And then you have pity yes. Because you've learned compassion along the way. So yes, he's. I think he was, but he elicits because he has genuine empathy, and empathy is the thing. If you display empathy, if you ask, people will tell you anything.
Yeah,
they really will.
It's something you can really, really weaponise. I think as a writer generally, but I think particularly as a journalist, which I was really interested in. I guess unpacking that. I don't know, that sort of slight, I guess that combination of ruthlessness and fabulism again, that it's sort of this kind of compulsion and this drive to get a story by any means necessary, I think is interesting. I mean, it's something that you can you see a little bit of even if you're just being interviewed for a paper, just for a book, that you might sort of say something where it's like not that bad, but it'll be, I mean, a good example of this. So I had a Guardian interview when Penance came out. I mentioned offhand while I was walking the journalist to the bus stop that because we were talking about Bret Easton Ellis and he was like, have you ever met him? And I was like, oh no, but I was supposed to. And because I'd been asked to chair him for an event, and Bret Easton Ellis was like basically just said, she's too young, I would rather be interviewed by someone my own age. And I recounted this to the journalist thinking that we were off the record, but we were not off the record. And it was in the headline, and I thought, gosh, Anthony, you little bugger. But it's stuff like that where you just think that it's like, if I was having like a conversation with a friend and they sort of tweeted that out, you'd be like, what the fuck?
Excuse me, we don't swear in Adelaide.
Sorry.
Yes. It's, yes, I know too well. But it's so tempting. And sometimes, I'm not saying this was you, but sometimes as a journalist, your subject is so dull, you think, oh, I might just polish them up a bit. And they won't be upset because it makes them shine in this beautiful way. But I don't, of course, no, I don't. I've never done that. But I wanted to Australian horror, because you said
yes.
in an email to me that Australian horror was terribly important.
Yeah, I really like Australian horror. I think it should get more of a...
She's very mad, I think.
But I don't know.
Who do you like? There's a...
Yeah.
Who do you mean, films or writers?
I think there's like a really good exploitation as a whole genre of horror, which I think is mostly kind of, I guess, like exploitation films that are about particularly focusing on like the outback and things like Wake in Fright, which is...
that's very, very brilliant.
Yes. A film where you can practically smell the lager coming through the screen. You can practically taste the kangaroo blood. But I think I don't know. I like an Australian. There's a film called The Loved Ones, which was particularly important for the development of boy parts, which is about I would guess that they're living. I'm not quite sure. Somewhere quite rural in Australia, a continent which is huge. But it's about a girl who kidnaps boys and keeps them in her cellar. And it's fantastic, and I would recommend it.
Who wrote it? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it's great.
Somebody knows it, yeah. Well, yes, actually, yes, boy part, you reversed the idea of men always photographing women and that sort of... And that actually, your writing reminded me very much of... even Edward St Auburn or Will Self, that very edgy writing. It's very original. And actually, I had a quote from that Australian horror writer. I've said many times that horror is the genre of honesty. It doesn't shy away from harsh truths. It follows the rabbit hole all the way down. No manufactured happy endings. You find truth in darkness. So...
Yeah, I think that's very accurate. I mean, I feel very influenced by horror. I don't think any of my books have been sort of classified as like straight horror novels, if that makes sense. It's kind of like pure horror. But I'm very, very influenced by the horror genre. I think it's really, really important, and some of our kind of most interesting and most innovative storytelling and filmmaking often comes out of horror. And I owe like a huge, huge debt to it because I do think it's a very honest genre. I think that's a really great quote because I suppose there's just something very, very honest about the things that we're afraid of. And I think to sort of loop it back to true crime, often the things that we are most afraid of are just other people and what can be kind of hiding behind the surface of, you know, whether it's a kind of, look at someone like Dennis Nilsson, whether it's a man who works at your local job centre or a teenage girl who spends a lot of time on the internet. There could be kind of anything going on behind there. And I think that's one of the reasons that true crime captures us so much, is that it plays into this everyday fear of we really don't know anybody who is around us and anybody could be thinking or planning anything. One of you could be.
Why do you think they're here? They want to know how to do it. It's yes, it's. I don't know. Maybe with the horror genre. I mean, there was Gothic horror, of course, in the 1800s, and that people satirised. But that was people being entertained. Not even imagine, although perhaps...
Well, I suppose I think there's a huge genetic connection as well between like the Penny Dreadfuls of that era to the true crime that we have now. Should we do some audience questions?
I was just looking at the time. Is anybody... There's a mic up there, so anybody who wants to go into the horror in their own life, could you dash up to the mic?
I wonder if you could share with us what it is you'd like the reader to take away after reading it. Is it sort of revulsion or a fear or deeper understanding of how these things come about? Or perhaps, as Ms. Elliott said, in the end, pity?
Yeah, that's interesting. I think one of the things I'd like people to come away with is a greater sense of empathy and contemplation around why terrible things happen when they do. Because I think often it's really easy to blame this idea of like somebody being like born evil or born bad, when I think a lot of terrible crimes like this are often kind of at the core of a failure of the state and a failure of the people around perpetrators. And I suppose I would also like people to have a little bit more of a think about their true crime consumption habits. I'm not actually as anti-true crime as the narrator of Penance is. I'm a lot more ambivalent about it, but I think I would just like people to just think a little bit more about it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, I thought you were a bit of I was going to ask if you're a Puritan, but
I'm ambivalent about everything. You'll never get a straight yes or no answer from me.
That's perfectly normal. You'll be pleased to hear. Next question.
That leads perfectly into my question, where I was really hoping for like a yes or no answer. In the very start of the book, just after the podcast, Corelli perhaps writes, "Do you know what happened to her already?"
Mhm.
And that paragraph, I'm just really confused on who wrote it. Is it you coming through being like, here's my critique on true crime, or is it actually Corelli who really doesn't agree with what he's written there as part of the book itself?
See, I was thinking of that. It's definitely part of the book itself. I was thinking that of almost as the narrator's sort of like, as the narrator's like attempt at like a really, really strong opening that is quite self-righteous and quite smug. And I think I have almost been a little bit frustrated that sort of first paragraph had featured so heavily in the marketing, because I almost wrote it with like a kind of look on my face. Like I sort of finished the paragraph and thought, God, what a dickhead. And then it was the main sort of thing. And as I've kind of said, I'm a lot more ambivalent about true crime. I think I became quite frustrated with it while I was writing Penance, because I ended up listening to a couple of like just really awful podcasts, just really awful podcasts that really sort of strangled my faith in humanity for about 10 minutes. But I'm a little bit more relaxed on it certainly now than I had been. But I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Hey, I'm a fan of your work.
Thank you.
Do you ever get sick of people's reactions to your book? I mean, obviously some of your work's a little bit controversial. Do you ever get sick of that? The reactions, I mean?
I try not to engage with it, basically. I think like sometimes it can be kind of a little bit impossible to avoid seeing people being outraged by it. I think particularly because I don't consider my work to be particularly like bad compared to a lot of other stuff. I kind of often refer to Boy Parts as like baby's first transgressive novel, both in that it was I'm the baby, but also the people that read it are often, I think, it's like maybe the first like piece of transgressive literature that they're picking up, because I think it is quite accessible in a lot of ways. Like it's not as violent or as kind of putrid as like as like some of Bret Easton Ellis's work, or as like as graphic as something like On Poppies Ed Bright or something like that. So I think sometimes I do feel a little bit like, ugh, it's not that bad. But then sometimes when I do go back to Boy Parts, because I haven't like read it in a long time, but I'm adapting it for television, so I have been kind of going back to it now and again. And sometimes I do read it and I think, oh, Eliza, come on, that's gross. Why'd you put that in there? So I think I would have been a little bit more restrained if I'd written it now. But thank you very much.
and her parents have been told they're not to read. They've read Penance, but not Boy Parts.
Yes,
is that right?
they're not allowed to read Boy Parts.
So you're all going to rush out and buy Boy Parts, of course. So it's yes. So there's more.
Hi, I really love your writing as like character studies for quite unconventionally abhorrent female characters. I think we're less willing as both writers and consumers to think of women being capable of such evil, let alone girls. And I was wondering, did that make it difficult for you to approach publishers and agents to actually be willing to take on your writing, which is quite confronting?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Because I sort of, like I said, I try not to think of myself as a sort of holy grail of transgression or anything. But in some ways, I think the work was quite confronting. I mean, when I initially sent out Boy Parts to agents, I actually didn't get any response at all. I got, I think I sent it out to about 12 agents, and I didn't hear anything. Like, I didn't even get like I got 2 boilerplate rejections, and then everything else was just silence, which is a rejection in and of itself, but it's sort of almost like the lowest form of rejection, because you're not even getting a kind of like, do you want to make these changes and then maybe we'll talk, or something like that. It was just nothing. And then it was taken on by an indie press, and I think in some ways the sort of the value of indie presses is for books like Boy Parts, where I guess it is a little bit more challenging and a little bit more graphic. And I sometimes, I don't know, I Juno Dawson, who's another author, sorry, I'm attributing this quote to her, so it doesn't sound like I'm blowing my own trumpet, but she said that she felt like Boy Parts was maybe just like 5 minutes ahead of its time when I sent it out. And I think that might have been the case. I think if I'd sent it out like 6 months later, I probably would have had a lot more response. But maybe it was just a little bit too spicy for mid-2018, I guess. But I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Big fan of your work,
Thank you.
especially with Penance. What I really loved about it was the fact that you had so many sprawling supporting characters. So you had the tour guide, you had the teacher, you had Angelica's father, you had Jade's mother. I just wanted to know, when you were actually drafting the novel, were there any characters that you had to cut out, or do you wish had made the final cut?
Yeah, that was actually, I think the main sort of clump of characters that ended up getting trimmed was, there was the MP of the town. So it was sort of, Crow-on-Sea is loosely based on Scarborough, and Scarborough, sort of against all odds because of how it's placed geographically, has a Conservative MP. So there was the Conservative MP, there was his son who owned the swimming pool that was closed because a child drowns there, and then there was also his son who went to school with the girl. So it was like a little bit too much lore around this swimming pool. It was just maybe a little bit too so they all went, I think their last name is Proud, and it was like that family was cut, and I think there will have been a few others. It was mostly just kind of like the odd character at the school here and there that was cut out. But that was probably the biggest thing that went. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thanks. A really interesting discussion. I missed the start, but have you been influenced by Agatha Christie? Because her novels and her life, there is a degree of overlap there. Thanks.
Thank you. I haven't had much contact with Agatha Christie's work at all. I wonder, probably in a kind of trickle down way, in a sort of cultural osmosis kind of way. But no, I'm not like a big reader of that kind of classic crime fiction, which is a little bit of a disappointing answer. I'm sorry, but thank you for asking.
What is the last book you've read and enjoyed?
The last book that I read and enjoyed. At the minute, I read, I was on a panel yesterday with Jonathan Lethem and Patrick DeWitt, and I read both of their books, Motherless Brooklyn and The Sisters Brothers, as prep for that, and I really, really enjoyed that. And while I was here, I was on the plane from Brisbane to Melbourne. I also read No Longer Human by Osamu Dazai, which is like a book of... which is, I think if you like boy parts, you might really get on with this. It's like a very transgressive book of fiction from the 1930s from Japan. So the translation's a little bit wobbly and it's maybe a little bit difficult to understand at times. But it's a really, really interesting, really, really cool like character study. It's a fascinating book. I'm sorry, thank you for waiting. Sorry.
That was my fault. Sorry.
I was just interested. You were talking about when you were writing it was during COVID and like with the lockdowns in 2021, things like that. That's a very like dark time to be researching a lot of true crime. And I was just kind of interested how you went through the writing process and like informing your novel, but also like staying above water with all the horrible information you were taking on.
Yeah, it was to be honest, it almost, the true crime was almost ended up being like a bit of a distraction from the pandemic. The pandemic was so, I mean, it was so awful and it was so surreal in so many ways that the kind of the contained personal tragedies of true crime almost began to feel like a bit of a distraction from the kind of global horror of a pandemic, which is really grim, really grim actually. But I'm somebody who tends to like, I tend to find, because I'm a very, very anxious and quite obsessive person, I tend to find that reading about horrible things, I wouldn't say that I find it relaxing, but I find it very redirecting from my own like personal kind of anxieties. I don't know why, but I almost find it useful to redirect to something else terrible. So it was to be honest.
Say after reading Boy Parts, I was in Melbourne last week, and I was turning into Punt Road, doing a left-hand turn, and this extraordinarily pretty girl was walking across, holding up the traffic type. And then she got to the end, and this punt rope was held up because this girl was sending messages. And then as she stepped up on the footpath, she just turned back and daintily waved at everybody and smiled. And I thought of boy parts. I thought, gosh, the beautiful have a different. They live on a different galaxy. So it all trickles out. It's not all horror. It's all I don't know what it is, but thank you. You've been a wonderful, engaged audience, although you didn't clap enough. Next time, please.
Yes, I was going to say we need more cheering. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And where's the signing tent? Over there?
Yes, the signing tent's over there somewhere.
Okay, wonderful.
Yes, I can see it's umbrellas for everybody.
Oh, thank you.